Okay, we're gonna go ahead and kick off this meeting. Got 9:03. We have our quorum. All four of our board members are here for action.
Let's make sure Fran's ready. You ready, Fran?
You're ready, go right ahead.
All right, thank you. All right, so we're gonna call to order the Hotel Motel Occupancy Tax Advisory Committee. Thank you again for everyone being here, everyone out in the audience, and also our board. Citizen comments and reports will lead into that. We have some cards here today. I'll just go in no particular order. Thank you. We'll go with the one I just received. How about that? John Morris, would you like to come up?
Good morning to the committee. Appreciate your taking the time to support all that you guys have to do, looking at all the data. Sure you've had time to hopefully look at it. It's not a first blush on it. Our intent is with both of, we have two different requests, and one is for advertising funds and one is for labor costs, and both of them support an organization. We don't do we do events, but every day at the Art Center is an event. I mean, it's open 6 days a week to the public. We're averaging 1,200 plus people a month. Most of those, we're looking at our historic sign-in sheets. We've been doing sign-in sheets, just a quick, as you walked in, hey, first time visiting, and where you from, and and kind of doing it that way. Now we adopted the form that the city provided, and it pulls a little more granularity. That's going to be good for everybody. I mean, it's more detail that we can see really where our people are coming from. But it looks like about 93% of our visitors are from outside of the broader area. So that's, we kind of look at Coastal Bend as a day trip, and that's about 7% of our visitors. And the rest of it is, the same audiences. We all, anybody that's in business in Port A, it's Austin, San Antonio, Houston, Dallas, Fort Worth, and Hill Country. So we're confident that what we're doing is if not, there was been that talk of heads in beds. Do we necessarily, are people coming, from afar to specifically come here to the Art Center? Some do, because we've got collectors that we see several times a year. But what we are providing, I think it's true for all of the nonprofit entities, is a quality of visitor experience that they otherwise wouldn't have. I mean, you've got, a really good first-class art gallery where they can come and get that keepsake that's not just, made in China thing. It's made by a local or regional artist. So I think what we're doing is a good thing. We're doing 200 plus classes a year, and those are open to everybody and anybody. So anything we're doing is providing, I think, an improved visitor experience if somebody's coming to Port A. And I think that's important. I mean, you can only spend so much time on the beach or on a windy, miserable day. Art Center is kind of a good place to go, or the museum or any of those. So I guess without further ado, if you have any questions about our applications, I did realize when we resubmitted some stuff, it was up.
I got that. You have your three, John. Just
okay.
Yeah. Go ahead and wrap it up.
So, any questions?
Nope.
Okay. Never. 3 minutes.
All right, there we go. You guys got it? Okay. I'd like to just take a moment to remind everyone, as we we have all these different applications today on the agenda. As we have the reading of those applications and the review of the applications up here, we will have that applicant come up and you can speak at that time, just as a reminder. So want to let you all know that as we're going through that application, you'll come up. We do have J.B. Smith next.
Good morning, y'all. I'm J.B. Smith, also known as Joan Alice Smith, to distinguish me from all the other JBs, and I don't know anything about computers. I've called Port Aransas home for the past 2 years. I got here as fast as I could, fleeing the East Coast via UT Law School, and have spent the majority of my time in Texas So I know some things, though not as many as I might, about our town here. Thank you so much for your service. I serve now as the president of the Port Aransas Preservation and Historic Association, one of the applicants whose numerous applications we slaved over to try to give you the best data we could in a changing environment. And I'm here today just to urge you to take an expansive view of the benefits from the hot tax. I know this is a fishing town. I, for one, am not a real sport fisherman. And my boating experience, to be candid, is that I'm still recovering from the lifetime experience with my dad, Captain Bligh. So I don't really fill into that area, but the one thing I can tell you is I own short-term rentals. I happily pay my hot tax every month. And I've seen this sector of our community grow over the past 10 years to be more similar to the places my family enjoyed on the East Coast for the last 50 years. And the one thing I can tell you that I think feeds so much into the applications you will read today from all the organizations and is also consistent with everything I've heard participating and attending the many presentations by our chamber is we've got to get to the week-long resident. We have to get to the week-long resident. Those are the people who people who live on the island are going to enjoy being next to. The people who come down for a short time are largely the people who just want to unwind and get it all out. And when you're here for a week, you need more than fishing and boats and beaches. And that's what an organization like Papa provides to our island. And I hope you consider that as an essential part of growing the community that we want to have. Into the world-class vacation resort that we can see it becoming. And if anybody else wants to see me, you can be on my chapel tours on the first and third Saturday of every month at the Chapel on the Dunes. Thank you so much.
Thank you. The next one appears to be Tor Liddyfield. Do we have a tour? I don't know if I'm saying this right. That's what Papaha? No, looks like it says Torley. I mean, I'm seeing field at the end. Oh, okay. All righty. Cliff String.
I'm gonna apologize before I get started. If I get a phone call, I might have to leave in mid-sentence, so I have my phone on. Kind of a family emergency. Good morning, I'm the director for PAFA. And first of all, we appreciate the committee's time away from very busy schedules, which are about to get busier, to handle this very important task. There are over 1,000 local historic museums in Texas. I looked into the city's support of these and found some interesting facts I wanted to share. El Paso maintains a museum and cultural arts department that supports the El Paso Museum, the El Paso Art Museum, the Museum of Archaeology, and soon a Mexican American Culture Center. In 2000, El Paso voters approved $6.5 million for a building of the museum. The Moody Museum is supported by Houston. Texas City supports and maintains the Texas City Museum through Parks and Recs program. Austin also does that through the Parks and Rec for several museums. In San Antonio, the city commissioners okayed funds to construct the Whitty Museum in 1984. The Mansfield Historical Museum is funded and maintained by City Council Historic Preservation Advisory Board. The Mission City Council pays salaries and benefits and health insurance and building maintenance for over 21 years for their museum employees. Edinburgh has a similar arrangement. And I have more information if you have any questions. So municipal support for city museums is commonplace in Texas and has been going on for decades in some cities. It's because these cities, like us, have a community sense of pride for their local history and culture, and they're willing to back it up. We are a part of the community, and we're part of that whole package that tourists expect to experience while vacationing in Port Aransas. At PAFA, we are confident and grateful that you will continue your support for our local culture and historic institutions. We don't feel entitled. We know this support is a gift not given or accepted lightly. We won't disappoint you. We're very proud of our accomplishments, and we have plans to do a lot more. Remember, these museums don't belong to us. They belong to the whole community, and they're available to all our visitors to share. A couple of things I did mention is Irving also supports 5 museums, and Galveston supports museums. So it was a kind of eye-opening experience when I started doing that research. I wasn't sure which way my speech was going to go today, but I just wanted you to know that it's pretty commonplace, and some of these are big ticket items, and we appreciate. We know we ask for, we've got 12 applications in, and we hope that you'll consider all of them. And thank you again for your time and support.
Thank you. Pete Edicus.
Here in favor of PAFA, it should be noted. I don't choose to speak. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Ashley Harris. Yeah, whenever we get to your application, unless you want to speak, it's really up to you. Yeah, because we'll have each applicant come up. Okay, there are no other speakers or citizen comments. We will move on to item number 3. David Florson, City Manager, Hotel Motel Tax PowerPoint presentation.
You like the clicker?
You idea of a pointer?
Yes.
You know. Is there a light around it?
It is. That's your big one.
Down support.
Down.
Down support.
Yeah.
No, it's good, it's good. All right, I wanted to thank everyone for coming. Thank everyone for your applications. I thought you guys did a really good job. I just wanted to give a brief overview to the board on how the city looks at hot tax and kind of how we manage it. So I'll just kick it off with a little slideshow. This is still a draft. I didn't got my knee operated on, so I really didn't have a whole lot of time to finish it. But so from the state comptroller's webpage, hotel owners, operators, managers must collect state occupancy tax from their guests at a rate of 6%. City ordinance 8912, city adopts the 7% hot tax. Both collections must be used in accordance with Texas Government Code 351. Some of the uses that the funds can be spent on, a whole bunch of different stuff. And I think the applicants did a good job of probably hitting the bar on most of those. A lot of art stuff, a lot of history stuff, programs, events, in a lot of other cities it's sporting events and programs. But I think in the applications, you'll see a pretty wide variety of topics that will most likely meet 351. The city of Port Aransas is kind of a special, we're kind of special in the hot tax world. We have what is called, we fall under the definition of eligible coastal municipalities. And that is in section 351-105. And under that, let me go to this slide first. So why is Port Aransas special? Well, under 351-101, eligible coastal municipality, a home rule city that borders the Gulf of Mexico and has a population of less than 80,000. So there's not a whole lot of cities that fall into that category right there, but we're one of them. And then going back to here, what else is in the 351-105? There's 4 shalls in there. And a shall means
in Texas government goes that we have to do this. So the city shall pledge at least 1/7 of its occupancy tax for the payment of bonds on establishments, acquisition, purchases, construction improvements, enlargements, equipment, or repair towards civic centers, parks, marinas, park facilities, and all M&O maintenance and operation for said facilities, as well as other facilities in connection. So we're kind of rare. Most other cities in the state of Texas cannot throw hot tax at their parks. They cannot throw hot tax at coastal improvements, fishing piers, marinas. So we're very unique in that we have all those, where's my little pointer? All these extra goodies that we can throw hot tax for. And because of those extra goodies, they have these shalls in here that say we must pledge 3/7 towards advertising. So that's what goes to the chamber. We shall pledge 1/7 towards beach patrol, lifeguards, and law enforcement. Now we kind of get a bonus because we get a 2% rebate from the state that goes back for their portion of their hot tax that goes back to beach maintenance. So we kind of get a nice bonus to help us out with that last one. And then the 1/7, 3/7, 1/7, and these are minimum pledges. We have to at least give that amount to those categories. And we can allocate more if council needs to. So that's a big thing that sets us apart from other cities. Why is that? Because our coastal parks like Roberts Point Park, it's used by every tourist in town, whereas in other cities, their local parks don't get hit as hard by tourism. So that's why we get that bonus. So what is the city spending hot tax money on? Here's just kind of a look back at the last 3 years. Fiscal year ending in September 2021, we spent $324,000. Fiscal year ending 2022, 4.2 million. Fiscal year ending 2023, 4.6 million. And right now we're targeting 11.8 million by the end of this fiscal year. So you'll see it's a huge jump. So there's fiscal year 2021. That was the first year. I think Joan Holt got the 20,000 earmarked for the Art Center. So that was when it kind of kicked things off. Nature Reserve transfer. So a pretty small year. Here's 2022. You'll see the 50-50-50 to the Art Center, Community Theater, and Historic Association. So that was the second year. Land purchase was a big item, and improvements to the main pavilion and harbor master office was a big one. 2023, you saw the monies to the art stayed at 50, Community Theater 100, Historic Association 300, another property purchase, and again another big bump to the harbor master and main pavilion. I think that was main pavilion right there. So that was about 4.6 million. And then here we are in 2024, and you have the three again, 75,000, 75,000, 150. And then you have some big expenditures, another large transfer to marina improvements. And then here's the last seven very large items that council approved. Charlie's Pasture bulkhead, 400,000. Community Park, that's the Allister Park, 1 million for the construction of the Allister Park. 2.1, this is playground equipment and improvements of Roberts Point Park. Streetscape design, wayfinding signage kicked off at 1.8 million, and park maintenance facility 1.5 million. So council really hit the reserves hard this past year. basically tripling what we had done in the previous 2 years. So what, you know, when we look at what other assets the city council have a fiduciary responsibility for, so let's look at Roberts Point Park, so you guys just have an idea of what council use hot tax funding on, and I'll just point them out. So we maintain and operate the boat slips, probably to the tune of about $10 million. We have all the bulkhead that goes around the park, the riprap. You know, so we have about 4,000 linear feet of bulkhead. We have a new $9 million harbor master office and pavilion complex. New $2 million park improvement here. The fishing pier at about 2.4 million. And you can't see it in this photo, but you know, the new parking and everything else. So here's kind of a list of, you know, that's what the city uses that hot tax for, just for the Roberts Point Park and Dennis Dryer Municipal Marina. So it's probably about $100 million asset that city council has to have operation and maintenance for. And that comes out of hot tax. So that's a big, you know, that's kind of where they look at that pot for. You know, they're not just looking at it in a static sense. They're looking at it as, hey, what could go wrong? We had a blowout down in Charlie's pasture, one 12-foot panel blowout, and we spent $500,000 on it. So it's big money providing operation and maintenance on the city facilities that are hot tax eligible. What other city assets are hot tax eligible? Well, we have 7 miles of Gulf of Mexico beach. We have the nature reserve, community parks and pool, civic center, community center, fishing piers, fishing bulkheads, Jerry McDonald Field. So, you know, all in, I don't have that number yet, but it's probably a couple $100 million or easily $200 million in city assets that the city provides operation and maintenance for you know, out of that hot tax pot. So here's the historical valuation of the hotel motel fund. This is going back to about 2004. So going back to about 2004 up here at the top, the fund balance was about $1 million. It kind of held at that mark. September of 2007, not sure, but it got tapped into pretty hard there. Possibly Marina or Nature Reserve
It
is
was
my guess.
Marina improvements, because that happened right before I got here.
What about Nature Reserve improvements?
It might have been Nature Preserve too,
Yeah.
the bulkhead, but that was, I came.
Yeah, I think it was Nature Preserve improvements, because we built the preserve in about 2007. Yeah, we also had a lot of shoreline construction going on in Charlie's pasture. So it kind of holds, starts creeping up a little bit, back up to the $1 million number. And then you'll see, and here's the big change, right? So 2017, you have the big jump. You hit the 2.5 mark, and then you have Harvey, and you slowly see it starting to increase to where it got to the really huge number that we saw last year, this 12.2 number. That was when it got really big. So, you know, let me see. So what do we think happened? You know, post Harvey 2017 to 2020, you really saw the city buckling down on recovery efforts from Harvey. And so very little hot tax was being spent, although there wasn't a whole lot coming in, but 18 it improved a bunch, 19 it improved a bunch, 2020 it improved a whole bunch. You had the big COVID summer. So, but the city had buckled down because the FEMA projects hadn't really started to hit to cash in and start all the construction. In 2021, 2024, we were well into the recovery, and the city begins slowly infusing the FEMA projects with additional hot tax funds to rebuild and provide new facilities. Mainly like the pavilion, harbor master office. There was a lot of property acquisition, a lot of park improvements. So right now, so So here's our projection for 2024. So you'll see it. So you'll see it here. So there's our 12.2 high from last year. And there's our estimate for September of 2024. We're going to most likely drop to 2.1, but we think it's even going to be lower because current STR is down. So we think that that number is probably going to be closer to like 1.9. So we're going to be back in the 2016 kind of era as far as hot tax build up in the, in the pot. There's the budget calculator. That's kind of a Darla's hard look at the numbers there. So continuing and upcoming hot tax expenditure. So now we know that we're going to be down to this 2016 back to a 1.9, 2.0 million dollar, but what's on the horizon as far as city council goes? So we have the rec centers kicked off. So most likely we're going to have overages. It will not come in on the budget the council looked at last year. It'll probably be anywhere from 3 to 5 million over that number. Now, the good part is that number's probably not going to hit until maybe 2025, 2026, but that's coming. So that's going to be something that council has to take into consideration. Construction of property acquisitions, the city's looking at the IGA wetlands. There's a wetland area adjacent to IGA that we're looking at. I think that'll be really the last big property acquisition we're looking at. And then council also kicked off the Cotter, Allister, Avenue G streetscape improvements. Those are in design right now. And we should have construction estimates next month ready for council summer's goal workshop. And then the same firm is also designing a Charlie Pastor bulkhead park. And if you go out towards the nature reserve, the whole mud bog on the side of the road, we're working on a park design for that entire 2-mile stretch. So that'll be finished. The design will be at about 75%, but we'll have construction numbers to go to council this summer for a summer goals workshop. Other possible operation maintenance facilities, there's always operation and maintenance going on to the city's $200 million asset. So that's kind of a given. So I'm still working on this. I'm going to try to get this finished before summer's goals workshop, but that's just kind of a brief overview of what, how the city looks at hot tax and kind of what we're spending it on, and what council's objections are as far as what they're looking at down the road, what they have to, everything that they're responsible for. Any questions on city hot tax?
Thank you, sir,
All
for
right.
the presentation. Really appreciate you coming in. I know you came in, put a lot of effort into this. Thank you. Good information. I'm going to dovetail onto the back of his report before we jump into these applications. Just a real quick. Want to go just through some rules as a reminder for our board really fast before we go right into the applications. And again, as we hear these applications, feel free to ask me questions, the applicant questions, and we'll get through these. So under tax code, every event, program, facility funded under the hot tax and the revenues must be likely to do two things: directly promote tourism, directly promote the convention and hotel industry. That's what the law says. We don't have a convention center, but we do certainly have a hotel lodging industry. Tourism is defined in the Texas law as guiding and managing individuals who are traveling to a different city, county, state, or country. The definition of a direct promotion of the hotel industry has been consistently interpreted by the Attorney General as a program, event, or facility likely to cause an increase in hotel convention activity. If the hotel tax funded event facility is not likely reasonable to directly enhance tourism or the industry of the hotel lodging, then the tax revenues cannot legally fund it. And, that'll be up to our board to have that discussion per the application, asking those questions, right? There's no statutory formula for determining the level of impact an event must have to satisfy the requirement to directly promote tourism and hotel activity. However, communities with successful tourism promotion programs often condition the amount of the motel hotel occupancy tax that is awarded to the proportionate impact of the event as facility on tourism and motel activity incident to funding the request. Entities applying for the revenue funding should indicate how they will market the event to attract tourists and hotel guests. If an entity does not adequately market its event to tourists and hotel guests, it is difficult to produce an event or facility that will effectively promote tourism and hotel activity. Finally, it's a good practice to utilize a hotel tax application form, and that's what we have here. That is from the THLA. That is a Texas Hotel and Lodging Association, and I'm reading from a legal document that they sent out. These forms pose questions, which we have in hand. The application asks if the entity has negotiated a special rate, for example, for attendees and their funded event. If an entity does not find the need to reserve a hotel space, room block, or negotiate a special hotel rate or something similar, it is not likely that they anticipate their event will have a meaningful impact on hotel activity. Again, it's attracting the tourists. Funded entities can also visit their area hoteliers or lodging entities who, in many cases, can provide feedback on whether their hotel guests express an interest in attending such events and facilities. All right, now with that, we touched on, this is again a two-step process, right? It's first heads and beds. You got to meet that portion first. First, we need the applicants to prove up to the board that they're doing everything to promote and advertising. What is their plan for getting tourists to the area? We just defined what a tourist is someone from outside the region coming here. And how are they going to prove up that they actually stayed, that the hoteliers here benefited from that? They pay the tax, they should benefit from everything that we do. That's just law. After we can prove up those things, then we go on to the 9 statutorily eligible categories. And we do have different applications here that are applying for different categories, which is interesting. So each one will be a little different. We have some that are applying for advertising. We have some that are applying for promotion of the arts, and we have some that are applying for historical restoration and preservation. And we have another one that is applying for the sporting category. So as we prepare to hear each application, as they come up, I think what I'll do is I'll just read that particular eligible categories rule one more time, and we'll let them proceed. Sound fair? Okay, very good.
And they state beginning how much they're looking for.
Yes, we can do that.
Okay.
And again, we'll just go through this application however you guys deem, questions, comments to me, to them.
I think that along with what they're asking for and what maybe historically they've received would be a good, tool to help us make a good decision as well.
Very good. Oh, and I'm glad you're saying that. One other thing I'll remind the board before we get into it. Today, we will be taking action on basically 80% of the funding, right? Our policy claims we're going to hold 20% back contingent on a post-event report. So that means the policy says 60 days after completion of your event, we're expecting them to turn this follow-up application in, and we'll schedule another meeting and as to hear how the event went, or program or facility. And at that time is really kind of when we're probably going to see what I want to call the PowerPoint presentations from these groups, like, with the surveying or whatever their method was, and, that whole spiel on how things actually went. So today, we'll take what we're requesting as action, no action, partial funding, but it's only at the 80%. And we'll hear that other 20 and more things on that next portion.
So these events are all for next year, or some of them are within this year? What's the time frame for the?
Very good. Yes. What we have called for in our policy is we cannot release funding outside of our fiscal year. So our fiscal year that we're in right now ends September 30th. And that's why we're having a hearing today, so we can present to City Council, who is the finalizer of our actions, how much they're gonna fund, or if they're gonna fund, and plug it into that budget and adopt it. And it gets plugged into that budget and tax rate. Meaning that those funds actually get implemented or expensed October 1. So that's when we call in our policy, basically that following Friday after October 1, that's when we usually cut checks. They can receive their monies. And then we are expecting them to have their event in that next fiscal year. So that fiscal year would be, right now we're in FY fiscal year 23-24. The next upcoming, we're going to be budgeting for 24-25. And we're expecting them to have everything that they're doing within October 1 through September 30th. And that's how we're gonna be able to legally do this, because council can only meet and fund one fiscal year at a time. All right, well, very good. Very good questions. I think what we're gonna do now is go into the applications. First off, items for consideration, discuss, take action on any of the following. We're gonna go into A, presentation, general discussion, possible action on Bay Access Sailing Foundation Hotel Motel tax application.
Good morning.
Thanks, sir.
I'm Brian Irvine. I am president of Bay Access. I'm also a Lakewood Yacht Club member and past Commodore. And I have participated in the Harvest Moon Regatta probably 20 times in the last, about 15 times in the last 20 years. So it's real important to me. I've got a real brief handout presentation if you'd like to see it. I don't know if it's appropriate or not, but it may help understand a little bit of what we're doing.
Okay.
Do you need a copy? And first slide, I just wanted to talk a little bit about what the roles are between Lakewood Yacht Club, who's the host of the Harvest Moon Regatta. And that's usually what you see when you hear about Harvest Moon, that's shirts and what Bay Access is. Lakewood Yacht Club is a not-for-profit club. As a not-for-profit club, they're limited on how much outside revenue they can flow through their books. So Harvest Moon doesn't make any money and it wouldn't show up as a profit or taxable event in Lakewood Yacht Club, but it shows up as revenue, which you're limited to like 10 to 15%. Bay Access is a 501c3 charity, closely operated within the sailing community, with contracts and formal agreements with Lakewood Yacht Club to be basically the bank for the sailing events that Lakewood Yacht Club hosts. The Harvest Moon, Lakewood Yacht Club Harvest Moon Committee is what really drives our events. And these are primarily Lakewood members. Right now, there's probably 30 or 40 people that are meeting every month to try to schedule out what the event should look like. By the time we get to Port Aransas in October, there's going to be 100 or 120 people you'll see wandering around with the Harvest Moon shirts on, and they're doing the docking and they're doing the registration. People come in and they're working as bartenders and everything else. So we bring a lot of people down as committee members. In terms of the schedule, and one of the reasons I wanted to point this out, because it provides us some opportunities to promote Port Aransas and the hotels down here. Our first event is in October 28th, which is a mandatory safety day meeting for all skippers and crews. It's a great opportunity to, if we had some promotional items to present to all the people who will be participating. Our second event is the skippers meeting, which is the Friday before Harvest Moon. Thursday, October 17th is when the Harvest Moon Regatta starts off the beach in Galveston. Starts about between 2 and 3 o'clock in the afternoon. The really fast boats, really fast monohulls and the catamarans and the trim, they'll start finishing in Port Aransas at City Marina probably early Friday morning. The rest of the fleet will come in between Friday morning and Saturday morning. Starting on Thursday is when we start having people come down to Port Aransas. That whole committee of 100 people that are going to do the scoring, they're going to do the docking of the boats and all that. They'll be here Thursday night.
And are they staying in local hotels?
Yes.
Rentals?
Yes. And I'll talk a little bit about what we're trying to do to capture that. Last year was the first year we even tried to do that. The award ceremony, which is our big event, is in the pavilion at the City Marina. It's on Saturday night. But we have events going on the whole afternoon from Friday when the boats start arriving till really Sunday morning when the boats start leaving. So Sunday morning, everybody starts to leave. A lot of people stay until Monday morning. And back in the old days, we would stay there and in our boats and be wet, and not anymore. Almost everybody wants to stay in a hotel now. I think we all got older. I'm not sure what happened. So kind of a brief history. This is the 37th Harvest Moon Regatta. The first regatta was supposed to be at Port Isabel. And Port Isabel had a hurricane come through just as the race was getting ready to start. So instead of canceling the race, and it was probably 20 or 30 boats back then, they said, well, let's just go to Port Aransas. Well, they went to Port Aransas. They liked it so much. Nobody ever went back to Port Isabel. And we've had the race pretty much every year. We've missed 1 year because of weather, 1 year because of Harvey. And actually, we had the race in the year of Harvey. We just left Galveston and went out and sailed around the Gulf of Mexico and came back. And then we missed 1 year for the pandemic. But other than that, we've run every year. The early Harvest Moons, the ones that was kind of the first ones that I did, we started Friday morning. The idea was, we're going to have this regatta and it's just going to take up a weekend. So we get on our boats early Friday morning and get out to the Gulf of Mexico, sail down to Port Aransas, and hope you finished in time on Saturday afternoon to go to the party and get at least one rum drink, turn around on Sunday morning and sail back. But back in the 90s, it was decided that this was really a big event. And so we moved the start from Friday to Thursday, which really is what we are still doing. So now everybody gets down here between Friday morning, has an opportunity to be here on Friday afternoon, Friday evenings, go out to eat, stay in a hotel, stay through Saturday. And again, most of the sailors and the committee people start leaving Sunday morning. But I usually like to stay a little bit longer because it's a long way down here. In the 2000s, we were kind of at our maximum. We were getting about 200 entries. And it's actually, I think the max peak year was 220 boats, which is really more than Port Aransas could handle. But after Harvey, after the pandemic, and the increased safety regulations that we're dealing with today for offshore sailboat racing, last year we had about 100 boats. Our goal is to drive this back to about 150 boats. We think that's the right amount based on the number of people that we have, sailing in the Galveston Bay area, upper Texas coast, and that would be interested in doing it. And also, we kind of feel like, at least our committee feels like that's about what the Port Aransas facilities can handle. Can handle more with getting more. So our target is 150. The keys to success, we say it is promoting the event, but the other key to the success, and this is really kind of where we're looking to put all the money in these two things, is the great Port Aransas experience. So we've gone from showing up Saturday night and turn around leaving Sunday to a lot of our people are coming down just because they want to hang around at Port Aransas. It's starting to get cold in Galveston, by the end of October, and it's still really nice down at Port Aransas. So a couple of things, we're requesting $11,000 in hot funds. And as I looked at what our opportunity would be to use hot funds for our expenses based on our current budget. And again, our current budget will probably look a little different than when we come back for the report, because this is May and our committee's still working, through all the things they want to do. And if we get money from the city of Port Aransas, that'll probably change some of our promotional and advertising and some of the events that we do down here because we'll have additional cash to do that with. But we'll be going to focus on promotion of the event and the experience that people have when they get to Port Aransas. The two things that we think drive participation and drive people into hotel rooms. The people that are coming down, and I looked at last year's registration and the year before, about 95% of the boats are coming from the upper Texas coast. We got a few boats that come out of Louisiana, Southern Yacht Club that like to race with us. And there's a couple of boats that sail up from Corpus Christi and one or two from Rockport and maybe one or two from Port Aransas. But about at least 95% of the people that are coming down here are coming down from outside of the Port Aransas area. We got three groups of people that come. We got the people that are managing the race. We got sailors, and we got people that we call the shore crew, the support crew. So that would be my wife and kids and family that come down after we finish the race. Guesstimate based on last year's event, about 700 sailors, 100 shore crew, and maybe 200 family members. We don't have a great handle on that. Last year was the first year we did a survey to try to find out how many people are coming and staying. We got reported, and this was reported by, we sent emails out to all the participants and said, where did you stay? Who did you stay with? We got reported back a solid 465 hotel nights. I think it was probably more than that because people tend to not fill in those forms. So one additional item is we do pay for dockage at City Marina. And last year there was about $9,400. We as Bay Access collect that money and pay it directly to City Marina. And we try to get that reimbursed from the participants. Some we do, some we don't. And if we have the 120 boats we think we'll have this year, and we're already starting to see some registrations, and we think it's likely we could get there. It'd be about $11,000 for docket fees for the weekend. So if there's any questions.
Yeah, very good.
One other thing, this is one of the promotions. This was last year's poster. And there's probably a copy over around here because I know we gave one to the city, but we did not get money from the city last year, but we have been using the city of Port Aransas, we giving them the same thing we're giving their other sponsors because it's our relationship so important with each other. And that's last year's poster. This year's poster is in process, but it would also have the city of Port Aransas. I think the new logo.
Yeah, very good. This is great. Hey, where does this get advertised? It goes everywhere, right? Or do you know the regions?
We're really we send some down here. We have actually have people come down here and they walk around to the different tourist facilities and put them up. I would propose this year, and we haven't done it past the one of the things that you're going to ask about is how we're going to drive hotel. And you and I talked on the phone a little bit about locker rooms, which but we're not going to answer that. We'd be more willing to do that, but I don't see our event that really helps the hotel because if we have a good event and the weather is halfway decent, you can't get a hotel room that weekend in Port Aransas. So, well, what we can do, I think, is and we have done is put the lodgings website in Port Aransas on our website, so it's a link. And I think sending this poster and the information to all of the hotels that's interested, so they have it.
Give me an excuse to say that.
I think you're gonna think, I don't see them wanting to discount a block of rooms when I think we're gonna fill up the hotels anyway.
I think that's a great alternative. So basically what he's saying is, we're requesting to work with the hoteliers in some sort of way. And I use that term loosely. It's lodging entities or so many. He's proposing to, on his advertisements, advertise the participating ones that he's working with. So I think that's great. Really quickly, you did send me back an application, right? Because
I did.
the board, most of the applicants sent me apps and I asked questions and they sent me re-ones. And I'm sorry, I guess I didn't print it. Melinda, do we have an additional for his that I don't know if you have one.
Here's the one I sent back.
I'm sorry.
No problem.
Okay, thank you. All right. I guess what I'd like to do now is board, feel free to ask questions. Or if you'd like a little time to review this really quickly, ask him questions and take it from there.
I'm just curious, you've never received funds from Port Aransas before?
We made a
or-
request last year, but I
Okay.
don't think your process was in place. We
Okay.
did get $1,500 from the Chamber of Commerce last year.
That's what I was gonna ask is how did you learn that this was a possibility?
We've been
It sounds like
involved
you were
with,
already asking.
So Bay Access with some of our other events been involved with the city of Seabrook.
Okay,
And there we're very, very limited on what we can use money for because Harris County is over 1 million population. You can't use hot funds in those two counties
like the. like
Right,
it was presented to us here,
for
right?
sporting
Mhm.
events.
Which county is Galveston?
Galveston is Galveston County.
Have you tried them too?
We have, but they have Seabrook, Kima, they're really the places where most of our people live, and that's where most of the hotels go. So even like for Harvest Moon, on that Thursday afternoon, only 2 or 3 boats are gonna stay down in Galveston. Almost everybody's leaving from Clear Lake and even the boats that come up from Corpus Christi and from Port Aransas and Rockport, they're already, they've been up a week or so already up in at Lakewood Yacht Club docked up there. It's quite the parade on Thursday morning, heading out from Clear Lake down to offshore Galveston. But yes, we've gotten some in Galveston for some other events. We have approached Galveston.
Do you typically see other like tourists that are here on that given day come out and look at the boats and
Yes.
participate in your festivities and things?
There's a lot of people at the pavilion party, which is the big event.
Right,
So we have a barbecue dinner and then the awards dinner and then Bacardi is one of our major sponsors. So we can't sell rum, but if you buy food, we can give it
Gotcha.
away. And we have police there and everything else to watch that. But yeah, we've got a lot of people that are either local, but also people that were just, what's going on in Port Aransas.
So the idea is to spend this $11,000 to make the event here more fun, more inviting.
Yeah, so there's
more
two parts to
encouraging.
it. One is, and I spent a lot of time with this hot fun stuff dealing with the other cities and everybody has a little different interpretation of what the state laws are. But, we could put all the ads and promotional under the sporting promotional, or we could separate it out. We separated it out. And when I looked at our total budget, which is based on what we did last year, based on my experience, which is limited, there's probably between $30,000 and $40,000 worth of expenditures that we have that are in our budget that might qualify for hot funds.
Mhm.
We thought asking for 11,000 was kind of a reasonable number. And also 11,000 does two things. It has a lot of impact on the event. And two, it puts Port Aransas over the limit, above the limit for what we call our gold level sponsors. So we get a lot more stuff. So we have other sponsors that are listed here. Anything over $10,000, you would get additional promotion.
I'm glad. I was gonna say, I'm glad he said that because it's reminding me, we're requesting everyone that is getting funding from us to reach out to the city secretary and get a copy of we got a brand new logo. We're wanting a logo, on all these different materials, especially advertisements. And we're supposed to be also, as a sponsor, entitled to whatever programs they have in place for sponsors, right? And it's nice that they are doing that. Going back to what he was saying, I just wanted to touch on the application. He put 3,000 towards advertising and then 8,000 towards promotional expenses related to the sports, and then another 1,100 also in there. I don't know if everyone has a copy of their budget. Did that get sent out to you guys? He did a really nice budget, actually. It was pretty thorough. I don't know if you may have that in front of you or seen it. But if not, I will remind everyone, basically, and all other applicants, to the follow-up meeting that we'll have for the retainage, the 20%, that's really kind of when we're really going to want that presentation on the numbers and what they really experienced from this event, right? So we could see those things on the 2nd. Yeah. So sorry if I didn't get y'all a copy of that budget. But I seen it. He was very thorough in it. I'm sorry, go ahead.
No problem. Is there any other questions?
So I love the idea that, I've been here 16 years and watched the crowds come in and not come in or whatever happens. And it is the auxiliary people that are coming in, the families that are meeting that I've experienced at Best Western. And, they'll come in and they'll have a great time. And so your comment that you can make the party more fun, more inviting, more bigger, I like that idea. He's going to be worried about where that budget fits in the line, but if you're able to use this money to make that party better, that's
So
fun better.
I would say that we last year we did one national advertisement in Sailing World Magazine, which is the national magazine that most sailors read. And we're not really trying to get sailors from New York or California to come here, but we are trying to emphasize all of our sailors read that magazine and emphasize that this is a first class priority event, which most of them know anyway. And so that's a little part. The biggest part is making sure that the event is something that people want to come to, and that it's inviting for all those people. Like I said, when I first started doing this, we got down here Friday night. We got one glass of rum or Saturday night, glass of rum, maybe picked up a trophy, went over to Shorty's, had a couple of beers. Can't do that anymore, but and then got back in the boat, hung over Sunday morning, and but that's not what we have today. Today is, let's get down to Port Aransas, and I refer to it as the Port Aransas experience. It's a lot different, and mostly people coming from the Houston area, Galveston, Houston area, and coming down to Port Aransas is just something that's a lot of fun. That's why I came down today instead of doing a Zoom meeting, because I talked to my wife into coming down and spending the day and doing a few things. But so we're trying to embrace that Port Aransas experience. Want people come down. we've got people that, now that the race has been around for such a long period of time, there's a lot of people that don't race anymore, but just want to drive down for the party
Mhm.
and stay in hotels. And I do not want to stay in a wet, smelly boat anymore. And most people are that way now too. So if you get into a hotel room, you're probably going to stay in a hotel room and not on your boat.
I'll just tack on along what he's saying. So, I'm over projects, and so the Harbor Master has been a big one we've been working on. So I was out there whenever they were having their event, because we were still in the middle of the project. And I've seen how many people, they had a lot of people working that event. They were pretty busy. They had tables everywhere, signing people up, making them check in. I don't know if they were all volunteers or if you paid them, but you had quite a good staff, and y'all were doing certainly a lot of work from what I can tell.
Pretty much 100% of our people are volunteers. We do have some labor charges that we pay locally for people to do setups and takedowns and stuff like that. And some driving, some equipment back and forth between Houston and here. But Bay Access is 100% volunteer organization. Bay Access is really just 7 board members. We're really just a bank. But when we bring money in and it becomes nonprofit money, it can't leave. And maybe that's a good point. If we did make any money on this event, which we have not in a long time, all that money would stay in the event for next year.
And what charities does Bay Access fund?
Bay Access is the charity. Our
Okay,
charity events is we do learn to sail programs, scholarship programs for sailor. There's some youth environmental programs on Galveston Bay.
sure.
Just recently, we did a really neat program with an organization called Spectrum Sailing, where we brought in and did a 3-day camp for kids with autism. So those are the kind of things that Bay Access does. In
Nice.
addition to, working on all the adult and youth sailing events.
And Lawrence, I had a question. I was just curious.
Before you go there, you mind if I say something real
Yep.
quick? I apologize. Just a reminder too, and for everyone here, per our policy, we're not allowing hot monies to be expensed towards, grants from these applicants. It does call for returning any unspent monies. And that's kind of really why we asked for the budget, so we can see all those things broke out. Yeah. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, I was just curious where the docking fees, who realizes the benefits of those docking fees that they're paying? Is that the city of Port Aransas, or is it?
Right. So you guys, where do most of them actually tie up and stay or grab a spot at?
Just a little brief history. So years ago, Harvest Moon Committee just stayed out of that completely. People wanted to dock at City Marina, then it was between Charlie and the boat owner. The city felt like there were a lot of people that weren't paying. They were coming in and docking, and our docking committee was, doing all the work, putting them up, getting them. There's only so many slips, and after that, they're all going to be just tied together in the middle of the harbor, rafted up. So we made an agreement, and I signed a contract once a year with the city that we will collect the fees. And we just pay a flat fee based on the number of boats to the city directly. So
Gotcha.
the city gets their money, even if we don't get the money from the participants. So we try to get the money as part of the application process up front.
Okay.
And then we refund it if they decide to stay at island moorings, or they don't spend the night.
And just FYI, we're gonna have additional pylons at the Harbor Master on that long length there
Mhm.
underneath the pavilion. We're putting pylons there now, so we're gonna have some additional spots for people.
So that'll be, and that's what, people really like to come down, and if you get a slip. And I have a boat that's fast. I have a racing boat, so I always get down in time to get a slip. It's the bigger cruising boats that are kind of slow, that don't get until Saturday afternoon, where they start getting rafted up, but they all pay.
Mhm.
And city does.
Yeah.
Sure.
I mean, we give the money to the city. Where it goes from that, I don't know.
I don't know, maybe
Okay.
one day we might build that new marina. Yeah.
So
Any other questions? Okay,
I appreciate the opportunity. Thank you very
yeah,
much.
thank you, sir, for being here. I know you came a long way, so thank you.
It's not a problem. It's fun to come down here.
Yeah.
That's what this was all about.
Is there anything anyone would like to discuss, or any comments, or?
So we vote and then the city council actually puts their stamp of approval on it.
Correct. So a hot board, we can take different actions, and I kind of wrote them on my phone this morning, just thinking about, we can approve the app as requested. We can not approve. We can do a partial approval or partial funding. Or we could take no action on a particular app and say, we really want you to get some more information for us, and let's maybe reschedule. But does anyone have kind of a recommendation on the current app, or would like to ask staff any questions or recommendations?
I actually think it's a worthy cause. I know that it's been something that's always on the radar come October, because there's not a lot going on in Port Aransas at that time, and it does benefit. I mean, I can't tell you how many people stay in our vacation rentals, but I also can tell you we rent golf carts to a lot of the sailors, and so they can get around town. But to me, it seems like a big event. I've never really attended, but I've been over there, and to see that there's, as you mentioned, a pretty good crowd. And those people aren't typically from here, and they would fit into that category of what I would call a tourist.
And what I can say too, again, is, whenever we take our action here is for that 80%, and then the following meeting will be for the additional 20 retainage, right?
Yep.
But I mentioned that they all sent applications, and I sent out emails and had discussions and got reapplications back, mainly because I tried to ask those questions up front, so we didn't waste a lot of time in here. Did they meet all points as required? Are they meeting those, the two-step process? And, from everything that I heard from this presentation, it seems so to me.
So do we make a motion to approve, or
Anyone, whoever would like?
I'll make a motion to approve as requested?
I'll second.
Okay, would you like to call it? Fran back there?
Yeah.
Linda?
Do you want to do it everyone or just individually?
However you would like, since you're recording, whatever you're best with.
Individually is best.
Okay, Mr. DeWitt,
Yes.
Ms. Smith,
Yes.
Ms. Clark,
Yes.
Mr. Vanderman, am I saying it right?
Van Orman.
Van Orman, okay.
All right, thank y'all. Okay, next up, B, presentation, general discussion, possible action, Trinity Day School Hotel Motel Tax Application. Do we have a presenter that'd like to come forward? And again, we don't really necessarily need a giant presentation at this point. We will on that second follow-up, though. We can just go through the application, or.
Perfect, great. That'd be great.
All right. Does everyone have their application? It should say at the top, education by the sea. Would anyone like to, if you'd like to take some time to go through it, do so, or if you have some questions for staff?
Yeah.
Oh, I got the wrong one. I'm sorry.
Yes, this is the turkey trot.
Yeah, that makes sense. I got my applications out of order. I apologize. I have too much paperwork up here. Yes, that's right. It says turkey trot. I knew that.
So this will be our 4th year doing the turkey trot as a fundraiser for Trinity by the Sea Day School. It is the only child care option in Port Aransas. And it is the primary way that we support the budget and provide scholarships for the kids who can't afford to be there.
Okay, very good. So some things I'll point out here. They are requesting, it's 20, right?
It is, and it's purely marketing. To this point, we have done $0 in marketing. We are also a nonprofit. We don't pay ourselves. It is entirely run voluntarily by parents of Trinity students.
Okay. Yeah, very good. And so the category that they are applying for is per a sporting event. I guess, would you elaborate on that per your sporting event, mainly where these people are coming from? And
Sure. It is a 5K or 2K run walk, 5K run walk, 10K, and we are in consideration for a half marathon as well, because we've been growing every year. And there appears to be a desire for it. It's held at the Palmia Beach Golf Course, and they race around there. We would like to expand. We have, I have some numbers. In 2023, our participants came from 18 different states,
Oh, sorry.
93
I
different
apologize.
Texas cities.
Mike, can you turn it towards you a little bit? I'm sorry.
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure. So 18 different states, 93 Texas cities, 22% of those came from San Antonio, 18% came from Austin, 11% was from Dallas and suburbs of Dallas, making 73% of our racers last year from out of town. They obviously are not, coming down for a one-day race on a Wednesday and heading straight back. So they're staying somewhere. To this point, we have never partnered directly with a hotel or gotten any sort of room night blocks or anything like that, but it is something we are absolutely open to. Our numbers, our race demographics come directly from the sign up platform that they use, which is Athlete Guild. And then what else do we need to say about that?
So it sounds like you're going to be able to track, and whenever you do your post-event report, we're going to see a presentation on your software track certain things, and you're not going to like have a survey, I don't think, or does it encapsulate something?
Could,
Yeah.
we do have a tracking mechanism built into the event itself, but it's not unreasonable to add a survey on, or partner with certain lodging partners and then be able to provide a survey through them. So it's more of, we've never done it before. It doesn't mean it can't happen.
Okay. And it sounds like you're willing to work with some kind of lodging entity to try to get something going, and that could be anything. We're just looking for an attempt from the applicant to reach out with someone and tell us a little bit about that partnership, on the next application to come. And then a budget, I think probably you guys will have a budget to submit along with that as well, or you guys sent one, I can't remember, did you send one with this one?
So we have no prior history of paid marketing other than, putting up local flyers and then flyers in Corpus. And that we just kind of take out of the previous year's budget. So short of event signage, and we paid for a photographer 1 year to get some shots to use on future things. We just haven't had the budget to market it, and we're still reaching a huge percentage of our racers are coming from not here.
How do they find out about it?
Oh, because we're just that awesome. No, so this past year we did a, help me with the charity racers. So we just used guerrilla style power of social media and had our local people sign up as charity racers, and they fundraised at like crowdsource style. So they used their own social media networks to broadcast out that they are racing and, are racing for donations, and each of them raised a significant amount of money. But the bigger reason to do that is that they're out there pushing their race. So that was our main source of marketing.
So you guys are proposing to do some advertising, right? This go
We
around?
are, yes, all of the requested budget would go into that.
And it's going to be mainly, are you going to be able to get outside the region?
All of it, yes.
All right.
So primarily we would be doing your traditional social media. We have a cool program with MDR, who has put together a package for streaming TV ads with Spectrum, specifically geo-targeted to those areas like Austin and Dallas that we're trying to get visitors to come in from. a little bit further so that they stay longer, but it is the week of Thanksgiving. So most of the people who are coming down here are staying for the full week, which, you know, somebody brought up earlier is needed in order for them to go visit places other than the beach. Google Ads campaign, it's all of that is listed in there, and then some iHeartMedia advertising.
It's fantastic. It's very creative and very sophisticated.
And you found that Wednesday, they're already here rather than Friday after?
The Friday after. So that's what, the first year we decided to do this, it was, you know, let's just see if anybody is here and maybe interested in doing this. And it really is, we're just trying to make as much money as possible. And it all 100% goes back to the kids, and we start over from zero every year. And then there was some traction. We got like 200 racers without really trying. And then the year after that, we put up some flyers and got close to 300. Last year with this charity racer crowdsourcing model, we got almost 600 racers. And then when they bring in that support group, their family and friends and everybody there, you're looking at 1,000 to 1,200. We're estimating 1,400 people to be in for that event specifically on Tuesday nights.
Do you have capacity at the venue? Is there a limit, or you feel you're unlimited out there, or?
Well, Mia says we do. So we are really relying on them. It was out at the Grand Lawn the year before. Similar to the Harvest Moon Regatta, we have a big thing the night before. We have a big packet pickup party with, you know, we had a band and a DJ in years past. There's big bounce castles for the family. It is open to everyone, not just the racers. And then just, you know, donation scans everywhere for the kids. But
Yeah, I've been to that event. My wife volunteers. Really nice. A lot of people there.
Nice. And I kind of view this as one of those, maybe people don't directly come here, but we have a big crowd here on Thanksgiving. It's getting bigger and bigger every year. I think number of people come in Thanksgiving to celebrate Thanksgiving with their families. And I think to help you with advertising, I think if we worked with, you know, the hotels, and I'm in the vacation rental industry. And so we would love to sponsor your event as an individual company at Life in Paradise. I'd like to be a part of it, but also we have the ability to send out to these people, you know, if we rent 300 houses on that given Thursdays, when they come in on Wednesday, because we really don't want them to come Thursday, because we'd like to close for our people, but we don't. But if they come in Wednesday early, or maybe they came in Tuesday, it would help the hotel occupancy to increase by having maybe one extra day. So I like the way it works. And then also, as you mentioned, you are the only daycare facility on the island. And, you know, our families that are on the island and our employees that we employ, they depend on your particular facility, as limited as it might be, but it's a pretty important cog to what goes on in Port Aransas. So I think it's a very worthy cause.
we ran the numbers last year, and it was close to 60 different businesses in Port A that directly rely on the childcare provided by Trinity.
You know, you got a good example though, how you just mentioned that as a good example of why we're wanting each applicant to go and search out some kind of lodging entity of their choice and then report back on it. Things that they're doing, like you just mentioned, how that can work. We want to see those partnerships, and that is how we're going to see these events grow, right? And that's what this whole thing is all about.
Yep. And it's a time of year where, you know, we can have some really, really nice weather, or we could had a couple of years ago, it wasn't so nice, but people gather and have a good time. I think it's, you know, something very nice. And, you know, that's what it's all about here in Port Aransas, get more particular people in to enjoy what we have here versus just coming in to party. We'd like to see them come in as a family. And that's really probably, if you talk to all the business owners here, family is our target audience more so than some of the other things.
Absolutely, and we are out there rain or shine. Last year it was
Yep.
freezing and we just rolled out the fire pits and
Yep.
then capitalized on some s'more donations. So, I mean, we are very budget conscious and budget friendly. We try really hard. Like I said, we have never actually advertised this event and it is still growing and, you know, still very successful. So with a little bit of advertising, we could fill your hotel rooms.
Yeah, well, we'll be looking forward to that follow-up presentation, breaking all this out. I think it'll be really interesting. Are there any other questions? We have a recommendation or nominate? We have a motion.
What's your total budget for this?
So it depends, and it has changed every year depending on what the group is that's running it. Like I said, it is run voluntary. We don't have, you know, a 10-year race director. It is run voluntarily by parents and Trinity. You know, you age out. My daughter graduated yesterday, so I am passing the baton from the marketing person for the event to a new person and hopefully with a budget. So when those parents get together and they don't start getting together until I think their first meeting was 2 weeks ago, then they set the budget and say, you know, here's what we have. Because we are a shoestring organization, everything goes back and we start from scratch. So we have some things like t-shirts and our admin fees for the race registration. And then our venue fee for Palmia that don't change much, but everything else depends on what we get in sponsorships. So we don't get sponsorships for bounce houses, we don't have them. We don't get sponsorships for advertising, we don't do it. So it depends, we don't have a budget a total event budget that we can share at this time.
How much does it cost just for the venue?
The venue is $3,000. They give us a good deal because it's for the kids.
I think funding this is necessary. I just think 20,000 is a little high. As some of our organizations are requesting 50,000 for their whole budget. And I just think 20,000 advertising budget for this one event's high.
I thought they could ask for more, but put it in different categories.
Yeah. I don't know if I have the budget in front of me. Do y'all remember how the request is broke out per the 20? Or is that something y'all are presenting on more at the next?
So we would love to put it in different categories. We're trying to.
I don't think you have to limit just to one, how I read it.
We were trying to show a direct correlation between every dollar spent and human visitor. You know what I mean? So I would love to use your budget with, you know, without constraints. But we wanted to make sure that we could say, okay, we want to increase our visitors from Austin. We are going to geo-target them with these specific marketing strategies and then show that that increase happened with our race registrations or with your hotel reservations. And it's just easier to have that direct correlation with digital marketing.
So yeah, it sounds like promotional expenses, right, related to your sporting event at the 20. So will the majority of the money go towards that, or do you foresee it and being broken out in a different way?
I see.
I tend to agree, Victoria, with you and you know, we do all these different things in our business and the success rate at some of this stuff is so hard to measure. I think that we could help you more on a grassroots level too, than try to make more money for Meta and Google, those people that have tons of money and Spectrum and all those. I think that, you know, if we worked harder at the grassroots level, we could have more effect on this because I do believe most of the people that are going to participate plan on being here. I don't know. There's going to be some obviously that just we're gonna go down there for that, but I think most of them are gonna be here, and I think it's a great thing. And I would think that if we can eliminate some of that ad budget, that might just be kind of a shotgun approach that is hard to really use the money wisely to pull people in. I just tend to agree with that, maybe pull some of those back. And again,
I
would-
shared this information. I shared y'all's promotional
Yep.
information on my Facebook page with my business, and I have 2,900 followers on my business page. And so I shared this with them, and they're here for the week.
Yep.
I fed 50 guests Thanksgiving dinner on Thursday. So that we're staying at my business. So I think, just this, the businesses here sharing this on their social media is big, because like you said, that's why I was just saying Friday, because a lot of my guests will come Wednesday and then leave Saturday or Sunday, so they get one day home to unpack and, get a breath before they go back to work. But you have the pre
Yes.
too, and that's a big hit. So I wasn't considering, because you can't do that then Thursday, then, so you need the Tuesday, Wednesday makes sense.
Yes, we're trying to get them to check in on early Tuesday or even Monday night so that they're here for the race event. And in the previous year, we actually had a golf event to accompany it on Tuesday morning. So we had 2 golf flights for just the same, it was just a big party all day long. That ended with the packet pickup party and then the race the next day. So we are definitely willing to continue to add on. We had to cut the golf because the event budget or the venue budget was just too high to make sense for us.
And many school districts are out the whole week now
yeah.
for Thanksgiving, most of them anymore. It's not the Wednesday through.
Now, do y'all have sponsorship levels? From all the sponsors, is there like level 1, 2, and 3?
There is, and last year, we went after some bigger corporate sponsors, and didn't get a whole lot of traction with that. But, as you mentioned, the grassroots is what we've been doing for the last 3 years. We have been using every resource that we have and trying to utilize the local,
Sure.
And done quite well with that.
businesses.
It's worked so far.
Right, but if there's an opportunity for us to use more of our volunteer power for maybe adding on that golf tournament or turning to local people to actually knock on the door and say, hey, can you send this out? Then this putting money towards advertising helps free up that mental capacity so that we can, because like I said, this last year was run by 4 parents, 4. Put this entire event on. And we are unpaid.
So Victoria, are you saying you're interested, but just not at 20,000?
Yes, because the current operating budget for the project is 30,000, and to add another 20 for just advertising seems a lot to me. I would say, that to match at least what we did for the regatta.
Yeah.
Or somewhere in that ballpark, because that's a 2-day event. This is a 2-day event.
And this is a many years thing, right? So
Right.
next year we see how that returned and it could grow. So I like that idea.
But I'm just throwing it.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah.
Okay, 11,000 is 11,000 more than we had last year. We're not turning down any amount of money.
I think you have some good points,
Yeah.
but you said 10 is kind of the magic number.
Oh,
Was the magic number.
well, yeah, some cities do have set limits. But that's not what we currently have in our policy at this point.
Yeah, but I thought that Brian said 10,000 was.
That's a requirement for our sponsorship levels
Oh, yours,
Well,
just
yeah.
your, okay,
that allows you to have more
okay, well, can we have
advertising
that
in our program.
top sponsorship level, the city?
So do we have a motion and a letter?
A motion to approve, for their advertising budget to benefit the Turkey Trot, Trinity by the Sea Day School at 11,000.
A second.
Mr. DeWitt,
Yes.
Ms. Smith,
Yes.
Ms. Clark,
Yes.
Mr. Van Orman,
Yes.
motion carried.
Yay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all for being here. All right, well, thank you all very much for a healthy discussion. Good questions, good feedback. Okay, moving on. Item C, presentation, general discussion, and possible action, Port Aransas EMS motel hotel tax occupancy application. Now, this guy, I want you to really beat him up as hard as you can.
Lawrence usually does that. For those of you I haven't met, my name is Elliot Tabor. I'm the lieutenant for our EMS service here. And I'm here to talk to you today about Education by the Sea, which is our 3-day EMS conference. And really it's about 4 days because we do have pre-conference classes. And people from all over the state of Texas, they come over to our city and they want to learn from some of the best people in EMS, not necessarily us, even though we're good, but we have speakers from all over Texas and really the country that come talk to us about pre-hospital emergency care, about leadership. So it is a really, really good event. It does bring a lot of good stuff to the city. We've been doing it going on 10 years now, and it started with approximately 15 people. And since then, it's just grown every year. So our last event that we just had a couple of weeks ago, there was over 350 people that attended. And that's just attendees. That's not including, family and people that, bring in the ambulances and the food and all that stuff. So it's a good event. We're asking for $30,000. We feel like that's what we would need to do advertising. And advertising not only for us is signage, but it's taking people to other EMS conferences and advertising our own EMS conference. It's talking to people about our EMS conference. It's even doing stuff, as far as like you can do simulation games there where you run a simulated EMS call and people are like, wow, that's really cool. Who is that EMS service? Oh, Port Aransas EMS. They won the sim games. We should go learn from them in Port Aransas. Plus, you have beautiful scenery of the Texas coast. Who wouldn't want to come down here? So, if you want, I can answer any questions. That's my quick spiel.
Yeah.
I have all the numbers in front of me if you need any of those.
Thank you for that, Elliot.
Yeah.
I again popped my head in for their event.
Yeah, he booed me actually.
I did. He was telling these dad jokes up there, and I started doing them. It was great. But they hosted in the Civic Center, and it was actually jam packed with people, EMS related departments from all over the state. All these various cities have come down here. And how many years y'all been doing this?
Going on 10 years.
10 years.
Yeah.
It's a pretty successful event. All these people are staying at hotels. And how many days is it?
So it's 3 days for the full conference. People come down. A lot of people want to come down the day before, and we offer pre-conference classes. Like this year was ventilator management, just hooking people up to ventilators and the science behind that. And then we start usually on a Tuesday for that pre-conference class, and then we end on a Friday. So people usually just end up taking the week off and staying down here the whole weekend. So really, if you think about it, it's about five days the whole week.
All these people have to stay in hotels, which is pretty amazing. And then they also they threw this nice little party at the end at our harbor marina, which they really enjoy. We feed them and all this. It's a nice little event, but it's educational. So they actually get CE credits while they're in there.
Yeah, 15 CE credits.
It goes towards your EMS licenses.
Yeah. So in Texas, to maintain a paramedic license, you have to have 144 hours every 4 years. So it's a big chunk of that, if they do it every year. And a lot of these guys are, big name fire chiefs, fire captains. This is really the only opportunity they have to come get these CE hours and certain things that they need, like, legal or leadership. So this is one of the only places that you can come to do that.
It's really nice they put this on. Not every city does this, but I think people want to not only come for their great program and get their CEs, but, people just like coming to Port Aransas. So they coupled that. It was a smart thing for them to do. Would you hammer off some of the cities of that came?
Oh yeah, shoot. We got pretty much any city in Texas. So Jackson County, Karnes County, Dallas County, Cleburne County, West Texas, you got Reeves County, El Paso County, Amarillo EMS, Amarillo Fire. Just almost every department in Texas showed up.
I heard there were some out of states too, right?
Yeah, so there are people that come from other states. Mostly, local regional states, Oklahoma. There's a bunch of people from Oklahoma, Louisiana, some Arkansas people, Mississippi. But the majority of the people we get are from Texas.
Very good. All right. I don't think you guys submitted a budget. I know you probably can't answer that. The director of EMS, Daniel Johnson, submitted the application, and Elliot's filling in for him today. But I've heard from a lot of people when I asked on the budget, they're like, well, we're not really sure if we have those numbers yet, but we will present at the post event. So I think this will probably be similar. I think from memory, I'm sorry, I have so much going on. It's hard for me to remember anything anymore. I thought Daniel said he's going to be able to run the numbers. I forget what he was using to track all this. Do y'all have some software or surveys or?
Yes. So we do partner with Emergicon. It's a EMS billing company, but they have their tech guy who runs all the numbers for us to actually track how many people are using rentals, how many people are staying. And that's one of the things. So whenever we issue a CE credit, they scan a QR code on their phone, and then to get credit, you have to answer, how long are you staying in Port Aransas? Where are you staying in Port Aransas? And just different questions about your stay. So I do have some basic numbers in front of me. So there was 286 people that answered our survey, and the majority of them were staying in hotels. About half of them were, a little less than half were staying in short-term rentals. And then it's pretty basic because it's our first year doing it, but next year we can find out exactly where they're staying, like exactly which hotel, exactly which short-term rental company they're using, where they rented a golf cart at, where they ate at. So it's kind of cool that you can track them like that.
Definitely bringing a lot of economic activity here. It's fantastic.
Yes, for sure.
I asked my guy this morning, give me the numbers, because they use our company for short-term rentals, and it was close to like 20 properties, and there were some 5-bedroom properties where they brought a family, or maybe they shared the facility or whatever, but I think it was close to 20 different houses, and they were a variety of 1-bedrooms up to 5 bedrooms.
I had 2 ambulances next door to me.
Oh, did you? Yeah.
That was out of.
It's funny because during that week you see so many different ambulances here, and you'll be driving to a call, and it's like Dallas Fire Rescue's driving this way, and you just kind of wave at them.
Yeah,
they're squad cars or something.
We're actually making our city more safe those couple days.
Exactly. Yeah. Exactly.
Well, I think he hit on a lot of key points and things you'd like to hear for what we're doing in here. Are any specific questions?
Just the first time you've applied for the hot tax?
Yes. This is the first time we've asked for any money. We've been doing it 10 years with just our own budget.
Yep, EMS budget. So I guess in reality, whatever they get funded, I would imagine, and it goes back to council budget workshop, but I would imagine it would free up X amount for this department to now spend on other things, right? Like whatever we fund here, right? They'll reallocate towards, maybe they need, who God knows what. You want to tell us equipment you need?
Oh yeah. We're looking at doing whole blood transfusions in the field. So that would be probably one of the next things we get. They have video ultrasound and free up money for that. A lot of cool toys that help the city.
So I would imagine that's probably what they're going to do.
So the goal is to grow more people to come to this event.
Yes.
And you said it was packed.
It was packed. Yeah. So we're hoping
how do
that
we
this
handle that?
whole thing, the growth of this civic center will.
Oh yeah. You were just, go ahead with that.
Well, Or putting me on the spot, Lawrence.
Where we are, I think in the beginning stages at expanding City
Yes,
Hall.
right.
Yeah.
And I think that should include the Civic Center. I don't have the plans on my desk, but there will be an expansion here. And I don't know, I think there's been talks of even a possible convention center here in Port Aransas. I don't know if we will do that or not.
Yeah, there has been.
But if we do, that actually opens up other eligible categories in here for that convention center. So it sounds like we're going in the right direction. I'm hearing talks of these things.
And they'll be able to, do breakout rooms. So there could be a class going on in here, and the next, other rooms, there might be a ventilator class or a cardiac arrest CPR class or a leadership class in another room. So once that expands, then we can get a lot more people in here.
I see that the total budget is 50,000 that they've had, and I think 30,000 again is a lot for advertising.
No, I get it. But you know,
But I think you should ask for more than you might.
Of course,
receive,
yeah.
because you should shoot
Right.
high.
And you're right. Maybe if people will get into the mindset of showing us categorially how they're trying to do these other items besides just advertising, right? You know, we're wanting to blah, 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 blah.
and you know, we go to about 4 or 5 EMS conferences a year, and to send a 2-person team there for a week, it costs roughly $5,000. So just on going to 5 conferences, it's $25,000 for us. So that's half of it right there. And I think we put another 5,000 to 10,000 for signage. Hiring a good speaker. I did a lot of speaking this time around, and I'm not the best public speaker, but hiring, you know, one of the leading scientists or leading doctors that's studying cardiac arrest management, that costs money. So, and that is part of advertising, because do you want to come see me talk, or do you want to come see this leading cardiologist talk about cardiac arrest? So, you know, that kind of stuff costs money. And yeah, I understand 30,000 is a lot, but when you think about 25,000 is going to be going to conferences and handing out flyers and maybe doing a sim game, and the other 5 is getting a speaker here. It's really,
Yeah,
No.
the way they are a little different. I was talking to Daniel about this, who brought me the application, how they are a little bit different. Is that you guys will be advertising your event and all the other EMS conferences
Correct.
going on.
Yes.
So they're looking to, some of the things they want to do is, I forget the name of those signs you pull out. They're almost like, you know, they're retractable. I think they're wanting to do things like
Right.
that.
And another thing would be barcode too, like scanning barcodes. So whenever you go into a class, we need the scanners to give you credit for the class, because there is some issues with the QR code, or you could just walk into a class. A lot of the other EMS conferences and, you know, medical conferences that you go to, you flash them the badge, they scan you in, and then you automatically get CE credit, and it'll tell people. It just kind of streamlines the process in doing that.
Were there any other questions or recommendations?
Does the EMS have, I assume there's not like a foundation like we have for the police foundation?
No, nothing like that.
Do you
Right
seek
now.
any outside sponsorship of this event at all?
We do get outside sponsors, and that's really like, you know, for the food,
Yeah.
for the food, the advertisement, the medical equipment. So, you know, I don't know the exact numbers, but you pay a certain amount, and we'll let you talk for 10 minutes about your product, and you sponsor lunch for that day.
Seems like a good opportunity for local Port A.
Oh, yes, and all of our sponsors are
Yeah.
local.
I mean, we all
So
benefit
the
from
catering,
having you guys
yes,
here.
yeah, right.
God forbid
Exactly.
we're gonna need you one
And we
day.
also put in pamphlets too. Whenever you come in for the day, you know, everyone gets a bag with, you know, a shirt and stuff to do in the city. So we'll also put stuff like, hey, go rent your golf carts here, or, you know, go to this restaurant.
Any motions?
I have a suggestion.
Jasmine? Sure.
So if we're looking at proportionally, Trinity by the Sea had a budget of 30,000, and we gave them 11,000 for their advertising. This budget is 50,000, and they're asking for 30,000. So if we're gonna do this proportionally, I would say that we need to be in the same ballpark as what we've been, or max of 15.
You got a great point. Our policy does call for proportionality of what the event brings, and all of these things that you're mentioning. The comments or feedbacks on her recommendation?
It's hard to come up with a number of the stuff.
Well, I'm just
I'm
just
think
doing it
30 's a
based on
lot, But I don't know, like,
yeah.
could you talk me in 15?
But
What are you thinking?
I'm just looking at budget and what we've approved so far,
Mhm.
and that's why I was like, okay, 11,000 is what percent of 30,000 of the last one we did, and so I'm like, you know, give or take, and I'm like, so what percent of 50,000 would be advertising, and I'm like, it'd be around 50.
I see what you're saying
Okay.
too, and it, you know, what it brings to the city, but also.
Well, I think
I
Trinity
have
by
a-
the Sea brings
yeah.
up a major.
Yeah, for sure, but
Good.
you know, I'm thinking probably in the neighborhood of 20,000 with the importance
I'm thinking-
of the EMS, you know, I'm right here about it next to them, so I see these guys come and go, especially during winter Texan season. They're saving lives nonstop, and
Thank you.
and I think that, you know, I don't want to shortchange them.
No, no,
And
there's no
I hear
question.
exactly what you're
I'm just
saying.
looking at advertising.
100%. I agree.
The
You guys
event.
are-
I'm looking at the event and advertising.
Yep.
Not my emotionally how
Yep.
I feel about. further
Right,
content.
yes, and I agree. This is very healthy discussion, and I thank y'all all very much for it. And I agree, you need to have some kind of methodology of why you're taking an action, right? And I think, this being our first meeting, we're going through that now, right? And it's great the way you're thinking right now, so. But again, healthy discussion, and appreciate you guys' input.
So you're saying if you make a few bucks off this, y'all buy more equipment?
So it usually goes back into the conference for next year, People are getting tired of just buying donuts all the time for breakfast. So maybe next year we'll have a catering for breakfast, right? And that costs additional money. So we're trying to make it better so more people will come. Instead of having watered down coffee, we have a little bit more premium coffee.
Which
Just
grows the hotel
basic
occupancy
stuff
tax.
like trying
Yeah.
to, I know Lawrence liked the donuts though, right?
Oh, yeah, I ate donuts.
So we're just trying to get it better so more people will come. The last thing we want is people coming down here and they're like, oh, that's an okay conference. I want everyone to come down here and say that's the best conference in Texas, and really the whole country, everyone needs to come down here. And how do we do that? We got to spend money to get people down here. You all know, you're business people.
And again, any funding is a good amount, right? So,
Yeah, of course, we're not gonna turn away anything.
that's why I'm saying again, I appreciate the discussion.
Is it just shuffling the budget of the city's money? I mean, is the city sending you guys to conferences anyway, or is it just?
So they do send us to conferences, not as much as, we would like. We'd probably request a little bit more money, but that comes from a totally different budget. Like this is Education by the Sea is not part of our city budget at all. We're doing the Education by the Sea on our own budget. So no city money. This is all the money that we make from the conference.
And our local paramedics attend this conference.
Yes, all of them.
Yeah.
We all get CEs and
Yeah.
and hopefully in the next few years, we'll be teaching classes at a lot of the conferences. So it really,
Sounds
puts
like
us on
it
the
takes
map
a
with
little
that.
bit of burden off the city from not having to send you guys somewhere else to get your CE credits.
It does,
Yeah.
yes, because those are very costly.
I didn't realize that. So this is operated not on city funds. Those monies are from your own group,
Our
and
own
it
group.
doesn't come back into the city.
Yes, yeah.
Okay,
So to
okay.
do all that with 50,000, it doesn't sound like, or it sounds like a lot, but it's really not a lot when you think of all the stuff. So, I mean, we're doing it all and we're asking for less than 100,000 for the whole thing. So.
Yeah, they actually have a separate account, separate checking account. They do it in conjunction with a company called Emergifund. They're responsible for like half, we're responsible for like half. They get vendors from Stryker, other ambulances. It's not.
What's your current advertising budget?
I don't exactly know the numbers, but it's not a lot. It's a couple $1,000s.
Did Daniel submit a budget? I can't remember. 'Cause I
I'm
know
sure he did.
a lot
I'm
of
sure he
people
did.
said,
The thing is that this is checked for advertising.
Yes.
Instead of,
Yeah, if we could put it other places, for sure, 100%, we would put it other places. But
Right.
just
But it's
Instead of
kind of
expenses
commingled, right?
included.
Because if $5,000 to go to a conference, and while you're at that conference, you're
exactly, you're an
advertising, you're
advertisement to
spreading
go
word,
to
you're an advertiser.
the conference.
So
Yes,
it's kinda hard
exactly.
to-
yeah.
But if you're. but you
That's that
also
gray
have to-
line that-
You have to bounce back to the application.
Yeah.
And what
Right.
is.
We,
I'm just saying.
there is not really like a conference, unfortunately, category. We do have like convention center category, but we don't have a convention center, so you can't use that. So they really do fall in the advertising, soliciting, promotional of programs, which they do have a good program. And they have their amount listed there.
Promotional expenditures.
You said it was, if you're saying you want more people to come, you don't really have capacity to hold them in the conference center. So-
Not right now, but hopefully by next year, whenever this goes through, we will.
Do you have any ideas how you could expand in here, or is that not, you guys aren't there yet?
So I think we could, and we could just stagger days too, stagger classes. So like the very first day that we, this year that we did our breakout class, I mean, there was 30 people, but there could be 3 other rooms. The EMS, we're about to have a new EMS station. So people could attend a class over there, 2 classes over there. If you want to do some sort of simulation over there, you can go over there also for classes.
Any thoughts on using some, I mean, probably within a mile and a half of here, there's some meeting rooms
Yes, yeah,
at different hotels, some of the, like at Ramses Harbors, there's a meeting room, there's one at Island Retreat, probably Sandcastle, probably, like I say, within a couple
Right.
of miles, there's a lot of different, so you have the ability to grow,
oh, yeah,
you know, with
100%.
utilizing these, and these facilities, all of them are just, people don't
Right.
even know, they're dirt cheap to utilize these particular.
And we changed that even on our sample budget, right? We changed it to venue, right, rentals. So that's something we put out there. Hey, here's our sample budget we'd like to see back, right? Or do your own. So yeah, that's a great idea. Yep. Something y'all can consider.
Yeah. If we get the amount of people and we know well in advance, we can plan for where to
Yeah.
put them and what classes to do.
Any motions? Or more discussion?
Emotions or motion?
No emotions, no more.
Someone can close the dollar amount.
I propose, I'll make a motion, propose, to approve for $20,000. The application for by the sea.
Are there any seconds?
I'll second, because I think the other option is it goes down, I would probably push it up, so.
Yeah,
Okay.
okay,
We'll call for the vote.
Mr. DeWitt,
yes.
Ms. Smith,
Yes.
Ms. Clark,
Yes.
Mr. Van Orman,
Yes.
motion carried.
All right. Thank you so much for being
Thank
here.
you, guys.
Thank you.
And thank you all again for a great
Yep,
discussion.
thank you.
Hey, Lawrence.
Yes.
Quick question.
Yes, sir.
When this goes to the city council, do they have the ability to raise it, lower it?
Yes.
Okay, good.
Correct.
Anything overriding.
We will,
Okay, that's good.
I will give a presentation on everything that was discussed here, approved here, and we'll also go over the application plus the follow-up 20% retainage, and I'll give that full amount, right?
Yeah.
Because you guys might say, you know, I'm only gonna give you 10% back your retainer, so I'll put all those together. See you later. Thank you. So that stuff will be brought to council. And then they will be the final decision makers on that amount, plus or minus or none at all, you know.
Good.
When are they gonna meet?
Budget goals workshop is what, June, July?
It'll be the last week of June is the goals workshop. Final budget will be voted on in September.
Mhm.
Okay.
But the process is you guys have to do what we're doing today, and then I'll present the council.
You're just presenting this information and not
Exit.
people there again.
No, yeah, people can always sign up to speak, and I'm sure we will have people signing up to speak, but when we get into budget goals workshop, we'll be discussing everything, right? You know, how many trucks do we need? We want to hire.
Like,
Yep.
be prudent and judicious and save them time.
Yeah.
So
Yes.
they don't have to rehash.
Oh, right, that's right, yeah.
That's kind of rude to say, so they don't have to like.
No, that's right. Whenever we get to that item within budget goals workshop, because we go through everything, making the city budget. When it's time for, okay, let's discuss the hot application process. I'll stand up and I will just say, oh, here's the amounts approved for each. And they might just say yay.
Very similar to P and Z.
Correct.
Yeah.
And it will be expedited. Yes, we will not go through this whole process again at budget goals workshop. I'll just present you guys as action, what was approved for their final approval.
Perfect.
I would like to just ask a question. Would y'all like to take like a quick 3-minute break for a restroom break?
Yes.
Question, who are those donuts for back
We
there?
have donuts and.
There's
coffee.
donuts.
Why are we
Good job,
sitting back there?
Lawrence.
Let's take a quick donut and bathroom break. Everyone in the audience, feel free to get a donut if you like, and of course board.
Do you want to come back at 11? Like 8, 10 minutes? Takes me a minute to get.
Yes, whatever. Time right now is 11:06. Okay, we'll move on to our next application. It is going to be item D, presentation, general discussion, and possible action on Port Aransas Community Theater Motel Hotel Tax Application. Thank you for being here today, sir.
Absolutely. Thank you. And thank you, committee, for what you're doing and taking your own valuable time to help with this very important process. And a process that we've from the start say it was needed, with some of this guidance. So congratulations and kudos to Lawrence and all the people that kind of got us to this point. Like I said, we're happy to be a part of it. Contrary to my normal MO, I am not going to hopefully take a very long time. I wanted to hit some highlights. I think the application that the board in collaborative fashion put together is pretty thorough. The theater is asking for $100,000. None of that money is for the facility or its upkeep. Like I said, over the years, obviously those costs have continued to go up. Our insurance alone is north of 25 grand, but most of you guys are business owners, so you can understand that. The bulk of our budget is noted is really for the licensing, the talent, obviously besides the live stage productions that we've done in the last few years, we brought some music venues in. So the bulk of that is for the rights. The project that we've mentioned in our application that we're really excited about as an example is our new drive-in theater. If you've driven by, you've seen the screen up there. We have most of the components. We have the relatively expensive projector now in-house. We have the screen up. We're actually getting together as a board early next month to go over the layout as far as how we're going to get people in there. But we anticipate and intend that to be a completely free event for our visitors. But with that said, each projection, each time we show a movie there, it's like $375 is what we pay for the rights to show that. So obviously those expenses add up. Lawrence kind of keyed things off this morning with a couple of things, and I just want to reiterate, and I don't know if he was reading from the document, but you guys, I'm sure, have just been inundated with reams of materials regarding hot tax. But I think one of the things I just want to hit a couple of highlights on is what cities need to know to administer municipal hotel occupancy tax. And it's actually was put out by the Lodging Association, and Lawrence mentioned a couple of criteria, and I just want to in an effort to give you the committee the comfort of knowing what you're doing is right, just kind of beat in how we fit that mold and how we believe that we certainly fit into that criteria. But the criteria one, first, in every expenditure must directly enhance, promote tourism and the convention hotel industry. And the highlighted part, I have the activity may result from a hotel or convention guest, and I'll use lodging because I think lodging is actually more fitting because of our short-term rental market here. The activity may result from lodging guests that are already in town and choose to attend the funded facility or arts. We find in growing numbers that people that are here, that are staying in our lodging, are catching our marquee or seeing our flyers and hitting that. So again, the first criteria, that's how we're doing it. It also goes on to say there is no statutory formula for determining the level of impact an event must have to satisfy the requirements to promote tourism and hotel activity. But it goes on to say that there are some ways you do that, and that was found in a document that you probably also have seen, which was a memorandum of understanding between the arts and the lodging facilities. And I just wanted to kind of hit a couple of those highlights. And it talks about how to direct that, how to demonstrate that impact, offering the arts events as part of a tourism hotel event. A good example of what we've done and what we need to continue to do and continue to get better at was exemplified with the Whooping Crane Festival. We not only offered up the facility for that convention where they had several presentations, we also did what we do best, which is live stage productions. We also offered tickets to that event, complimentary to some of the VIPs, to encourage that, to encourage and support that event. So a really good example of one of those things, how we were demonstrating that. The use of the hotel facilities as well for convention and you know, it occurred to me as EMS was making a presentation. We are a state-of-the-art facility when it comes to projection, lighting, and sound. There is no place else in town, a public facility that can do what we do. So again, I'll throw out to he's gone, but again, just reminding them that facility, obviously the city on occasion and other locals use our facilities for those capabilities, but certainly to support the convention and the art convention and other facilities, we're, like I said, we are a state-of-the-art capable of that. Some of the other things too that we talked about was that after working with the lodging partners, we started, and let me preface all this by saying, I think that at least for our organization, and I suspect some of the others, you know, without speaking for the Arts and Museum, this hotel tax and what we're doing and what we're trying to accomplish is really a relatively new procedure. I feel, and again, speaking specifically for PACT, I think we're on probably realistically the second year of what needs to be a 4 or 5 year journey in solidifying how we're going to do all these things to demonstrate that. We've done some, we started, and a good example is that last year we reached out to some of our lodging partners and stakeholders offering promotional discounts. The amount of data that we can gather from some of our lodging partners and the Chamber of Commerce kind of tell us, you know, who's in town, and specifically with some of the lodging, they can take something we're doing and blast it out to all their guests that are there in that block. And we've done that relatively successfully. We want to be able to do that better. And what we can do now is some of the data that the Chamber and the lodging and our lodging partners themselves can gather shows when the lull in activity is. Obviously during the summer, you know, starting about now, judging by traffic, you know, at least through just before Labor Day, it's going to be busy. We're not as worried about doing things to promote additional stays because you guys don't have any rooms. The lodging partners that we talk with don't have any rooms. But what we need to do is that we need to find those lulls and those times where there's not, and work with our lodging partners who has that data and say, look, we're going to do a concert. We can. We're one of the few that has that capability to do a full-blown concerts like we've been doing. And then throw those out there, and you'll find that in our application that's one of our goals is to do that. I trust that some of you, if not all of you, have been to the theater and you've seen some of the events that we've done. But we embarked on these music venues last year, and I think we are 13 for 13 with some really good tribute bands that you normally would only find in San Antonio, Austin, Dallas, Houston. We brought them in here. They're going to Corpus. There's venues in Corpus that can do that, but we don't want our guests that are here, our visitors here, having to go to Corpus for that something else to do. No question, the beach is our draw. I've lived here 30 years. The only unfortunate part of being here now is that we've done such a good job promoting the beach, or people have just discovered the beach. COVID probably contributed to that. That it's hard to wiggle into a spot. So again, I can't emphasize enough how much that we firmly believe that for that visitor experience, there's got to be more. There's just got to be more to do. And again, PACT specifically offers that family-friendly opportunity, not just periodically, but 365 days a year. You know, we're putting something on nonstop that again, to enhance that visitor experience. So again, I really just want to throw out a couple of things. And like I said, a lot of this process, of course, is new for us. So some of the questions Lawrence and I talked about, we really don't have answers to because we weren't gathering some of those specifically. But we made it very clear that we fully expect a detailed post-year report. We should do that. And I'll say here, right here publicly, and my board has talked and agrees, is that should there be any expenditure that is left that we or isn't used properly, we fully expect that needs to be returned. we think we can. Our budget demonstrates that, but like I said, we think what we don't use should be returned. But with that said, given the cost of bringing in these plays and the live music that we started to do in support of these really quality productions, like I said, that's where the bulk of our funding is going. But the last February 1st through the 25th, we did probably one of our more successful shows. And again, part of that's due to the branding that we've been able to establish just in the last couple of years with targeted advertising. San Antonio and Austin are our target markets. We really hit those people because we know they're coming. So we'll throw in Dallas and Houston, obviously because they're in Texas. But like I said, the vast number of people that we see coming in are from that San Antonio, Austin market. So we really target those. But the play that goes wrong, for example, 13 out of the 15 performances were sold out. And we had attendees from 36 different states outside of Texas, as well as Mexico and Canada. We had attendees from 76 different cities in Texas. So we are getting better and better at branding ourselves and having people know that we are another attraction. My friend Cliff mentioned some cities, El Paso, the others, but probably left out a whole nother group of lists if you wanted to: Bastrop, Dripping Springs, Fredericksburg, all of these cities that recognize the value of the arts, and Galveston, and becoming a really well-rounded community. They're all tourist destinations, but they also recognize that there needs to be more for those tourists to do. So what I want to do is just again commit, answer any questions, but commit that our big goal for this coming year is to take the resources and our abilities that we have, and as the application says, work really more diligently with our lodging partners and the chamber, because the chamber also has that data, and find those areas where we can really shine and become even a better and more visible attraction for our guests and visitors. So I think and then one last comment. I know that city manager made a really good presentation and talked about spending the money. I mean, and there's a lot of money to be spent. And I guess what I look at that is that, what you can use hot tax for really kind of needs to be considered against what you should use some of the hot tax for. I think with our brilliant finance director, that I assume is still behind me. Yeah. They found a way to use that big pot of money to support all sorts of things. If you haven't seen our harbor master office, it's beautiful. It is a state-of-the-art facilities. Fortunately, that the millions of dollars we spent on that probably are coming to an end, because it's virtually complete and open now. But like I said, there's you could probably spend it to where almost every penny of hot tax could go towards the parks and the beach and harbor master offices. But again, I think the relatively small amounts that these other entities are asking for that enhance that visitor experience, I think certainly is justified. So with that, I'll stop and see if you have any questions on the application.
Before we go there, thank you, Rick, for that great explanation of you guys and what y'all do. Sounds great. Appreciate being an integral part of the community and what you guys do. Some things in the back. He talks about on this is going to be page 5 at the back. You'll see what they're doing with their social media and their website. Beyond that, page 6, demographic areas of your advertising. They're doing some out of state and international, about 35% of their budget. The rest of Texas at 48%, and locally at 16% is what they're indicating. And then a little look at some of the different counties or regions of the state that they're promoting to or getting audiences from. It says 22 of the 24. Let's see. Show some of the out-of-state visitors on the next page. And then second to last page shows promotions, paid advertising. They do media outlets through, looks like, cities such as San Antonio, Austin, locally, Aransas Pass, Rockport, MySouTex, Ads with local and other newspapers. Which papers are those? Island Moon.
Yeah, just a comment, none of our hot tax money is used for local advertising. We do that again for several reasons. Obviously, we want our own residents to know what we're doing, but again, we fully understand that the hot tax funded advertising is only those that are outside the area, but we do advertise locally with the Moon and the Jetty.
Thank you. And then ads with online services, social media. So do y'all pay for any kind of specific online providers or for advertising? Or is it mainly just Facebook?
No, there are some of those that I think that were identified in that application.
Okay.
The San Antonio, Austin Statesman, and some of these other online periodicals.
Oh, right, yeah.
One of the challenges that we have is that for some of this national advertising, or even really state advertising, such as Texas Monthly, the lead time for those things are so far out that, as I said, that's part of the growth. There's nothing we'd like more than to have a small, because it's expensive, but a small piece in Texas Monthly, but we have to do that so far out. And again, like a lot of the organizations, we are 100% volunteer run, and depending on what skill sets you have with your board at any point in time, sometimes it's a little more challenging. Right now, we've got quite a few board members with quite a few good skill sets. I think that will get us there. But those are the things that, like I said, if we wanted to advertise our season, first off, we have to pick our season. We have to know that we've got, again, the funding to buy the rights, et cetera, et cetera. So it's a domino effect, but that's part of the growth. I think that at least for PACT, we're looking at, kind of the journey that we're on right now is to get there.
I think a lot of these papers too, they're online now, right? So all that advertisement technically will be online, even though.
Both.
Yeah.
Usually, print needs to be weighed against the value of the online.
Mhm.
One of our board members, again, talking about skill sets, is I'm not a Facebook person. I may be now that I've got more time, but I hadn't been, but she is. And like I said, a former Dell executive, and she has really elevated our brand and recognition through the social media platforms in ways I don't understand. But when I see tens of thousands of likes and shares and those kind of things, that just tells me people are seeing it.
Fantastic.
And we're hearing that anecdotally by people that come in our doors and they say, wow, we had no idea. We're from Round Rock, and we've got a great theater there, but you guys blow us out of the park. And again, that's
Yeah. Going back to that post follow-up report, when you guys do look at doing that, maybe expand on that. That'd be interesting to know how that works, like you're saying, because I don't really understand myself. That'd be great. Yeah, it'd be good part of the presentation.
And she can disaggregate some pretty impressive data.
Yeah.
Like I said, it's just we hadn't been there because we really didn't have the process and know what we needed and what we wanted to provide.
Yeah.
I
And
think we have a pretty good idea now.
I do really like how you said you're going to try to work with talking with a lodging entity or a partner about getting data on the downtimes or the slower times for the city and trying to incorporate some programs or shows for those times. I think that's fantastic. Yeah, if you can give us a little bit more on that whenever you come, that'd be awesome too. And last thing I'll point out in the back, he has a budget he submitted. Shows different categories: advertising, production, talent, rights, association, administrative. One thing I'll say is I got away from reading on the rules. We're now looking at a different category on the rules. This one, is expenditure on the promotion of the arts. A couple things it says on here, you guys can read the category yourself about what qualifies for the arts. But also what our little packet says here from the THLA is, hotel occupancy tax programs, facilities, events must be advertised and open to the general public, and they're doing that. And facilities or events must be expanded in a manner with regard required to above, enhancing, promoting the tourism convention industry. And demonstrate a proportional level of direct impact on the tourism convention hotel industry for eligible funding. I think some of the things he's mentioning here are an effort in that direction, and I think it'd be great to hear more on that on our follow-up. Are there any specific questions or comments for staff or for the application or for the process or anything similar?
So you're asking for hot tax to fund the whole budget?
Oh, no. That's the budget for the hot tax monies.
Oh,
I think I saw the budget
the,
was,
the budget's 265,000.
yeah.
Right.
Proportionally, if we were staying in proportionate with what we've done so far, it'd be 80 to 85,000.
And those numbers, because of our 990s, and actually I'd be happy, our budget for this current year was 302. We just got our 990s, nonprofit.
And the request is for 100. And the breakout, I guess, on how that is being requested is the last page on page 10.
Yeah, as I mentioned, none of the facilities, the operating costs, the insurance, maintenance, utilities, all of those things, which I can assure you were pretty significant. None of that's hot tax funded.
I'll tell you, there's a huge impact in the community just based on the number of productions and activities. I can tell you that my guests that are here for the winter, they go all the time to all these activities. And anything that the theater puts out, I put out too on my page. So when people put out, when organizations put out things that are shareable, that's so helpful to businesses to be able to just share, cut and paste, or what have you.
And hot taxes allowed us to keep, like I said, allowed us to keep the charges for those things fairly minimal. And as I mentioned in the application, and I'll mention again, what we strive for now is to find those things in the lulls. What hot tax will allow us to do is to do those events with no charge. I think we coined a term, and it's a working title, but it's extend your stay and see a play. You know, it's trying to get those Sunday stays, working with, again, our lodging partners to say, look, and if you can find a few rooms that you can discount to get that incentive, we'll throw in, a pair of, $25 tickets or a concert event that we'll hold a concert artist over to a Sunday, and do something for free. Those are the kind of things now as we moved on this journey that we'll be able to do that really no one else can do. I mean, not like we can do it. So.
The proportionality is advertising only 10,000. So
Right.
it's not really.
But this
it's
application
a whole
addresses
different.
other than advertising.
Exactly. So
Yeah.
I don't know that the
Address-
proportion that we did before that was advertising only matches what we're looking at.
Yeah,
here.
one way
So
to
I
look
don't-
at it.
I mean,
It's either categorical,
Yeah,
right?
this
Because
is-
we had previous applications for a sporting event and then one purely for advertising. Now this one's the arts.
Right.
And I think soon we'll have historical restoration, and they all kind of call for different things. If you read
Right.
in our policy or the law, it's the same thing about what each of those 9 categories entail. Really a lot of the administrative costs per this application and the ones to come do qualify for facility expenses and things of that nature, administrative costs. It's just those categories do allow for that.
Hey, Rick, I see that last year you were granted 75,000. What was your ask for last year?
It was 100.
Okay,
Yes, sir.
and your budget has changed overall from last year to this year. Obviously, you're doing some, the movies and things like that. That's a nice enhancement, I think. So it looks like you're moving up the ladder quite a bit on some of these things that you're doing. So
And hot tax allowed us to get to that point, like I
Yeah.
said. So, again, with the equipment, the screen that you see,
Yeah.
when you drive by. So,
I just wanted to kind of create a correlation between asking for more and what is being done. Makes sense.
And I think, and I'm just gonna throw it out there now, because I want to get y'all's feedback on this, is at some point is to be more self-funded.
Well, let me address that. I know I've heard that term, but again, as a nonprofit, we're kind of a net zero. Actually, our budget with the hot tax on a 990, which we'll gladly share, actually it's a public record now. We ended up with a minus $700, so we were almost a net zero. But so we can't, we never can make a profit. Like I said, now last year's return also did much like the Chamber of Commerce and a lot of entities last night as charitable organizations. We took what was left over and gave that out as our mission as a nonprofit to scholarships. And as we did last night as well.
Where does hot tax fall in funding scholarships?
But none of that hot tax money funded the scholarships. The hot tax was used for all the eligible purchases and at the events, which allowed us to use the other revenues that weren't huge, but I think still ended up around $6,000, a little more than 6,000. Which again, our mission as a nonprofit is that's what we do. Was anything that we have, we can't accrue, we can't save, and we're not a profit entity. So that money went out to scholarships, which ended up being almost a net zero, actually a little bit of a loss for last year.
So without the scholarships, that money would have been given back? Or was it not? I'm just trying to understand how do you take, okay, so we have this left over for scholarships. But I'm just trying to,
Well, again, just, yeah,
a good point.
just like the Chamber of Commerce, again, Chamber of Commerce is another nonprofit organization, but gives out scholarships, uses the hot tax through the statutorily delineated requirements. But then if that's left over, their mission is to keep that up.
I think the members of the chamber donate for scholarships too. We're asked if we want to donate to the chamber.
I think events and other things, I don't want to speak for the chamber, but
Yeah.
like I said, a lot of the nonprofits that it's not a matter of being self-sustaining, it because we're already a nonprofit, so we attempt to, provide the resources, but then with our own kind of thing, it's same thing, our membership and other fundraising donations fund scholarships. So it's kind of the same thing.
And I kind of look at it as the fact that the statutes as a written creates this as an amenity, whether it's the art center or whether it's a theater, they're the museums, they're all part of a amenity that is really kind of required or needed to keep a thriving community, in my estimation. And so I think that's the reason why they're set up as a totally separate category.
Try to answer your question a little bit, I think that's why we request this budget, if they were trying to apply some value to grants, we should see that. Or if they'd like to just share that information, the board is certainly welcome to say that's what we'd like to see, or any other information on our follow-up, the post event report that comes up. You guys are free to ask of these things. And we can see as much proof or little proof as you guys like, or certain things. But we don't have this in place for last year, so we don't have that to view. This is our first year. But we do have a little budget in front of us, and if you want to look at that, and if there's things in here you'd like broken out more or to talk about, maybe we can request those items at the the follow-up.
I see what you're saying, Victoria, is like you look at the overall budget, like it's one big budget. And then, at the end of the day, you had money left over for scholarships. Why didn't that come back to the HOT tax? And
I mean, I'm just looking
yeah,
at
I
it.
know, I see how you're seeing it, but it's kind of like our federal government,
I know.
So you can use that money.
We didn't have our policy in place. It just got adopted.
Yeah.
But I'm more than happy, because the question has come up before, is that we can clearly demonstrate the source of funds for those scholarships being non-hot tax expenditures. I mean, donations alone, for example, people literally, obviously the generosity of not only our community, but even our visitors, they'll drop they'll drop money, and it's well in excess of that. So that, like I said, that's why I want to make it very clear, and we'll be very specific about that on the post-event report, is that none of that money, if there's money left over for scholarships, comes from hot tax.
But it
Prom-
saved you money in other categories to maybe free some of that up.
Possibly.
And we want to become more self-sufficient over time. I think,
I don't know that we put that in our,
Or the policy that we
that was, other
adopted.
cities did that, but I don't.
That was a talk, but I don't think
Right.
we ever really put that into place. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, we did adopt it in there.
Did we?
At the very first section, purpose. This policy will be provided all Oregon requesting money. And it's in bold. It is the intention of this policy to attract events, programs, or facilities that are or will become financially supporting and not require annual funding assistance. So it's its intention. We got another section in here as well that's a little bit similar. All applicants should understand that the potential for HOTAB, Hotel Occupancy Tax Advisory Board, funding may decrease every year for reoccurring events. It is the intent of the city to provide stewardship and equitable disbursement of hot grant funding in order to encourage new programs, events, facilities, and applicants. And it's for trying to fill those slow times, right? But I like that he's hinting on that. I think, we did have some harder language on whenever we've been through this a couple times. We've changed some things. For example, whenever we had all applicants should understand that funding, it says may decrease. At first, we had will decrease or shall.
Yeah.
But so that's kind of what happened there.
The other thing in this application is that they are adding new things.
Yeah.
To try to attract more people, the outdoor theater and stuff. So I guess if it ever got stale and you were just doing the same thing every year,
Right.
then we would expect it to decline, but it's still keeping fresh stuff in there, so.
Correct.
And things like that insurance that continues to get.
I make a motion to accept the $100,000.
A second.
Melinda, would you call the vote?
Mr. DeWitt,
Yes.
Ms. Smith,
Yes.
Ms. Clark,
Yes.
Mr. Van Orman,
Yes.
motion carried.
Thank you all very much.
Thank you, sir. Okay. Moving on to item E, presentation, journal discussion, possible action on Port Aransas Arts Center Hotel Motel tax application. Hello.
I guess we're still morning, so good morning again. Thank you for the time you guys have put into this process. Just real quick, I'm not going to go back over all of the statutory stuff that Rick eloquently covered. I think that was helpful for everybody. And the support that you gave, or the budget information that you showed on how that hot tax, so I guess that David actually presents, that was kind of helpful. I just want to let you know, if you're not aware, the Port Aransas Arts Center is a 501c3 established in 1996. We're open 6 days a week. And to do that, it takes staffing. We can't do that with, a pure volunteer workforce. So that's, where we're at. General numbers, 90% of our visitors, I think it's 93%, I believe, are from out of the area. And we said the area is basically Coastal Bend, and anything else is out of the area. We've collected visitor data for probably the life of the art center, and what we've watched it go up, and we've watched it go up significantly. We partnered through the chamber to use Madden advertising, and have seen the results of that, and there's some data on that in there. 200 plus art classes annually, plus multi-day workshops. The workshops, people are coming in oftentimes for those. We've got a well-renowned artist that's coming in and doing a 3-day workshop just to paint waves, because that's what he does. 13,000 plus visitors in 23. One of the things that, we taught, that kind of the press of this thing is these events. We're an event every day. We're a museum, it's like no different than a a museum or anything else, we're open every day. It's free to come in and there, you know, obviously costs to keep those doors open. Every month we have a new exhibit. Most of you've been to a First Friday at the Art Center. So that's the only kind of structured event, but that just carries on into the new month. We put in two requests. One is for 25K for advertising and 100K for staffing. Ed's going to talk about that one. Another thing that we talked about that Rick mentioned was supporting other events. And in the case of the Whooping Festival, we were the opening festivities for that. So we did that, and we also did it's either 2 or 3 painting workshops. So the things that we can do that nobody else can do, we partner, you know, with other entities to make that happen. So specifically to the advertising, and that's in your package. A little bit of data on it, but using Madden to do our advertising last year, there's no way that on a small scale that we can advertise and reach targeting those people. Are, you know, we've seen the data. They're, you know, the phones are being tracked, and you know, they know where they're at. So the ads that we did in 23 produced 1,375,997 impressions. And impression in social media land is it landed on your feed, you might have seen it. More importantly, 47,000, almost 47.5 clicked on that ad for more information and went, oh, that's happening at the Art Center.
You mind if I pause you just real quick?
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry to interrupt you. So just to let you guys know, we have 2 applications from the Art Center. And one's related towards salaries and the other one's related towards advertising. Right now, I think it's the same budget in both, correct?
I mean, it's 2
Or is it-
different.
it's 2 different?
We
Okay.
operate, I mean, it's, you know,
Yeah.
we've done 2 different budgets.
So I think right now what he's discussing is the advertising.
Right.
You can find that budget. It'll be the very first attachment
Looks like that.
behind the application for advertising. If you guys see that, it should say Chamber Madden Media at the top. Just wanted to get y'all the material and view that he's talking. Sorry, John, just want to make sure that you can find it.
Okay,
Oh, right there.
hey, I've got, mine are both advertised.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that was.
This one is the,
Thank you.
oh, that one's advertising too.
Maybe these are, this one.
Our administration is also.
Yeah, salary costs. There you go.
Yeah. Let me see.
I've got
That's good.
salary.
I'll show you.
Here, I've got
I'm sorry.
salary. Okay, I see it now.
This is
Salary.
the very first page. It'll
This is
say
the stack is
here,
advertising.
how to- how you want to spend money. Is this one's the advertising?
This was 25, this is advertising, yeah.
Yeah, it says, it'll be
This is the salary, so
right
it's,
there. That's what he's talking about right now.
Yep.
Okay. Okay, John, sorry.
Okay.
We were trying to find it.
Yeah, there was, I think how we present this next year will probably be slightly different. You know, learning and living as we go. But I guess the takeaway is the advertising, we've seen the benefit for it. We've watched our numbers continue to go up. Interesting enough, when we look at Art Center numbers, they're not necessarily tied to peak times, you know, like, so I can't tell you that, oh yeah, this is a slow month. If I look at the year, it's pretty close. There's not like any huge, you know, it's not like we had 50 visitors in one month and 5,000 in another. It's pretty much averaging 1,400 visitors a month. You know, so that's a lot of sets of eyes coming in, you know, whether they buy anything or not, they've had an improved visitor experience. And because we get so many people from traveling all over the place, people that come into the Art Center tend to be interested in the arts and continually remark on, you know, the quality of the art and the classes and, you know, the things that we do. So, I mean, it's working. I was really excited personally, with the advertising we did with the chamber. That worked well. I definitely want to do that again. And we, you know, we got the final, there's several pages support material that show what those ads look like and how they produce. So I think that they're doing what we need them to do. Definitely without the support of hot funding, that's something we couldn't do. I mean, we're, much like Rick said, we strive to break even at the end of the year, not to be in the hole. You mentioned scholarships. We put out $6,500 in scholarships last night. And that's, again, part of our mission. I mean, that's one of the things that we do. And we were able to get it up a little bit higher this year because of, in many cases, generosity of our artists. Our member artists actually donate art for our scholarship option. So it's not junk art, it's some fine artists that are donating work. So we were able to give that back to our local community and keep the doors open throughout the year. So that's it on the art side. I'm gonna let Ed take over on the staffing side, and then we'll be open to questions.
Thank you. Good morning. Thanks for what you're doing, like us, except for you and a couple others. We all work for free. None of them make any money down here. When we started this process, the word event had been used a lot in the original discussions. We were supposed to apply for events. And to your point, most of our events for these nonprofit entities are fundraising events. I mean, that's the whole point of it. We're trying to get money to meet day-to-day operations. So if we have a Valentine dance or a Hooping Crane Festival or whatever, we hope to make a profit from that. And that profit is used to pay for our expenses. So it seemed, and even your application asks for a budget for your event, and it asks for the revenues from the event, which seems to imply you wouldn't want to give hotel motel tax money to something that's making a profit, which is why we ended up going this two methods of applying for advertising, which seems to be everybody agrees that's what we need to do. And the other is for us to keep our doors open 6 days a week, because all of our visitors, most of our visitors, treat us like a museum. They come in, they look around, it's the husband is fishing, the wife doesn't have anything else to do. She comes down to the art center and she spends an hour or two looking at all the art. And so that's an amenity for those tourists. And if we had 13,000 visitors, 93% of them are out of area, that's $3 million of short-term rental if they stay one day. So, I mean, we're putting heads in beds, we believe. And this numbers that we've come up with started back in 1996 when the art center was renting space from the Gavitt Pharmacy and had a display. We were keeping logs then of who comes in and where they're from. Now, your application process now asks if they stay in a short-term rental. We will comply with that. So going forward, we'll know exactly how many heads and beds we're putting in the community. So what we've done on my application is just to ask help for keeping the place open 6 days a week. And the amount of money we're asking for, I can tell you at $15 an hour, most of you, maybe that's what the going rate is for employees now. With one full-time employee and 3 part-time employees, that's $90,000 a year there just for salaries. And just to let you know, because it is a public record, we have to disclose it if anybody asks. Our mortgage is $900,000. So when Karen Winship was president, Dan Winship was her husband, Barbara Behrens, Arlene Hughes, and Bobby Mussett all joined hands and decided to jump off the cliff. And that was to get out of the rental space and to build a building, a $900,000 building. And so we've got debt service on that. We're not asking you for help there. So I'm just saying we don't appear to be as rich as you may think we are. And the other thing is that our donors who give us money sometimes tell us how we can spend the money. So we have restricted funds. And I don't want to get into the weeds, generally accepted accounting principles, but we can't call a donation from a donor revenue if he says it has to be spent on a specific item until we spend that money on that item. So our financial statements will just fluctuate depending on how many restricted funds we get. Some of the funds we get from HEB, the Ed Rochelle Foundation, are specifically for kids' summer art camp. So I don't feel like we can take hotel motel tax money
to pay for summer art camp when we've got donors that are telling us that's what we have to spend that money on, that's the reason we've gone for the salary application. So I'm not sure what else to add. If you have any questions. I can tell you, I don't know exactly what was submitted. Did we submit a financial statement? Because it wasn't asked. It was just a budget
Yeah,
for the expense.
yeah, thank you for submitting that. So on the back, we have an advertising plan. What else do we have?
I think it's just total salaries for the year and
Oh,
what
okay.
we're asking for. Well, you know, Sandfest asked for specific financial statements. And you may want to ask for that in the future to show what else we're spending our money on. We're spending $400,000 a year. I mean, the mortgage is $4,200 a month. So we've got lots of expenses, insurance, electricity, all of that. And you're not seeing any of that because your application doesn't ask for it. So it's something you may want to add in the future to kind of see where we stand. And of course, our 990s are public. Anybody can get those.
One thing I'll give Ed and the crew from the Arts Theater kudos on is they did get me, you know, our policy calls for whenever they're ready to have their event or whatever it may be, all these different things in a back to policy for some major. And there is a section on there about having insurance, and he did provide a copy of that. So that's great. We're going to have to get these eventually from these people whenever they do have their event. And it does call for holding the city additional insured, which they have done. So I'm going to say that's great. We've got a copy of that already. The other ones we'll have to get copies of, you know, at that point. What he is referring to, so again, there are two different applications. One is at 25,000, and that's for advertising specifically, and a separate one is 100,000, and that's related towards salaries. In the back of that, there is an attachment that says table 1. It does show estimated salaries, overtime, etc. at 139,340. Payroll taxes at 10,660 for a total of 150,000. Fiscal year 2025 payroll costs. This is for 1 full-time, 3 part-time, it says. And this is according to our fiscal year. There are some other attached documents in here. I'll try to just go through some of the questions that I had. I know I sent those questions. I think I got a revised application back from John. I remember that. So I think one of my question was, you know, how do you guys plan to track your visitors? And of course we can have more of this information at the post follow-up, but was it little surveys or sign-in sheet?
Yeah, we've already started that.
Okay, very
Yeah.
good. So I think, you know, at the post event, that'd be great if you can give us a little slide deck on what those questions are and the numbers you got and, you know, regions people are coming from, that sort of a thing.
Just for clarification on event in our world.
Right,
Where every day is an event.
correct.
You're looking for really just a year.
Yes.
Summary of the things that we did.
Yeah, I'm glad you're saying that. So there are 2 different apps, you know, and I'm kind of speaking of both, but one ad advertising and then the other ad salaries. So we build our policy towards, you can put an application in at geared towards, we're trying to get these geared towards this, you know, a way of thinking about these applications. A program, an event, or a facility, and a facility kind of encumbers, you know, administration and salaries and all these other kind of type of expenses. And it's up to the hot board to hear that and have that discussion on what's, you know, they're willing to fund. So whenever we're saying for the post event report, and that's just what it's titled. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, it sounds like kind of like PAC and probably even Papaha. You can do, since you have you're doing things for the whole calendar year or fiscal year, really is the way to look at it. Since our policy says do your report 60 days after your event's completion, I will argue, and we all know that you guys are operating throughout the whole year. So that means you will have 60 days. And I think the policy claims for we want you to do it before the end of the fiscal year. I'm going off of memory. I can find it in here, but I think I put something in there. Please just give us a report basically before the end of the fiscal year.
Right.
I think we decided on a date.
Yeah. I think maybe it was like mid-September or something like that.
Yeah, I could probably find it.
I'm sorry, it's I haven't looked at that portion in a while. See if I can find it.
That, because I remember just that discussion that we would say, okay,
Yeah.
we'll get it by.
Okay, for programs that reoccur during the city's fiscal year, October 1 through September 30th, applicant must submit city provided post-event form by September 1st. That's what we're calling for. And reason being is I want to get that in hand by September 1st. So then I can schedule with the board and when we can have the meeting for you to come and do your actual presentation on all these.
So it's gonna be.
I think you
a
we,
month of that.
It'll,
It's gonna be 11 months of that.
yeah, right. Yeah, we have no choice but to actually have it before the end of the fiscal year so we can get you your 20% retainer.
Right.
We have to spend that before the close of that fiscal year, which would be, September 30th, last day.
You're gonna come up with what that format looks like, is that something you want us to kind of staff up?
Oh, no, I mean, yeah, again, I've been saying from the very beginning on all of this, I'm here to help. So please take note of everything that I'm telling you guys in these meetings and of course what the board is recommending in these meetings, because I think these are things that they're going to want to see in your follow-up report. And of course, all this is always recorded, right? So you can watch these videos, but yeah, make a little, maybe like a summary presentation and come visit with me. We can go through it and I'll try to help you however I can.
okay, a post-event report.
Basically, your annual.
Yeah. That's what I'm thinking.
It's another-
a financial statement.
It's
Through
a,
September 30th,
Uh-huh.
and it needs to be given to you guys within 60 days of September 30th, I thought.
I think it's gonna be short, it's gonna be 11 months in our case.
You're right. So the post-event application, it's on our city website, all these materials. It's just another application similar to this application, and it gets more detailed into what were the numbers you found. How did you actually track this? Can you give us a sample of your survey? So all those things, not only will you do the application, get us the application, and we even have a post budget you can just fill in or do your own to see how the numbers actually came out. And of course you can include some predictions for your month. You can do that bare minimum as described, or if you'd like to give a PowerPoint presentation, I think that would probably be the appropriate time to do so. If an applicant wanted to put some of these things to show the board, here's a look at, the performance and what we've discovered.
Were we gonna break it out as to like, some other of these applications have, per like activity they're doing. So were we gonna break that out into Kids Art Camp and how that did, and to the ongoing art classes as one?
Great point. And then I thought we were going to go that route too, because you guys have a lot of different things, art camp and all these other what I want to call programs. They didn't submit an application geared towards that. They could have.
Okay.
They submitted one just for advertising and then basically salaries,
Well,
right?
Once again, some of those events make money.
Mhm.
So, I mean, is that what you wanted to see? You wanted to see, okay, here's the event cost for the Valentine dance, but we made a profit. Not counting hot tax. So I'm a little confused on this event thing.
It would depend on which direction you're going. You're going advertising and salary.
Well, we're
So
going-
you would probably want to see a final budget that shows how the budget ended up when all the different programs and categories, to see if you had enough funding left over to fund any of those salaries next year in-house.
We have 310 events.
Mhm.
So how do you want me to report the 310 events?
However you do your budget at the Art Center, I'm sure you have kids camp, and if this was budgeted.
That would
this
be a
was what-
financial statement.
Right.
Yeah, we have the,
I think since he submitted it,
we submitted it to Sandfest because they requested a financial statement, which is why I'm advising you that maybe that should be part of your application. I know we're a little different in that, they put 20 plays a year, whatever it is, but we're doing 310.
since he submitted it in the format of salaries, maybe the salaries can be broken out if you prefer. Hours worked, let's just call it general hours open and then event. Would you like to see it that
It's
way?
a 5,928
I mean, it's a different way of
hours.
doing the same thing.
Would be to say, okay, can, you're applying for hot tax paid for salaries based on your budget this year. Can you back any of that hot tax out and come with salaries now within your own budget? That's a valid question for anybody asking for money.
And I think you mentioned, I guess, everything with your charity, you go to scholarships. Is there any other charities that benefit?
No, we primarily raised the scholarship money from the Valentine Day.
And it was 6,500.
And that,
Yeah.
You know,
And
not
I
asking-
kind of see that, you're really asking for facilities, which you broke it out just really in salaries, but in facilities, if you had the financial statement, it would show your $4,200 worth of mortgage and all those other things for facilities. So,
Yeah, have that. And
Yeah.
like I say, we submitted that to Sandfest because they requested.
okay.
It shows every dollar we spend.
Yeah.
It shows every dollar of income that we have. And it's just too difficult to break
Yeah.
it out into 310 events instead of one annual financial statement with every number on it.
And I can also see that, going forward, if you keep an eye on what the hourly rates are in this town and what they're going for, you're pretty conservative.
Yeah, our average, the
Yeah.
total salary, we're average $21 an hour.
Yeah,
That's for the
taxes,
4
everything.
people.
Yeah,
And it was just easier to submit it this way
Okay.
instead of trying to do 310 applications.
Well, it wouldn't have shaken down like that, but your point's taken.
Yeah, thank you. And the only other thing that I would add is that you changed the word from, I think, shall to may, is because the state law doesn't require that you have to make it on your own.
No.
It doesn't say anywhere in the law that we're not gonna fund you anymore if you just can't make it on your
I
own.
think that's why we went and put the word may, we were.
Yeah,
we did change it.
Yeah.
And
And then the other thing I just wanted to point out is I put in the application, and I don't know if you got it or not, is to quote the law.
Hmm.
That hotel occupancy tax revenue spent for purposes authorized by this section may be spent for day-to-day operations, supplies, salaries, office rental, travel expenses, and other administrative costs, if those costs are incurred directly in the promotion and servicing expenditures authorized under the act. And by being open 310 days a year, it's almost like a museum for the tourists to come to, surely qualifies under the act.
Sure.
So,
I don't think anybody's arguing that it doesn't.
okay,
Yeah.
so the application was generated in the spirit of complying with the law, and we think we've done that.
yeah, I mean, and our policy follows law, but, and I didn't state this, but this is the way cities work. We have to follow state law, of course, right? But cities do have the ability, when they create a policy, ordinance, or similar, to go more restrictive, not less restrictive than the law. So we have to mimic it, but we can put in more restrictions as we deem. So, yeah, to answer your question, yes, it does say, we changed it. Originally, it did say shall, but does just say may at this point.
No, I was on the city council for 3 terms. I completely understand that they make the decisions as to whether you get the money or not, and you guys can make your recommendations. Thank you for what you're doing. And we'll see what happens.
All right, thank you.
Any other questions?
Let's see. So we talked about the budget. We have the budget here. Since we're going for salaries, I mean, I'm just wondering because I'm a city guy, full-time person, here we pay benefits and all these other things. Does that?
No.
You guys don't do
Only
that?
payroll tax.
Okay.
Well, that's.
And workman's
how
comp
most
probably.
businesses are.
Yeah. All right. And then for tracking, you guys said you're gonna have a survey and you guys can present more information on those numbers and give us.
Using the survey that was part of the application.
Yeah.
Your guys.
Yes.
The only thing we added was the short-term rental. We started this in 96, keeping exactly what you've got, except the column that did you stay in a short-term rental? We did not have that column.
Right.
We've added it.
Yeah, if you like to break it out, that's great. I think the more information, the better. At your next follow-up presentation will be great. But yeah, the sample we put out, you can use that. We just put it out there for people to use. You don't absolutely have to. You can make your own. But yeah, just we want to know who's staying at the lodging entities, and there's so many, But yeah, the more information, the better.
Okay.
Yeah, if you can give us a sample of that, next time you hear that would be great, so we can see all these different things. You're advertising. Who do y'all mainly advertise with?
I'm listed it in there, but it's, obviously, there's a line item that's with Madden.
Oh, right.
And that's, so it's 20 or 25.
Yep.
And then, but we also need obviously the JD. I mean, you know, at the end of the day, you still want people that are already in town knowing what's going on. So we've got things in that visitor guide and all of those sort of things. A couple other local publications we're looking at this year, looking at, finding I've got the information, I just haven't done it yet, but the equivalent of the Ben magazine, kind of the Austin version of that, the San Antonio version, and seeing what we can do with that. We did a thing with Day Tripper actually 2 years ago. It was supposed to have been, it was kind of a pay to play thing. It was, I think, Chamber was kind of running that. And you're supposed to get like a 2-minute segment or something. We got like an 8-minute segment that we've been able to reuse. So, so definitely a value added. I mean, people, yeah, we saw you guys on the Day Tripper.
Yeah.
So maybe things like that in those target markets. You want to.
Yeah, that's a great show, popular show. I love that show. Yeah.
How much did y'all get last year?
Huh?
How much was, the hot tax money did y'all get last year?
That was, actually, I think that was the previous year. It was, I think it was like $2,000 or something like that. It wasn't very much. As far as, for that ad.
No, in general.
Oh, no, we had, 75 last year.
Although the Day Tripper does imply they're not staying at a hotel. I'm just joking.
I was gonna say, I like that word.
So it says here you're contracted with Blue Flamingo for your website.
That's our website.
And then, yeah, okay, very good. Thank you. And then let's see what else, go through my couple of questions I had for you. Yeah, I think we're just gonna be really looking forward to your post follow-up report. Again, all these things that we were discussing on here, I think are some of the things the board would like to see. I don't know if you'd like to maybe elaborate on that, some of the things you'd like to see at this next follow-up. I was thinking along the lines of copies of, in your, I'm hoping for a PowerPoint, but it doesn't have to be. It can just be an application and then discussion like this, but or handouts, and again, I can help you guys with this if you come by. But a sample of the survey, the numbers discovered, maybe you don't have to do the pie chart, but here's where people are coming from, kind of a thing, all those things, so that the board can kind of understand a little better how it's actually going. What else? However, if you can break things out, you sound like you got a good idea, Ed, about how maybe the finances could be broke out even more. We don't really have like a set verbiage on how that needs to look, but I think you've got a good idea. Maybe we can look at some more numbers coming up. Is there any other feedback or things y'all are looking for?
The numbers are gonna be important because on some of the other applications, we have exactly, how many productions they have, how, the drive-in movies, the this, the that. Another application coming up has things really broken out. And I think if we just go at salaries without seeing all the other data, then what's to stop other entities from coming in and just saying, here, we want 100,000, we want to cover salaries.
Right. I think probably break out of hours of work, in general hours. I don't know whether it be monthly or whatever, but here's a routine, right? Hourly staff and right. And we can get into that at the next one, but
Yeah,
I think that's what
later,
we're looking
just in the
for.
future.
And then like per event, here's a man hours, this event, this event, this event. That's probably what you're wanting to see.
Would it make more sense if they did come in asking, instead of just for salaries, put it under facilities and then break out the employees and all the things that fall under facilities? Again, it gives us a lot more information than just salaries. And
Yeah.
I think,
But
the way we wrote it probably would make sense if we had the financials, and then that way we, percentage wise and everything else you're looking at, you're like, oh, this makes a lot more sense.
Because 66% of this
Yeah.
hotel motel tax money is gonna go to salaries, and that's
Yeah.
getting up there to close to 70.
Yeah,
And so if the other programs aren't doing well, you're gonna lose staff
yeah.
if you don't get this money, so we figure.
Yeah, I think since this is submitted as salaries, we're gonna have to gear
Yeah,
towards
but total facility would be 25%. Yeah, I mean, blood, guts and feathers to operate that thing for 310 days a year is almost $500,000.
Yeah.
So you're down to 25% if you're talking
And that
that
would,
way.
that would be really awesome.
That's why we need clarification on how we were supposed to submit this.
Maybe on the post presentation, that would be really good information that we could, again, we're just going to say what we
We're
think,
learning.
and we're gonna all learn along the way. And the city council is gonna have their recommendation, but we like to kind of get it as close as we can get it from our group to make their job, as you found out as being on the city council, you knew
No fun.
having help would be beneficial.
Right, and we do have in a policy, proportionate, right? And so,
On advertising, the 40,000, if we're gonna be proportional on advertising as we've done so far, then it would be the third, which would be 13 grand.
Yeah.
and then also, as we go through these applications, the board's gonna tell you the things that they're looking for and, so I think you're hearing the things that they're gonna wanna see at our post event. And I would argue probably moving forward, maybe we'll get to a point where like, we already know this,
Even is the advertising request 25 or 40?
It was,
25.
The 40.
what was it? Oh, the current budget was 40 and they were.
Budget's 40, request was 25.
Oh, which is 25, okay. And so a third of 40,000 would be 13,000.
And last year was that 25 last year as well?
It was 75 total last year.
Yep, okay,
For
I see it
everything.
here. Yep,
We asked for 100, we got 75.
gotcha.
And if you want the financial statements, year end and the March 31, I can give you copies right now.
I think probably, would y'all like to just hear all this at post event reporting
That'd be fine.
or
Yeah.
basically in September?
Sure.
Yeah.
And I know the art center is expanding, so I know there's gonna be,
We have restricted funds just, for that purpose alone. We can't spend those restricted funds on the electricity.
Now, before we get, the big ream that he's gonna bring to break, is there something in there particularly y'all would like to hear about with the numbers? A couple of, let's call it the 30,000 view, or just let him present as he's, kind of as discussed so far, Are there any other questions or recommendations or just statements or motions?
One quick question. Next year, should we do this for facilities then?
I tend to believe that would make it a lot easier for us as well.
to defend.
And again, I get it 100%. You got a nice new facility. It didn't come free. So,
Yeah, that's easy to do.
Yeah,
We just
sure.
picked salaries because of the law and we didn't know
Sure.
what to do.
Are you gonna drop salaries and go to facilities or just add?
Whatever it takes.
The most money.
The other day, our goal was to provide a great visitor experience.
Yep.
Other than kids aren't coming.
I have a general question. Why more this year than last year if you had money left over to be able to give scholarships? Why do you need more money this year than you got
Well,
last year?
Actually didn't have money left over in that the scholarships came from a specific event of the Valentine Days. So we hosted an event at the Civic Center. We charged entry fees. We made a profit and all of
Okay.
that profit went to the,
So that aside, then why did things go up? Why do you need more than you needed last year?
well, everything's gone up.
Is that the
We-
general, I
We
mean,
needed more last year.
okay, so from 75 to 125 is just inflation.
Yeah, we asked for 100, so,
Uh-huh.
there was a delta going into.
But you made it.
Yeah.
With 75.
Yeah. We're happy.
So. Would you make it again with 75? What would
We're
be
number
lost?
3.
But what would be lost? I mean, we're not seeing anything to say.
No,
If we don't get a $50,000 increase, we're not gonna be able to do. What?
I mean, the thing you could have to, the quick thing with that, I mean, I spent 30 years in the fire department, 15 of it running major fire departments with the Department of Defense, is when somebody says, okay, you don't have any money, I close stations. In this case, it's I'm open 3 days a week or 4 days a week and I fire an employee.
So that's what would happen if you don't
Yeah,
get the
that-
extra 50,000?
That would be.
But you didn't last year.
Yeah.
Last year you made around 75.
we-
I'm just under, I
Yeah,
just,
I mean,
why so much more? Is there anything that's gonna cost that much more? Are you gonna lose anything? Are you doing anything
well,
extra?
we added employees to
Okay.
maintain, maintain staff and,
Like in the past, when it was the old art center, that was all volunteers that would come in and have the doors open.
We had
right?
one director and everybody else was a volunteer, and we started. My wife and I were just volunteers. We served wine or washed dishes or
So
whatever.
the
it took.
staffing is for someone to be.
And
this
over
is your
time-
9 to 5 job, I want you here every day. to open
Yeah,
the
over
doors.
time, well, and that was the problem, because my wife used to volunteer at the art center. The problem with volunteers, they come in 1 or 2 days a month. And the director has to come out and show them again how to use the square system or the POS system or the computer or the cash register. And we just found out it was better to have somebody there all the time, every day, who knew what to do instead of having to be retrained all the time. And that's really kind of where we ended up. So we have one full-time gallery director and 3 part-time employees. We still have volunteers. We still all volunteer for the
The board
Valentine
is a
dance, and the
volunteer.
first Fridays and whatever it is.
Sure.
We do all of that. And that's how, when things get tough, we just keep doing more of that. It's like
Okay.
Karen Winship said, they jumped off a cliff
Yeah.
and got a $900,000 mortgage.
So when y'all sell a piece of art from a visiting artist or an artist that's displaying, does the art center keep a percentage of that?
40%. 40%. So our sales are $40,000 a month on average. I mean, a little bit of a fluctuation, we're fairly close. We get 40% of that, so we make $16,000. Well, the mortgage is 42. The salaries are, the electricity, the insurance, you just add it up. And I'm sorry, we're not making it. And that's, I think, because I'm a CPA, but I wasn't involved in any of the financials until only the last 6 or 7 months. And I had to tell them, y'all aren't making it. And so it's either we can't have a free entrance admission to the art center. We'll have to charge them to come into the art center, or you're gonna have to cut staff, or you're gonna have to do something.
Or increase your percent that you keep?
you can't, I mean.
Is that a
That's
standard?
actually pretty much an industry standard, that number.
Yeah.
Right.
So as part of your advertisement to bring in more artists as well? I was just kind of,
Bringing in more artists is really, that's kind of a, as needed.
okay,
At the end of the day, I mean, we just added 400 square feet that will be opening in the next
gotcha.
week or two. There's still a finite number of
Yeah.
poles on walls. And as we've grown, Karen, it's always fun listening to Karen because she was there for so many years. First thing they said was when they opened that building, we'll never be able to fill this place. And now it's, bursting at the seams.
Yeah.
So I mean, bringing in new artists is really very selective. Now, it
Gotcha.
used to be like, you got crayons hanging on the wall.
And the
You know, now
enlargement
it's-
was for more gallery space. We moved the building out onto the porch and closed that. That's all new gallery space, and will be full. So.
Have any on the ceiling?
So I guess the answer as they go forward, obviously salaries are going to increase. Insurance for facility is going to increase. I don't know, are y'all tax exempt as far as,
That's the only thing that saves us.
okay. And so, there's a lot of things that inflation has caused things to go up. And so I could see some of the additional monies would cover.
Well, I know you had a large donor last year, what is that money marked for?
Sorry?
I know, like you had a large donor last year that was at,
Well, those are restricted funds,
and so what are some of the restrictions?
building expansion.
Just an expansion.
Future phase to it.
That's nice.
So you have plans to expand. And in that you want to have staffing there and,
Staffing will stay the same. The expansion and vision is more classroom space.
oh, okay.
Yeah, so we can offer more workshops and bring in more instructors. all of that, so it doesn't change our daily, it doesn't change our paid
So
staff.
the advertising is gonna be to get more people to
Yeah,
participate in art classes,
The goal is to, yeah, at that point is,
not necessarily new artists.
yeah, we, you know, the artists usually find us.
Okay.
You know, we are literally, I mean, I've traveled up and down the coast of Texas. We're the largest single coastal art gallery in the state. You know, and people that come to Port A, they're looking for coastal art. They don't want to see blue bonnets and longhorns here. They want to see. So most of our, probably 85% of our art that hangs in that gallery is coastal theme. And then things that just appeal to a broader thing, but they're definitely, you don't hang art that's like regional if it's not the coast. It just doesn't make sense. Move on, it's not big solid.
I propose that we do the 100,000 for staffing and then work on the advertising, maybe a little less.
You know, I think that's, a good start for sure. I think it's a pretty fair.
I can't second that, but I can put another motion out.
Yeah. No, I'm
Sure.
I'm starting.
Sure.
Thinking.
I motion that, that we propose a budget of 100,000, hot tax support of
All in.
100,000 total.
For both.
I would second that.
All right, let's take the vote.
You wanna read,
Mr. DeWitt,
You want to read that one more time?
or
What
do you wanna resubmit a proposal?
Yeah, you do.
Well, actually, the way it has to go is
Yeah.
we need to take the vote, and if it fails, then we'll take
Right.
another.
But what if I wanna vote later and say yes? I can't hear all the shark.
Can I
the shark
retract my
teeth. I can't
second
hear all
until
the
we hear what
others.
else?
So we do got to nominate, I'm sorry, a motion for
Yeah,
$100,000 for both total, for including both applications. And it just got a second.
Okay.
So is there any other discussion on that?
What?
On per that motion?
No.
Okay, let's call for the vote. And if it passes, it passes. But if it fails, then there's room for more discussion and another motion.
Mr. DeWitt,
Yes.
Ms. Smith,
Yes.
Ms. Clark,
Who's gonna pass? No.
Mr. Van Orman,
Yes.
Okay, so technically motion fails, because we have just a quorum here. We needed just these four to take action.
Okay.
So we need all basically to vote
no,
this.
You've got a majority.
What is our total number of board members?
5.
5.
You have,
Okay, I thought we had 7. So is it 5? Are you sure?
we've never had 7 filled and 1 dropped off.
Where's the 5th member today?
I don't know, I have not heard from her.
You only have 5 billed.
I bet if it calls for 7 members.
What were you going to propose?
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say.
10,000 for advertising and 100,000 for staff.
Okay.
Oh,
So
okay.
it's not much different, but
Just give them a little bit more.
yeah, I'm comfortable.
Are you gonna look that up?
Recommending the 100.
I'm pretty sure it's 7.
25 more than last year.
I think what's gonna happen, and if it goes to council and they totally agree with, they hear what we're saying, they know what we're thinking.
Can we resubmit it for 110 and see if we get?
I'll say no.
I'm gonna say no.
Okay.
I'm,
Can I change my vote then to at least get 100?
How about we just entertain a new motion?
I motion that the Port Aransas Art Center.
I don't think you can do that,
I think it passed.
yeah,
This is a 7-member board,
but you
You don't
never
have
had it
7
filled,
seats.
you never had 7
but
seats.
a 7-member board requires a 4 for a majority.
But you
Why
have,
don't we just go through the formality and then we'll pass next time for sure with 4. So go ahead.
oh, I see what we're doing.
Yeah.
I got it.
I motion that Port Aransas Art Center request for hotel motel tax funds at $100,000 be granted.
I second.
Mr. DeWitt,
Yes.
Ms. Smith,
Yes.
Ms. Clark,
Yes.
Mr. Van Orman.
Yes. All right. So that was for 100,000 for, one time, I'm sorry. The motion again?
For Port Aransas Arts Center.
Okay.
Hotel motel tax fund allocation.
I don't know if you're advertising that funded or you're stacking them.
That's what I was gonna ask.
So are we, that was the question too, is,
We'll fight it out between.
There you go.
Okay.
There you go.
We have the flexibility in how to use that,
Yes,
Yes,
and those two categories.
correct.
I think so, especially. for-
Thank you.
Thank you.
yeah,
Thank you. All righty.
Until the city says whatever they say.
Yeah, thank you all very much for that healthy discussion.
They're open 6 days a week, packs on open. I
Yeah.
don't know, it just seems like.
yeah, they are definitely
That's all,
a lot more there.
yes.
But.
Moving on to item F, presentation, journal discussion possible action
Not 6 days.
on Port Aransas Preservation and Historical Association hotel motel tax application.
Actors don't get.
Thank you, Ashley, for being here.
Thank y'all.
That's, it's always been that way, right?
Paid applause.
Oh, I apologize. Before we go into that, Darla brings up a good point. Do y'all want to take a moment to get a donut, or should we order food, or do y'all want to just hammer through this last applicant? Yeah.
I think we hammer through.
Up to. Do you want to leave or you want to stay?
Y'all want me to hammer it out?
Well, I mean, what I mean by that is you're our last applicant.
Oh, we're
Okay,
fine.
then I don't.
Y'all want to just get through this?
Yes.
Okay.
That's y'all's decision.
If y'all want, there are donuts and kolaches there, if anyone would like to grab one.
So these two.
As far as my third job.
This is everything and go with it.
This is what you were sent by Mr. Kitchen on Friday.
Can I have one just in case?
They refer to
Yes, I do.
all 12 of them.
You don't have a paper with like, you don't have 12 applications, just a synopsis of each one by any chance for us that's like it. Simple.
No, I'm sorry. I could have made one of those though.
All
I
right.
could have.
Uh,
Y'all want to look, maybe, I don't know if y'all want to face towards that first. Do you want to go through that first, the PowerPoint first, or do y'all want to go through?
However you like.
Let's go through the PowerPoint, just look at some photos. Okay, we're the Port Aransas Preservation Historical Association. We've got, I believe we did 12 applications. We were just trying to cover kind of everything that we do, but oh, maybe you'll have to do it.
Okay.
Who we are, the Port Aransas Preservation Historical Association. We're a 501c3 nonprofit organization. We operate the Port Aransas Historical Museum. We have a Mercer Market in there that's our gift shop. Farley Boat Works, the preserve at Farley Boat Works is being built and we hope it will be open this year. And we do the 8 Wonders and the chapel tours and many community events. Our mission, this is a kind of a short version, but we promote interest and participation in the preservation of Port Aransas history, environment, and ambience. We opened in 2002. That's when the organization was formed. We were able to secure the old historic home that our museum is in. It's a 1912 Sears kit home. We opened that in 2008. We were able to purchase one of the original Farley Boat Workshops in 2011. We were able to open that as a living museum. And then we were able to turn lemons into lemonade with the property we lost from Harvey next door to the Farley Boat Works. And we're building a maritime museum called the Preserve at Farley Boat Works. And we hope that to be finished. I think I didn't change my dates on that. So 2024. We feel like we do a lot for the community. We bring in a lot of visitors and we just hope we can count on y'all's participation in the next step. Okay. Some annual events we do every year. We have Port A Surf Fest. This year that is the 27th and 28th. That's a 2-day event. We do a kickoff party the night before. Everyone comes in and they get their packets. And then the surfing starts Saturday morning at 8 a.m.
We have people there the whole day. It's a lot of people come to watch, then we have 70 surfers that participate. Our Wood and Boat Festival is October 25th through 27th this year. Many boats, we start setting up, let's see, we have vendors and boats setting up on Thursday. So it's a Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday event. So we even have people that stay Sunday night on that event. We have a group of alumni from Port Aransas that have come together, and they are our committee for Port Aransas Days. That is also under Port Aransas Preservation Historical Association. This is kind of one of the only things that we raise money for outside of our own organization, and that's just because Port Aransas Days historically had the chili cook-off raising money for EMS, and it had a champagne cruise that raised money for which was Latchkey, but now it's Marlin Academy. We do the Farley Classic Golf Tournament that's always Masters weekend. So we try to pull everyone in. It's an off weekend. We try to pull them in on Thursday, and a lot of them enjoy spending the whole weekend celebrating the golf tournaments. But we do our annual fundraising gala. We have a kickoff party for that on Friday night. So we have people come in for that whole weekend. And then second Saturdays are also off season. Those are November through March. And that is where the community gathers at Farley Boat Works, and we have food and music, and we've had really good attendance throughout the year. I just like to show this slide just so people, I mean, I know that y'all already saw this earlier, but the city of Port Aransas didn't give to historic projects until 2021 was our first year to receive funds. And this is just showing some other cities in the area that are comparable to some of our facilities. This is the state law, which I'm sure y'all have read, but this is our area: historic restoration, preservation objects or activities or advertising and conducting solicitations and promotional programs to encourage tourists and convention delegates to visit preserved historic sites or museums at or in the immediate vicinity of the convention center facilities or visitor information center located elsewhere in the municipality or its vicinity that would be frequented by tourists and convention delegates. All of our events and places are within that area. We're a part of a lot of things. We're part of the World War II American Heritage City that was awarded a Corpus Christi. They're setting up a trail. It just went live. Actually, I sent it to Cliff this morning. So all around Corpus, you're going to see the different areas, and they have their own kind of markers, and we'll have one at the gun turrets and the
Probably the next house, it's made from the World War II barracks, so that probably will get designation also. But yeah, the city really hasn't bought completely into that we are a part of it. It's not just Corpus Christi, it's and the surrounding area are World War II heritage communities. So, and we are part of that, and we could really expand on that, and I think that would bring in more tourists, that veterans, and just and they can come vacation where they feel appreciated because or World War II heritage.
One of our largest lectures was about World War II, and then military. So we've seen a lot of good numbers on that. I just put that in there for y'all. You'll be able to see it, but it's Cliff's Salty Stories, and we don't have. I don't know if it's going to work. Okay. No, you're good. So we have a relationship with KRIS TV, Channel 6 in Corpus. Probably about 2 years ago, we got a 360-degree camera installed up on the new museum. It's a little bit lower right now, but they're about to raise it up. They refer to it every single day on Channel 6 at lunch mostly, but they check out Farley Boat Works, and it's brought in a lot of extra visitors. So it's live all the time, so you can follow that link to see it. Yeah, isn't that cool? We have relationships with Channel 3 as well. They've sent out people to do the different boat buildings. We have been on Texas Bucket List, Texas Country Reporter, and we hope soon that we're going to be, we did a story with A Taste of History, which is a guy from England, and he goes to really cool coastal communities, and he does the whole experience, and he goes fishing, and then he comes back and he's a chef. So he cooks this elaborate meal, And he spent a few days with us, so we're excited about that. And that's a world channel or TV show. Okay.
He
Series.
highlights the community and then he cooks a local style dish using local tools and, whenever that dish was created, uses that tools at that time. So it's a very unique show, very popular.
These are some other publications and partnerships that we have. Another story another show that was done, a series was the Waypoint Outdoor Collective. We've been waiting to be released. They do a program called Grassroots. And they find local coastal communities, small towns, and they come in and they get with the local families. Brittany and Morgan Faulkner is also featured on that. So we look forward to seeing that soon. We've been in all of these magazines and we utilize them for advertising as well. So South Jetty, Austin Chronicle, Texas Highways, Texas Monthly, and Authentic Texas. More Dallas, Atlas Obscura, The Island Moon, Maya Say, and Fine Art America. This is an award given by Cliff Strain. It was the Dan Kilgore Historian Award, and that was for the work that he did with the World War II heritage community. This is our new Historic Property Award program. So this is what we're doing to recognize historic properties. We've given away 2 awards and we're giving away our 3rd very soon. We've got the Telephone House on the right, and on the left is the Hall Matthews Ward House. So you can see that the Matthews House on the left was one of the hunt cabins down by the flats. And so it's moved a couple times, but a lot of our Texas state historical markers, it's hard to get them to, it's hard to be able to apply for that because a lot of our structures have moved from different storms throughout the years. So we kind of are in a little space where these properties disappear because they're not recognized. So we're trying to get them recognized so that we keep people preserving the structures.
And these will eventually be on a GPS map. We're just still trying to figure out which software we're gonna use, but any tourist can come in and if they get on, the Google map we do, or if we go with a software company, it'll be GPS sensitive. They'll know when they're in front of the historic house. They'll know what it looked like years and years ago, and they'll have a background story.
And what's good about that program that we really want for that, it's got the geofencing. So it'll give us a report of how many people stepped into all of those different spots, including our museum in Farley Boat Works. So I went to the Texas State Fair this year to promote Port Aransas. We have a relationship with the Texas Tropical Trail. We are on the Texas Tropical Trail and the Texas Historical Commission, and they open it up to someone from each trail. And so I was able to go and promote everything that we've got going on here in Port Aransas as far as heritage and preservation. I was also able to go to the Texas State Historical Commission conference, which was really good. And it taught a lot about hot funds and different ways to partner with other museums that are in the local areas so that we can send, we can work with Rockport, and Rockport we can send people to both locations or different areas. And that's also includes a Smithsonian traveling exhibit that's coming next year that we hope will bring in a lot of extra people. This is our annual gala. We had 230 people this year. San Antonio, big crowd from Fort Worth this year. Austin. We were impressed about the Fort Worth group. Okay. Some other things that we do, we've got the poetry contest. It's the Aline B. Carter Poetry Contest, and this is for our youth. And then we are very fortunate through our off season, which is actually a very busy season for us, that we have winter Texan volunteers. So we always like at the end of their stay here, we like to treat them to something fun, appreciation. So they went to the lighthouse, which was really cool. These are our summer workshops. So we offer a different workshop every week, except for the 4th of July week. And you can build boats, bat houses, fishing nets, Adirondack chairs. The class on the right is doing Giataku fish prints, and then they learned how to build frames for them. It's our Farley Classic Golf Tournament. That's just some photos. I know in one of y'all's meetings, you said, we want photos of everything. So the rest are just some photos you can scan through.
On some of these proposals, you have such a finite amount, like $83.86. Like, I was just looking at like whatever number to it. I'm just curious why it's such a finite. It's accurate.
Number
It's
two.
accurate.
So,
That's what I was gonna say.
the benefit of our applications is I was able to use hard numbers from what things actually cost, which I think a lot of people don't have those. So we know, I don't know which one you're on, but we know exactly what the golf tournament costs. We know exactly what the Wood and Boat Festival might cost. We know.
Yeah, if you'd like to just start getting in applications, thank you for your
Sure.
presentation.
Yeah.
You guys, Papa Haas submitted how many again?
12.
12. And the three I'll point out, one is for archiving exhibits and displays, one is for operations, and then one was for administration. And the other ones were more related to programs or events. Is that kind of a correct way to describe it?
Yeah, I think we kind of had discussed like how do we do, some of our events are more like the lecture series. It's multiple events, but we tried to group those into one application for you instead of 8 different weeks. Second Saturday, the same thing, we tried to group them into, instead of doing one every month for 5 months, there's just one for the whole.
Right. Thank you.
Mhm.
There are, again, multiple applications here. Do you know what they totaled to?
306,000, I believe was,
Okay.
I'm sure I'm missing the change on that. But
306.
mhm.
So we're gonna go through 1 through 12.
Yeah, well, it's really however the board would like to. I know this one's a little different. That's why
Sorry.
we saved them for
We
last.
tried to do the best we could do.
Yeah, I was trying to get as many people out of here as I could. Now we're on the last leg of this. And again, if anyone's hungry, please grab a donut or kolache while we're doing this.
If 306 is the total for this year, what was last year?
So I'd actually like to go back 2 years if that's okay. We received the 50,000 the first year we received funds. And then was it 100? We went to 300 specifically earmarked for the building. We weren't allowed to use it for anything else, which we did. And then last year we received 150.
I wish that y'all did request our full running budget, because I think you see that our ask is a small portion of what we plan on spending this year, because we're planning on finishing the museum, the Maritime Museum. And we're implementing more projects and more programs. When that Maritime Museum opens up, we're gonna have to hire another staff person. Insurance costs have really kind of become a tremendous burden. I think our total is 27,000.
We're at 29,000.
What was the specific amount for the facilities? Was that one of the 12?
I would be, we calling that operation,
Okay,
I think.
okay.
Well, I think we have to go through each one because just to say, okay, we'll give you 306. You have to
Right.
say what for.
Yeah, we can do that. So if you like, let's start with maybe archiving exhibits, displays.
Okay, give me a minute.
Sure.
Is that are you gonna go in order? of-
She just gave us a-
just gave us-
She gave us.
All right,
She just gave us a
Sure.
paperclip stack.
You got a stack?
Yeah, we have a stack.
Okay, I was looking at my stack.
Maybe if you just
Tell
give us-
me,
if we can just get an overview.
Since y'all have a stack, I can just mimic how you guys' order goes. So what do y'all have first?
Wooden Boat Festival.
Wooden Boat Fest, okay?
Where'd you find the name?
Where do you find the names?
It's on right here.
I did write in handwriting on the bottom.
Second page,
That might
event,
help.
program or
What, she's
project.
got something different than we thought.
Oh, that's the one that's 61,905.
The pages, you see 13.
Yours-
Okay, let's go back.
You got
You see the
some
page numbers on the bottom?
Yep.
We're
Let's go
looking at
back
the big
page number.
paperclip stack.
The
Uh,
paperclip-
Number of 25, basically?
My paperclip one starts with 61,000.
And that started with mine. It was
Yeah,
like,
61,905.
61,905.
Page 2 should show what? Wooden Boat Fest?
Did you get the paperclip?
Yeah, I got this stuff.
What are we doing? Wooden Boat Fest? Is that what we're looking at or?
We
I
can't,
don't see the name. I don't know how you,
It's $61,905.
Yeah,
That's
that's the one I see.
operation.
Yep.
and where does it say what it's for?
Mhm.
Oh,
Operation.
operation, name of event, operation. Okay, got it. Now we're getting.
Okay,
where do we start?
Oh, there.
That
it is.
operation
Name of
didn't
event.
just stand out, does it?
Yeah.
or, I mean, I did create a
Perfect.
spreadsheet. I mean, I could just read out to y'all each application and the amount.
Perfect.
Would you rather just go that way?
Yeah, I think that would be.
Okay,
easy.
sorry I didn't print
Where
it.
was
I
that
just,
spreadsheet earlier?
yeah, I know. I was trying to print it this morning. It was giving me issues. So I just was like, I'm gonna take a picture. All right, so first we have this, what I want to call facilities, 3 with assets, but they have it titled exhibits. How do you call it again? Archiving exhibits and displays. Okay, that one is 77,283 and 86 cents. The value shouldn't have changed, right, on your resubmittals, Ashley?
No,
They were the same.
Archive exhibits and displays.
archiving exhibits and displays, but that's not facilities.
Okay.
Archiving exhibits and displays is, there's a.
The
you can
assets
see
and the
the-
facilities. Yeah.
It's building display cabinets, it's
Okay.
upgrading our posters, which we usually
Right.
get the water department to print stuff out for us, and then we use a adhesive tape, and it just doesn't come out looking very professional. We visited the Maritime, they had these beautiful, colorful art
Mhm.
displays.
Yeah.
And as far as archiving, we have a tremendous load of old pictures and antiques that have to be cataloged and have to be, digitized, scanned over. We lost, for the most part, our pad had been scanned, for years and years. So we needed to have somebody to help us, hire somebody to get us over them, but we're just building up a huge backlog.
And you can see that if you're if you're right under the number, you can see the explanation of the cost
And
of
would
each.
this be like a one-time large expenditure that you're doing to get these things up to
Mhm.
snuff?
There's some of that which would be ongoing, but more minimal. This is a bigger chunk. Yeah.
So would y'all like to go one by one like that, or would you like for me to hammer off each one and the amount?
Yep, sorry.
No, that's okay.
Yeah, we can do that, and then we can ask specific questions about each one, I think.
Okay. So first one was that one. Number 2, we have operation. Was that how they submitted it? 61,905.50 cents.
Mhm.
Number 3, administrative. 55,440. Number 4, Wooden Boat Fest, 14,100. Number 5, Restoration Preservation. I'm sorry, that's wrong. 4-day Surf Fest, 10,400. 6, Port Aransas Stays, 6,705.
Hold on. 6 4 days. 6,000?
705. Number 7, Plain Air Paint Out. Is that how it is?
Plein air paint out.
Plain Air, PLEINAIR.
It's where people paint on location
No, yeah.
at the historic at the historic spots.
To do.
You saw that, spell that again.
PLEIN and then AIR and then paint out. That's number 7, 1,700. Number 8, Gala. Is there Gala? I don't know how you pronounce it.
Either way, it's
Okay.
tomato.
All right. 32,000. Number 9, Farley Classic Golf Tournament, 9,300. Number 10, Second Saturdays, 1,800. Number 11.
Hold on.
Oh,
What was number 10?
I am so sorry. Number 10, Second Saturdays, 1,800. Number 11, Winter Lecture Series, 7,200. And 12, Historic Property Award, 27,200. Grand total amount there, 305,034.36 cents. So we can attack this in various ways. But you kind of have a listing there. The board can just instruct me if they would like for me to go one by one, or if y'all just want to kind of discuss some things or ask some questions, however you guys would like to.
I was just gonna number these by, in the order that we went over them.
So I guess what I can start off with is maybe a quick touch on the law, on this. It's kind of like the art facility previously. They meet the category for this one is going to be funding historical restoration and preservation programs. A city may spend a portion of its tax revenues, enhance historical restoration preservation projects, activities, advertising, conducting solicitations, promotional programs, encouraging tourist convention delegates to visit preserved historic sites for museums that are likely to attract tourists and hotel guests. It is not enough that a project, activity, event merely be historic in nature. Texas law requires that the historic related expenditure also directly promote tourism and the hotel convention industry. So it says, the Texas Attorney General has upheld that we can only expense these items as long as they're used to promote tourism and the hotel industry, right? It's like, again, that number one step, prove to us the heads and beds. And that's why we always want to know, hey, what are you doing for advertising? Please make sure you're using our logo. What facilities are you planning to work with or are working with? Are you going to advertise them, special rates, room blocks, things of that nature, just anything along those lines? Additionally, how are you going to track that these are out of towners, the tourism portion? We're trying to meet the hotelier port on the first port, now the second port. How are you going to prove up? With your advertising now, how are you going to prove that these people really are from out of town? So along those lines, I don't know if you want to kind of try to hammer or talk about some of these things related to all the applications. I know that they are a little different. So maybe you can talk about them differently per.
Yeah, I think we can just go in with our Zap-in program, which we've been doing for years, and that's an iPad. When you walk into the facility, you check in, you put in your information, you put how many people are in your group, you put where you're from, zip code. So we've got that information. We usually sit at 85% of visitors that are from out of town. Last month we were at 97% were out from out of town. So we get very few local people in on a regular basis to our facilities that are open daily. The other events that we have typically are tracked by how they purchase their ticket to the event, or if they register, which a lot of things that we do are not, we don't pay for them. Like if you're coming to the Wood and Boat Festival and you're showing a boat and you're from Canada, you're just going to fill out the form online that you're entering your boat into the show. So there's things like that that we track as well as far as where people are coming from.
So you're going to have that software at each one of your events, not only the facility. Okay.
Well, in the Wind Boot Festival, we had people with bags going around asking the same information.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll do, if we're not getting a good amount of people checking in, because sometimes they get up to that thing and they just don't want to do it. And so we'll have a volunteer that's sitting there with a pad and paper, just clipboard style with name, where they're from, if they're staying a short-term rental. Just a real quick,
So these are the things, I guess, in our follow-up post-event report, you'll show Wood and Boat Fest or Gala or whatever. Here's a sample of the survey. Here's what we found. And then, okay, very good. Advertising. What are you guys doing for advertising?
we do all the things that we showed on the PowerPoint. So that's quite a bit. And then we have radio that we do the news channels, the local newspapers, we do newsletters that go out. We do direct mail outs for some things. Visitors guides. What else? I just signed up for this morning. It's a kayak that it's advertisement, but for more like fishing, boating kind of groups of
Okay.
people, outdoorsy kind of people.
And it's online, like, does it get outside the region?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
And like, tomorrow we have, and this is my fourth, I think, blogger or influencer that we work with the chamber to, take them around to all the sites. We've done the wonder stores for them, we've taken them to the chapel, taken them to the museum, part of the boatworks. Tomorrow it's somebody going to the chapel that's an influencer. I gave a presentation on the history of tourism in Port A to a group of hoteliers, and that they were being hosted by the chamber, so we very much support, the chambers, and we're in the chamber guides too, in a variety of articles.
And then, of course, our social media, everything that we do gets, posters go online and people share them. I mean, we've got a really big outreach of memberships that they all share on all their businesses that support us that share on all of their pages. So
Some of these events ticketed or paid for.
it really depends on the event. No, like, okay, so Wooden Boat Festival last year, that was funded by hotel occupancy tax, so we didn't have to charge people to get into that, which was really cool. And what we do for that is we have an A-frame that says, thank you so much, city council and mayor, for your support through hot funds. Admission is free.
Yeah.
And that's just kind of when they first walk
I was
in.
just thinking, as people buy tickets, maybe we could get that information. You could start seeing zip codes or ask where they're from, that sort of a
Mhm.
thing.
Sure.
But it sounds like you guys have a good plan for presenting back on that. What about working with hotels or, similar lodging entities, y'all?
Yeah, we usually do hotel blocks. Honestly, I mean, the only one that we've had good success with is blocking it because they are usually busy and sold out is Tarpon Inn. And when we get down to the wire of, they're like, can we release these rooms? Because, people are, but other than that, I mean, we promote all and every management company. We have a lot of support from all of them. And so when people ask where to stay, we have a big option there.
Okay.
Mhm.
And that's kind of across the board for all your events. You would say you got something similar where you're partnering with the hotels and advertising.
Mhm.
And
This, that kind of has all 12 listed.
Sure.
About
That's kind of, okay, so that's our explanation for our percentages.
It's so last.
It's answering the
Okay.
question that we were asked for.
Just kidding.
We were asked to provide a backup for question number
Yeah, like a budget.
on page 14 and 25
Okay,
or
you need to
page
find it
2.
first.
14 and 25.
It asks if staff costs are covered,
It was on
estimate
the-
percentage.
Second Saturdays right here, so it was on the.
It's on it's on the back of every application.
Oh, is it
Okay.
the same?
It's the
Okay.
same. It's
Okay.
just that way you can kind of see
Yes.
which numbers apply. So if you look on that page 14 of 25 or page number 2, where it's got, the pages have double numbers. It says if staff costs are covered, estimate percentage of time staff spends annually on funded event program compared to other activities. So that is what that sheet is supporting.
So when you say wage 53,000. Just explain this, I just don't. I need some.
Those are our 3 staffs. We have 3 staff
three
members
separate,
for the
okay.
whole organization.
So
Everybody else is
somebody makes
volunteer.
53, somebody makes 60, and somebody makes 55. And then what do you mean by, and the overhead is like your expenses?
Taxes.
I can
I was like, wait, we have a person that can answer that question better than me.
I was just trying to get a feel of like,
Just social security tax paid by the employer, 7.65%, and you have taxes paid in the state of Texas. So roughly, if you pay wages at 10% for that, you have the total cost.
so it's overhead and wait for wages, not an overhead like we
Related
think
directly
overhead.
to the wage pay.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah,
Okay,
this whole thing is just strictly for wages.
Thank you.
And then you can see it broken down for each application of the time spent from each employee on each application. Does that make sense?
That makes sense.
And of course, there's a couple of us that work a lot more hours than 40, so we could have gone over 100%, but we weren't sure if that would get everyone really confused.
So to 12 applications, you've broken down to about how much time is spent per
Correct.
employee. Okay, thank you.
So we don't have individual budgets per application, right? Like a budget for Wooden Book Fest or a budget for.
No, I had those in the cost, but you wanted something different, so we pulled those out. But we are working on trying to get the post-event form and the way that we're doing things in our books kind of more.
Yeah, I would say maybe at our post follow-up.
The right thing to say. Okay,
What's your the total budget?
so
We're sitting right about 700,000, give or take, in a given year.
Okay.
For the new leases.
and that, yeah, I was gonna say that doesn't include the post.
Yeah, and I think one thing that's super important.
This is for all the
here
projects you
is-
wanna do, not necessarily are gonna be.
No, that's what we already do.
Oh, already do, okay. Oh, yeah, sorry.
Yeah, one additional thing that's important in here, mostly what these applications are operational, right? But we have this very significant investment going into infrastructure, if you will. We have the building covered up to COO, but our big expense is gonna be building the exhibits, doing we toured Rockport as an example to say what can the maritime, not that we're gonna call it a maritime museum, look like. And we're trying to understand what that cost and budget is going to look like. And that'll be outside operation.
How much outside funding do you get? Or donation either?
But no, yet we have to put the package together to go out for bid on it and solicit donations. We will have sponsors for those exhibits, but it can't be, I don't think it will be entirely funded by sponsors.
Well, we could raise about 430,000. What is our general donation?
Pretty close to 400.
Yeah, so we've raised that much now. We have several grants that we've applied for, and some that we're gonna apply for a $20,000 grant for interpretive displays from the Humanities Texas, which has some very specific way we have to spend that money. It can't be free. It's complicated. And then we're gonna apply for a couple of small $1,000 grants from them. Brown Foundation gave us some money toward just the building, so it could be used for finish out or for if we have some left over, it could be used for building displays. But we are starting from the ground up on displays and
That's what the 77,000
Right.
is for.
And does that get you building, sorry, does that get the building pretty much completed and?
That is not for the building.
I mean,
That
it's
is for
the
displays,
displays
exhibits.
inside
That would
the
give it enough to where it would be like,
Open,
you're like, this is
Gotcha.
really cool.
gotcha.
archival equipment too, right? I mean, some of it's a one-time.
It's all,
expense.
yeah, and it's all written in, I mean,
Yeah.
they're looking at like the itemized, just so y'all know they've got it.
So because I'm saying, if you said you had a budget, total all in budget of 700,000 and y'all raise about 430, then that leaves, what, 300,000, and that's what y'all are asking for.
Correct.
And so so you're saying that the archives are kind of be a one-time expense?
Most of it, yeah, you can see the itemized on there. Let's look at that real quick.
But everything else is pretty much ongoing.
So like you can see that like the 10 displays to house certain, and then you've got the audio displays, you've got, so like acid-free materials for Mercer collection. Okay, so we've got a big Mercer collection right now. In the future, are we gonna have a Farley family come in and dump a bunch of stuff on us, like that we've got to go through and make sure that it's stored properly? That might happen in the future. Things like that might be recurring. But as far as building the displays, as far as like the spotlight, the guided speakers, I would say that's pretty much a one-time.
So y'all went out and got bids on
Yes.
like people that would able to handle your
We have a winter
items
Texan that's,
carefully and protect them and.
we have a winter Texan that's a lot of archiving for another museum. And of course, we have Mark right now that does quite a bit of the digital archiving that is now kind of coming back off of that. And then we actually own the Mercer logs, which are pretty infamous, but we actually had to to store them over in the special collections at TAMUCC. Because we just didn't have the facilities to guarantee their safety. You know, as far as humidity and you know, the acid-free paper, you know, there's a lot of expensive items you have to buy to archive things particularly. And one of the things we want to do is we also want to see if we can be certified as a depository in the state, because we have some things that came from 3 different wrecks that were dove on. That one of those divers wants to bring in Arkansas, he wants to bring it back to Texas, but only if they're displayed here, you know, in Port A, but they have to be cataloged through the state and become property of the state because of the Texas Antiquities Law. But if we become depository, if we can get our facilities up at the preserve to a high enough standards where we can do that, then we will be the sole.
What would that entail? Climate control? Would it?
It's what we're already doing.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Also-
the new museum, if it's done the way that we want it to be done, and we can afford the things that need to go in there, then we can be that. We can be the Smithsonian traveling exhibit. We can get that kind of stuff but we can't with the facility at the old museum, because it's a 1912 Sears kit house and it's humid in there and there's
In a
stuff.
hurricane zone.
Yeah, well, it's survived a lot of hurricanes, you know, it's a say, yeah, 110, 12 years of hurricanes.
So I'd say in our post follow-up, we'd probably want to see, I don't know, probably more of a budget for each one of these items. And you know, that's kind of, I think, what we were looking for here, but that's okay. We'll maybe try to get that on the next.
How do we want to go about approving or
I know.
do we want to do like, for instance, I motion that we approve 77,000, whatever the for archives and then just
You know,
see what it adds up to.
yeah, if you feel like you don't have enough information, we can always say, you know, we would like X, Y information and we can reconvene. Or if you think you have enough here, we can do like you're saying, go one by one, or can almost do it in any format you like. You know, I know seeing numbers would help. And this is more related towards salaries of staff working for, you know, different applications that's applied to archiving, you know, Surf Fest, Port Aransas Stays, not really a budget for Port Aransas Stays, right? Not really a budget for Gala, not really a budget for Coral Lake Classic.
Well, it's like I had the expenditure reports in the first set of applications that we pulled out because you said they weren't like in the format that you wanted them in.
Well, I mean, you just got to read the email that I sent you. It was a 1-pager. And I said, this is the things that we absolutely need. And it said budget, but then below that were the different things.
So at a high level, last year, the city gave you $100,000, $150,000. So at a high level, what can we tell the board that they're getting for their extra $150,000 that they didn't?
A state-of-the-art museum.
So it's adding the new museum as the major part of that cost.
And addressing archiving, you know.
Which
concerns that we
which
haven't
is
been able
all
to-
parts of that. I mean,
Was the 300,000 the year before that, was that went towards building, finishing up that building over there, or was that?
it went towards the structure.
That's what okay.
Mhm.
So, and again, that's been there for 2 years and I would love to see it finished.
Me too.
And get it to that.
And we
point.
did receive our permits a few weeks ago. We were waiting for a while on those. It took about 5 months.
Right around the corner here.
for
I guess-
your
You can see the top of
permits
it
for the
right there.
finish out.
I guess one
Right
question
over the
I'll
doors.
try to help,
Yeah, that's it.
like
Probably
you know,
the doors.
for each event, like Gala's 32 and you know, Foily Classic's gonna be 9,300. Sounds like very specific numbers. You want to kind of just tell the board how you came up with numbers as you did for each one like that?
Sure.
You just want to go 1 through, I've got them numbered.
Okay, yeah.
What do you
Why
have?
don't you lead the charge?
What's your
Well-
number one?
No, my number 1 is exactly how we went through them here, and I've just put them in order. My number 1 is facilities, archive, exhibits, and displays.
Okay.
Okay. Got it.
And we've talked about that, I think.
Mhm.
My number 2 is operation.
Why don't we just vote on, if we're gonna go one by one, just do the first one?
And we don't have to vote. We can all kind of talk about it. And if everyone's in agreement, okay, let's go on to the next, to the next, to the next. You can almost do a tally at the end and then take a vote, right?
Okay.
I owning a business myself, I understand one-time large expenditures. And if anybody's ever looking at my P&Ls or something like that, you know, my CPA may say, well, Victoria, did you have a large expenditure this year? Yeah.
Right.
Redid the pool at, you know, $32,000 or whatever it is. So a one-time expenditure, I think, you know, and to get the archive exhibits and displays, I think is understood that it should be funded.
I'm sure you guys have done the research. I'm not quite sure I understand. You're literally scanning pictures yourself. Is it not cheaper to outsource that to ship them to Texas A&M if they've got the facilities or?
Can't just ship those things because they're delicate, you know, I mean, some of these things. Like I got a scrapbook from the Farley family that hasn't probably been opened in who knows how long. It's, you know, very delicate articles, you know, pictures. But we may have to hire somebody to help us. with
But they
some
would
of it.
come to our facility is how it
Okay.
would work.
I'm just surprised that there's probably places out there that.
I think the last
do
time
this
we
all the time.
got a quote, it
Or-
was like 100 and
Okay,
something
so
thousand.
that was what I was
to
wondering.
have
You've done
someone-
that research.
Oh,
and
yeah.
You know that the best.
It's very
this is the
expensive.
best.
Very expensive,
Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay.
especially the amount of material we have to do.
Yeah, I was just questioning. You've checked the outsourcing option.
I would love for someone else to do it,
Right.
but no.
Okay.
Is
Then,
this your?
yeah, I'm on
first
in.
job?
Yes.
How did you go? What were you, how'd you get interested in this, Justin?
Well, I loved history. I grew up here and I was on the board. And through the pandemic, I kept my business and then I ended up selling it. And so I was asked to come on full time or not really come on part time. And it's like way more than part time. So
She works a lot of overtime.
yeah, I'm probably at like 100 hours right now.
So however y'all want to go through
I
these.
think doing a tally's fine. Like. I'm at.
All right.
But nobody objects to this one. This seems.
That's
great.
77,283. And again, just a quick, well, it does give a little bit of a breakdown right there, right? Right below the value. It says 22,000, 10 displays to house. The Dr. David McKee tackle collection, 34,474. Auto spotlight, self-guided speakers, 5,000 acid-free materials, 5,000 acid-free materials, 4,500 acid-free properly store collection, 12,400 storyboard, 4,220 storyboard, 2,101 and 10 storyboard, 2,300 archive and software. It's a little bit of a breakout. Thank you for providing that. Yeah.
I'm gonna use my highlighter and highlight the ones I think we're good with.
Does anyone have any question about that breakout?
No.
And again, a lot of this is, what exactly is the preparation? It's in-house. Labor being used. And it's like, for example, display or audio spotlight, acid-free materials. What are the actual actions or materials you need to buy for that to occur?
I mean,
Yeah,
that's, you mean like what work we're doing
Mm.
towards it? Yeah, I mean, that's setting up the collections, you know, getting the recordings from the different people that are talking about the items that they're standing underneath the speaker for. And then, let's see, the acid,
It's like a fabulous exhibit you see in a museum where they've got the speakers and you can listen to it and push a button. Getting that equipment in to capture all the recordings that we're making.
We're doing a lot with, you know, with oral history, which is a very big thing in the state. And in this town, there's a tremendous amount of history.
but are you asking if there's another cost on top of this?
no, I'm not
Okay.
asking that. What I'm asking is, I'm just trying to understand what exactly each one of these items are, and there's multiple,
okay.
right? So
So the
there's
dis-
the 77s broke out into different
Sure,
things.
the displays are like wooden cabinet displays with glass fronts all the way around them that would house the tackle collections safely where people couldn't touch them or get hooked or, you know, all of that stuff.
And that's like you guys, per that cost. just
Our
breaking-
Lancasters
That
of
is
building.
gonna be the material. Y'all are gonna purchase it, build it, staff install it. Okay,
installed. And then you've got the audio spotlights. That's for a speaker at each location. We would have already done the recordings. We'll put them in there. They're actually really user friendly and they can be changed out easily. So the acid free, that's just the material. So we have the volunteers and the staff that put everything into that collection. Same with the Farley collection. That's the same with the Port Aransas Historical Museum collection. The storyboards are stuff that we've, like photos from our archives that we've already got, that we've already done, will get sent and they'll be put on these boards. These boards are made for our kind of environment, so they won't delaminate. We won't see tears in them like at our museum right now. You see stuff that doesn't look good. And so that's all those storyboards. And then the archiving software is, we really need that upgraded, and that's that it would be a recurring cost, but I think it's something that is really important. And that's our Past Perfect museum software right now is just one desktop location. And this provides that upgrade to where it's in the cloud, essentially for the whole year.
are there any questions related to this breakout as described?
I don't think so. I think any of the questions that we might have maybe, or that I may have, is just how it relates into what's already been raised or what the gala brought in or gala, or whatever, you know, how much. We're just so in the dark on how much to fund.
The gala has traditionally just barely covered our operational cost of like just our staff.
Okay. I asked when our operational costs for both. And of course, and that, you know, the insurance and plus, you know, we have, you know, higher, you know, new boat building manager costs on, we have a new CEO. Because the administrative part just became too large for one person. And just, and like the archiving, you know, that's something that it's been ongoing. When I first took over the museum, you couldn't even walk upstairs. There's piles of some things very valuable, just sitting here and there, and stacks in closets that had no insulation. The roof was on the other side, and in filing cabinets. So what we want to do is get that to a system that would be more in line with the special collections at A&M, special collections even in our library, where things are in acid-free boxes, and because we were redoing for the Port Aransas Smoke and all their archive pictures, because they weren't in acid-free, and they started just rippling and coming apart and sticking together, and some of these things are very valuable, and they can get lost. So, you know, we're trying to be.
Are they paying y'all to do that?
That one they pay for materials.
And then we had a
it's kind of
volunteer
been a
that
learning
worked through it.
process. One of our docents who had never done it before, that offered to come in on her free time and do it. So, so they did pay us for that to be done.
They didn't pay us to have it done, but they paid some materials. I'm sorry,
How do you get to be an expert on how to protect stuff? Like, I would not have any idea how to do this. Like, have you hired somebody in the past to come in and tell you how to preserve stuff?
Yes, there's been people in the past that have taught, and then there's classes like the Texas State Historical Commission, that the conferences and stuff that you go to. There's all kinds of classes on everything.
That's one of our heaviest burdens is archiving, because when people give us these valuable artifacts and antiques, they expect them to be cared for in a certain way. And then we feel like we really need to come up to standard on this, so that they weren't getting proper care.
And we don't store everything. A lot of things that we do, we scan and they go back to the families. So it's not like we have a substantial amount of stuff, but we're not promising to store everybody's things for a long time. You know, I think that's probably a question.
Will the Farley Boat Works, will there be an admission charge for it? It's gonna be all free. Okay.
We did this at your request, tried to break down our operations into little projects. The whole truth is, in years past, if a project like t-shirts wasn't underwritten by a sponsor, we have had kind of one pot of money, and we just took it as far as we could. And so what you see here is really the budget we anticipate with the money we have raised, or it's hope to raise, and asking you for that shortfall. trying to say 77,000, we don't know how much the gala will supplement, how much more we'll need. We really were just trying to authentically break our projects down as you requested, but we work with one pot of money is the whole truth. Yeah.
Unless things are specifically donated to us for a specific reason, of course, we have to.
I
use
think
those funds for.
I mean, I'll just say for everyone, honestly, there should have been a budget that application has its own budget. You know, that would help, right? I think that's what we're wanting to see. But we'll
I
try.
got one thing, that's something no one's mentioned yet, and I know it's just us, so I don't feel bad killing from the back. One thing no one's mentioned is the opportunity of what this completed building will present for Day. We have a museum now, but I don't think anybody's talked about what the potential is for this building to bring tourism to Fort Day. Look at what Rockport does. Just the educational aspect of the children that Rockport brings into their museum, we have that same opportunity once it's completed. They bring in tens of thousands. We have their numbers and we have their budget, so we have some modeling to do on what they've done. And they have a beautiful museum and. it'd be
4
great.
staff for 1 building.
Yeah. it'd be
The
great to
Maritime.
model it. But I think there's an opportunity here that no one's mentioned about. Look at what we could advertise and look at who we could bring in here. People go to museums. And not to discount what we already have, but this is gonna be extraordinary. Especially for the history of this.
What I've seen, you guys have the answers to everything we're asking. You've done the research, you're using the volunteer work everywhere you can. I'm really impressed. And if I look back and say the city has looked at your organization and said, you got something new coming, it'll give you 300,000 in the past. I'm ready to say, yeah, go.
I agree 100%. And I see that building. I see it on the news when they run the cameras. I'm
Yep,
like,
every day.
I'm looking forward to seeing what, for us in the hotel industry, basically, or the short term, we'd love to tell our guests, hey, we got this museum, we have this one. So y'all go take advantage of understanding what Port Day is about. And I'm looking forward to those days. And I guess one question I did have, say we did fund the 305,000, what do you anticipate next year looking like? Would it be, somewhat of less amount, or is this?
I think a lot of that would depend on grants that we got and donors.
Okay.
We have a lot of donors that I think are waiting for those doors to be open.
I agree with you 100%.
And so that's gonna,
Yeah.
Well, we want to go into preserving this town. We talk about coming to you for a fund. So that I don't want to take away any property rights ever. I own old homes.
Yeah.
And I don't want anybody to tell me what to do with them, but I'm happy to partner with the city that's helping me preserve. And we love to spearhead that for the city too, where there was funding so that you could negotiate fairly with the owner of an old property to do something that was win-win for Old Town and for a property owner. And we'll probably be back for those programs which we launched with our historic property award. We'll be back to you with those programs, so we're not gonna let you go. Sorry.
And we've gotten some support from the county. They paid for the next 12. I can't remember if it's 10 or 12
Plaques, yeah.
plaques, which was really nice of Brent Chesney to do that. So we do seek funding wherever we can, but it's just, we have a large, operating budget and, we're never gonna come out with extra money. Ever. And then we're continuously, focused on fundraising, and this just really helps us,
And we fundraise hard too. And that's how we've kept everything paid for and the building paid for. We don't have a loan on it.
So I don't know if y'all want to stay on task of each one, or because we're kind of drifting into multiple, we can do this multiple ways, but we just got to pick away.
There's not anyone for advertising.
One thing I would like to point out to the board is reviewing this over.
Separately, no.
Like each application, if you look at number 11, it'll give you current operating budget. So they did break out like their proposed budget per that proposed item, right? That's good. So if you want to look at number 11 per your application, whatever that may be, there's multiple. Compare that number 11 to maybe this will help. Amount requested on page 2. Page 2 amount requested compared to number 11 on page 5 per every application. Underneath amount requested at, like I'm looking at operations at 61,000. Below that, it gives primary purpose, directly promote. Oh, well, it just kind of talks about the law. So we're saying they wanna, they're saying operation, they need 61,905. They came up with a number there. We can ask how. But if you go to page 5, number 11, they're claiming that their current operating budget per that, they're claiming is 123.81. Now, maybe we can compare it. What I want to say are the 3. You got operation, you got one for administration and one for the exhibits. We can look at those. And then the other items are a little bit separate. They're more events, right? So just kind of some ideas there. If you want to do a little bit more analysis, then maybe you can come up with a different way of tackling this.
Okay.
I mean, they've taken their big budget and broken it out because we've asked them to do 12 applications. But I think this is, even when we were setting up this process, there was the question of, do we want a whole bunch of applications or do we want to just see a P&L and say, yeah, we want to fund them? I definitely would have gone that direction.
Yeah.
But we've pushed it in the other direction.
This
Right.
is definitely a couple
and-
more weeks of work for sure.
Yeah, and it's not, you're gonna, well, if you have some left over here, you're gonna use it over here. It's a
Yeah,
big,
it's the
it's
same
a big
thing.
budget picture. So breaking it up like this, I don't even think it made sense in the first place.
Well, I mean, you do want it per,
Well,
Just trying to
P&L,
work
you got-
together.
Well, I see when Cliff came in here, he was like, oh boy, this is gonna be a challenge. I remember when we had that meeting and now I see.
I think one of the importance of breaking it out, and I don't know in which way or form will be the best to do that, whether it's a spreadsheet or what have you. But for instance, when the art center, if it's just as easy to come in and say, oh, we want 60 whatever $1,000 for salary. I mean.
Yeah,
what-
that was an
how
easier
can
way to
you-
do it.
How
These
can your
guys.
organization be raising or charging money for entrance fees
Right.
to offset some of what's needed out of hotel motel
Yeah.
tax?
So seeing the whole P&L.
Right, are you
On any of
charging
these is a
street
lot
fee
better
for
than
this?
seeing
Yeah.
20 applications.
well, I mean,
I just think we've got it set up wrong.
I think, we could do it this probably a little differently, but I don't know. It really depends how much information this board wants. I think some of this information is valuable per event, right? Because every event's going to be a little different. We asked whether the numbers of people expected or previous. We have asked on here, please list, previous year's assistance from HOT. Some of these say non-applicable, whereas some of them will actually give you per this event. Like last year, they're claiming 29,000 for 22 and 55,000 for 23. But you guys got, I guess, a total of what, 100,000? I can't remember.
150 last year.
150.
We just need to bite the bullet and go 1 through 12, just get it, otherwise we're getting.
'Cause I don't think
wanna
we
do
have-
this, we wanna do this.
I don't think we have enough data on each one of them without, because you want to go look at each one and go, okay, so on the Wooden Boat Fest, how was the advertising? How much was,
But why are we trying to?
We shouldn't need
them
to.
like this. I
No,
get
I'm
it.
with
If
you.
Turkey Trot comes in here and they want
Yeah.
$100,000.
No, I
We need
think,
to reconsider it. But if
Yeah.
these guys have been running an organization for a long time, they've got their.
well, I
budget, they
think
know
you
they
got to
wanna
look
move
at it this
things,
way.
and-
Okay, they have a budget of this is what they've spent. This is where they're trying to go. They're not charging anybody anything to enhance our city. These things are happening.
Mhm.
They didn't have a bunch of leftover money to give to scholarships or whatever. At the end of the day, we have to trust them that this is,
But
Precisely.
in following up, we need to say, could you have charged to come into the Wooden Boat Festival? Could you have charged? I mean, what are some other ways that
Yeah.
money?
We
could
did,
be-
we had charged the year previous and then
Right,
we were
right.
suggested to not because we
Yeah.
had received those funds. So that was a response to,
It's
And we
it's,
saw a big
yeah,
increase in attendance.
Yeah.
On here, we didn't.
because
charge.
those families that have a bunch of
So-
kids, that deters them from
do
walking
y'all have
into a
anything
festival.
along, any thoughts of, there's a lot of people, when you go in someplace, you're really like impressed and go, hey, I'd like to give some money. A QR
some
code
boxes.
that's sitting there that says, hey, if you enjoyed what you saw, would you be willing to donate? Something
I
that's,
do because my family.
We don't have we have a QR code. We don't have it at the museum, but we do have donation boxes and then you can just do a donation with your card as well.
Okay,
One other thing I'd like to remind the board is we've got all these 9 different categories, right? So the methodology is, you gotta be similar, but they are a little bit different because the categories read differently and how that can be applied. Like we had sporting events, we had art. This one's preservation. It's a little different, but honestly, it's pretty broad as far as how it can be used, right? So administration, operations, and all these different things, even the events qualify. I think probably what we ought to look at is, you know, there's one for operations and one for administration, right? You know, explain to us how those are different, you know, or what those are. Maybe we could start with those and get that figured out, and then we can go to the individual events, right? Because those are a little bit easier.
but let me ask this, each individual event, the thought process is to provide a nice event, but also to help fund the greater cause of the whole organization. So it's almost like lumped into one. I mean, each one of these, you know, they're not going out to do the winter lecture to make money. You know, it's designed to be all inclusive of.
Is the winter lecture series putting heads in beds or people that are already here going to them?
And that's probably why you want an individual application per event, right? Because
But
they have
at the end of the day,
with
you're
everything.
funding this big greater cause that eventually becomes putting heads in beds.
I understand.
I think both. I think we have people come in specifically
come
for
back.
lectures.
Yeah,
but
they-
then-
They stayed and they had a great time and
Yeah.
they'll come back next year.
And I will say that the winter lecture is on a Monday, so people that were here Friday, Saturday, Sunday, they're staying that extra day or night just to go to that.
And the people, you know, a lot, we serve a lot, Winter Texans are here for several months. But, you know, when we were asking people to sign in at the winter lecture series, we asked these people that came in, you know, can you please sign in? We assist data to apply for hotel occupancy tax funds. And they said, certainly, we'd be happy to, because it's events like these that make us want to come back to Port Aransas. So, you know, it's, you know, and that's why I sometimes have a problem with the idea of decreasing support as the years go by, because they want those programs every year. And once we get those programs rolling and get a big following, the next year they're like, okay, what about?
Well, not necessarily decrease support, but bring in new events and new activities to grow.
Well, and I was gonna say, I know some of the recommendations for other organizations to do off-season stuff, we did that a few years ago. We went through everything and said, let's quit fighting with the summer crowds. All of our events are off-season. We're bringing people in on those times that you don't see a lot of.
I
us
don't know that
here.
I have any agreement here, but I will move that we approve their applications.
I'll actually second it.
Thank you.
You're saying to just
As is.
qualify.
As-
The stack.
This,
Squeeze
They're
it all
grown-ups,
together,
They've
it's-
done their research, they're using volunteers, they've done a lot of work.
so 100% fund per each application.
305, 34, 36.
Okay, so that was a motion and a second. You got that, Melinda?
Mr. DeWitt,
Yes.
Ms. Smith,
I don't know.
Not yet, the goal is to get there, but.
No, not yet.
Yeah, not yet,
Ms. Clark,
not yet.
Mr. Van Orman.
Yes.
Fails.
I'm not saying it won't be the final outcome.
But we need to look at everything.
But some of those big numbers, like what's included in operations.
Let's look at that.
Yeah, so I think one thing, just to point out, right, we got one for operation and administration, maybe a little distinguishing or talk about how that's different. I think if you look below the requested amount, again, this is going to be on page 2 of each application. It should say primary purpose. But the one I'm looking at just cites legal language. We could probably use an explanation on what operation is and what administration is. And then a reminder, please then compare that to, I think the best thing that might help you in your decision-making process is going to be number 11 on page 5.
Okay,
So
number 11 on page 5 of,
Each one of the applications.
Current operating budget for proposed, okay.
okay, wait, 18.
So each application, let's look at page 2, amount requested, and below it, the purpose. And then let's go to page 5, number 11, for that operating budget.
Total
number.
budget.
Yes, I think that might be the easiest way to look at each one of these applications.
But the archives one did not have a number 5.
Look at the pay administrative.
Number 11, is that
Number 11, sorry.
archiving doesn't have number 11?
For instance, like the surface, the amount request was the exact same for 10-4 versus the budget is 10-4.
Right, so that's a good one. Basically, could the question be? I mean, again, you're the board member, that's a good point. Explain that or elaborate on.
Well, I'm just, on that particular one, I'd be curious to know. I think I got a good idea, a big portion of the people that do come for the Surf Fest. Whether it's, participants, there's locals, but there's also quite a few people come in. Seem like I see a lot of people from the Houston area for that. I don't know.
Galveston, yeah.
Galveston, yeah,
And then South Padre too.
yeah, okay. And so,
We've got a group that we bounce back and forth advertisements in that area, so they send a lot of their surfers down.
and typically on that particular Surf Fest, the budget for advertising, how do you advertise it? Or I know y'all have t-shirts, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm. Stickers, posters, koozies, signage, posters around town. We send posters with those groups or email them to them and they print them and put them out.
Doggy bags.
Swag bags,
Yeah, and then that doesn't qualify. as well,
newsletters. It's in the local newspapers and we had, it was Channel 3 that came for the quarterly surf fest this last year. There was an influencer group too. They were doing some cool footage.
I'll say actually phrases on getting free promo.
I'm really good at not paying for advertisement. If I can't get away with it.
The best, for sure.
But she's not happy with our Channel 6 Port A report. She misses us.
You got a new one, didn't you?
Oh, the neighborhood one. I was like, I'm happy with everyone from Channel 6.
Our neighborhood girl has not been our girl.
Well, she didn't think the Historic Property Award event was better than, there was a movie getting filmed that day or something. Y'all
Or
remember that?
somebody couldn't get their wheelchair into the strike.
Oh, yeah.
Something that,
Yeah.
something that trumped us on the property.
I saw that.
So,
They usually do show up for us.
again, I know we're looking at a couple of different applications here, and I don't have it in front of me, but for operations, it's 61,905. I'm just gonna try to go through my methodology again on page 2, comparing that to page 11.
Let me grab it.
It's at 123,811. So, that's what, like roughly half the amount being requested. It's a good way to kind of start a conversation for this one application. Now, going below that, I'm hinging on operation. Primary purpose, directly promote tourism in the industry. Operation certainly does qualify, but I think, if the board wants to know what exactly that is and why that number is the way it is, great, we can figure that out and hopefully it satisfies your question and then move to the next one. But I guess what I'm getting at is I don't have administration in front of me. Maybe you can explain for what I'm discussing here, how that they're a little different.
Sure, that's what I was gonna say. Operations, actually, the only part of the administrative would be the sheet you find on the back with the percentage. Operations is not, we did not include administrative costs in that except for that small percentage. So operations would be more of, monthly bills and insurance and facility cost upkeep. So that's what this application's
Utility?
for, utilities.
But like the museum, the historical museum, we have to pretty regularly.
Yeah.
Bring in a builder to do some work stabilizing,
Right.
different things, cracks.
That makes sense, because you guys came up with 61,905 and 50 cents, pretty specific, so. I'm sure what you guys are saying is that's the things you referenced. And maybe if the board likes, we can ask for a follow-up budget for each one of these at the next meeting, right? Can you show us the 61 broken out? We want to see the bills, insurance, facilities broke out per each one of these, right?
Sure.
So administration, and that's one I don't have in front of me.
Okay, that's the one I'm missing too.
Yeah,
I've got it.
Okay.
Number 3.
It's in the staple packet.
so if you go to page 2 and that information compared to page 5 and that information, what do we have? And what is administration? How's it different than operations one more time?
So operations has no staff except for that small percentage that was numbered last.
Okay, so admins, is it salary costs?
Operations on the back of the spreadsheet, you'll see there's percentages. Okay, that would be the only staff cost in that application, and then this application is kind of the percentage of the remainder.
What was the request for administration?
55.
Okay,
That includes salaries.
This is the only one that includes. Okay, it's just percentages time spent on those applications.
and that's reflective of salaries and anything else, or? Okay. And if we were to go to page 11 on that for the budget, what would that read for administration?
I think because that one was already less, I mean, I think it's like a third.
Is that
of our
123?
Total.
Now you're looking at operations.
Oh, that
that's
is
all
operations.
I
It's in that,
I mean,
it was sitting on our desk when we got here as a state.
amount requested is 55.
It wasn't in the paperclip.
Ah,
It was on our desk when we got here.
gotcha.
Amount requested.
I'm in.
Same amount.
11.
Page 5 of the app,
11 would be our total.
There's admin.
168.
168. So that's roughly a third.
Pretty comfortable with that.
So maybe this is a good way to go through these applications, right? So we just looked at operation, administration. Any discussion on those particular or questions? And then maybe we can just keep going down to the next ones. And we kind of already talked exhibits. Was any questions on that one? Okay,
So the first 3, I think were pretty well. Good.
First 3 is 195,000.
first 3 equals what?
195,000 and some change.
Okay,
50 cents.
hold us to that 50. Huh?
Would you fella read my face, but don't give me exact change when I order a drink at your bar, please. Don't round up or down.
Oh, give you the exact thing.
Count my money back.
Oh.
Old school.
All right.
What was the third one that you're missing? What's the third one that you were including? Operations and
Facilities,
facilities.
number 1, operations, number 2, admin, number 3.
Okay. And how
And
much is
Wooden Boat
facilities?
Fest.
Sorry, that's the one I'm missing.
They're calling facilities archiving.
77,700.
It's archiving exhibits and displays.
Yeah, 77,283.86.
Yep.
All right. Does anyone want to have any more discussion or questions on those 3 particularly? Then maybe we can then hinge off to the events. Because, you know, those are a little different. Kind of easier, I would argue. Because they're going to be more like the other ones we heard, right? So maybe Ashley, at this point, I think probably what we'd want is, again, at the follow-up, give us a presentation on each per like application. Here's a little budget breakout per each one of these, right?
Right.
Is that something y'all would like to see?
I think that makes sense.
Okay. Very good.
You wanna see like, if they wanted 14,100 for the wooden boat, you wanna see how they spent that 14,100?
Kind of how the budget looked.
And you as a board. y'all
No, is
can-
that what you're asking?
I would just
Or
give you
did
the
they spend
report with
$14,000 and they have 100 left? I don't. not
I would
sure.
say, yeah, you know, presenting a budget per
Kind of an
application.
overview, you know, of, yeah, this is how much it cost to, you know, put on the Wooden Boat Fest. This is what was donated. This is what we received from sponsorships. This is what we spent. And here's what
Sure.
is remaining, you know. I think that would, you know, not really drill down, just big overview.
Sure.
Right, we don't need the box of receipts, right? Unless you guys
No.
wanted it.
I would say we would want to see that so that we can see if that event is promoting heads and beds and if it's fiscally profitable.
Sure.
Yeah.
Worth time
Yeah.
and effort of expenditure.
And I would think that they would probably know if it's worth their time because they wind up spending a lot of volunteer
Right,
time.
you can either do away with that event,
Yeah.
start charging for it, or do something in a different
Yeah.
direction.
No, I think that,
And then the community has to look at that too, is,
Yeah.
you know, maybe it doesn't make money, but maybe it's really important that it's
That's right.
happening. So,
And by not charging, it's more affordable for some people that is, well, the year we did charge, I can tell you, there was dozens of times where people walked up and they said $5, and they turned around, went back, and that's not a lot of money.
especially
Well,
the
and
families.
This is just putting, just trying to. In the policy where it's saying, you know, these activities should become more self-sufficient over time or self-funding over time. That's the only reason why I'm bringing it.
Sure.
Right.
That's a provision that the city put into the policy, it's not part of the state. You know, the Hotel Lodging Association's perspective.
And
It is.
Yeah,
it is.
But they're
actually.
allowed to do
It-
that. But the city, I do think that your policy is what you decided it to be.
Right.
So it doesn't
Well,
really
I'm not an
matter
expert, so
what the,
if that's
So-
not right.
The policy reads May is what it says, yes. But I just want to remind you that the city is free to adopt its own policy, ordinances, laws, whatever. More restricted than state law, not less.
right. We got that for sure.
I think we're good.
We're good.
Yeah,
Just
um,
forget it, you know,
I'm glad we
that's
took-
the way we're looking at these
we took
things.
this little pause to just state where we're at, right? We're at a total of this point, right? Of 195 is what we said and 50 cents.
And,
Yeah.
and I didn't add them all specifically, but it's
194, 629, 36.
Okay.
That's the exact amount.
And I'm glad we're taking a little pause on this just for discussion. So previous funding that council approved was what last year total?
150.
150 and 300 the year before.
Right, but I mean. You know, I think that's worth consideration, you know, what was previously approved, you have the same city council in place at this point.
So when they
Um,
open a new facility, they got 300. They didn't, they got 150. They're opening a new facility, 300. It follows the trend.
well, we haven't gone through everything, but
And we don't have an application for a new facility either.
Well, they said that that's why it's so much more this year is because they're trying to fill in a
Trying to
facility.
get it
Yeah,
open.
you've got staff, you've got the displays, you've got the
Okay.
operations, you've got the,
Well,
you know.
Yeah, you
I
know,
mean, it all really comes together.
that needs to be said in these applications, right? Then that's why we kind of need to see that breakout, a budget per that application.
We could
And-
do a 13th application for just the preserve building.
May I
So-
ask a question? To try to make this a little bit easier. So we have the three that have already been gone over and sorted, like, okay.
Mhm.
If the events were aggregated, would that work? Or do you really want 9 applications? Because we could aggregate the events and, speaking to one point on events. We do a number of events that are not intended ever to be fundraisers or break even, they will always be a loss.
They're just really for the.
I'm not sure that's not a bad idea.
Right, and then
Because they're grouped into the category that you have mentioned. And if we just
Right.
said, these other 9, these fall into this type of category,
here's what I would recommend, and I've been saying this from the very beginning. I am here to help. Please come and see me. I'm in my office. So what I'd like to just restate again is, hearing the board's direction on this. I think probably there might be a way. I need for, and it can't happen now. We got what we got.
Sure.
But maybe the next go around, come visit with me and let's try to put one together, right? I think it's going to take us working together to do so. And we can probably come up with a product and try for that next time.
what you asked for last year.
Yeah, or I think the council raised it. I can go grab my.
Yeah, I mean, we went in with,
Down and it went back up.
we went in with a number and then we were told no to go down and then we came back with a number and.
Let me ask this, so the PowerPoint presentation that we all saw earlier from Mr. Parsons. So we're looking at only having $2 million left in our fund, in our hotel motel tax fund to give to these applications, is that correct?
One more time, I'm sorry.
We're only looking at 1.9 million left possibly in our hotel motel tax fund to fund these applications.
You know, the person who was best suited to answer that question just left the room. If you wanna-
She comes.
Yeah, she's gonna.
We missed you.
I kind of gathered from that, that
And I do want to
This
give y'all
is the
kudos. Y'all did come.
money
Y'all
that
came. All right, thank y'all for
we
coming.
could use for these areas,
try
because
next
some of
time.
that money for those things that Dave brought up are funded by tax dollars and other things. And I think Rick kind of pointed some of that out too.
Well, I think what was pointed out maybe by Mr. Adams is that some of these won't be recurring, like when we finish the harbor master building.
Yeah.
It's done.
Exactly. That, I caught that right. Yeah.
Mhm. And
so
another
we-
thing that was funded, and
I'm sure something else.
I think could probably
Oh, yeah.
help all of us is there was a line item, and I don't remember what year it was, but it was for the software for all of the geo tracking that was purchased for the chamber through the hot funds. And I mean, I don't see why all of us couldn't use the same software if it's already purchased.
Sure.
Correct. It'd be a lot cheaper to get an additional license than to get the software.
Might be something to look, I mean, I don't know.
What is this?
It was like 65,000 or something for that software. So
Total costs that are funded through like the Roberts playground, I didn't we have a bond issue or something else? There's other funding that will come into play.
Darla, can I ask you a question? Mr. Parsons, PowerPoint earlier, from what I saw, it indicated we'd have 1.9 million left in the hotel motel tax fund to expend for all these applications, or that we could expend a portion of that.
It did have 1.9 million. We're probably gonna be a little closer to 4.
Okay.
These things are, that's it. I mean, we're getting back down to only having what we're bringing in that year.
Right. And
Which is gonna be about 4 million. We have a lot of things.
And to me, you always want to be careful because hurricanes, so. But, okay. But we're good.
better than
What's
most.
historic property mean? Just, I can't find it in here. It's
The Historic Property Award, that's
That's
the program that we started. There was a photo of it where we're going to the historic, there was a survey done that we're following, and we're getting homeowners to apply for a property award.
Oh.
That was the one that I was talking about. A lot of these historic properties can't get a Texas State historical marker because they've been moved multiple times.
So you want
From
$27,200 to help them get that?
No, it's actually the program, we want to buy that software program where people
Oh,
can,
this
that
software
includes that geofencing program that where people can go on the trail and they can go to the different properties, they can go to our museum. And that helps us track all of these people as well, but it's also a way for them to see the property on their phone. They can go to the little app, they can read all about it, they can see the different photos.
We'll probably have to hire somebody to help us. input
They'll have
all
to
that.
set it all, yeah. There'll be like a one-time fee and then there'll be a I think it's did I say 3,200 was the yearly for that program? I think so.
Is there an app out there that every city uses, so the same people that
Yeah.
have that app, they?
It's called Story, but it's with a Q instead of an O. It's a program that, and it's really cool. You can check it out. You can download the items too, like per place you're gonna travel to. So if you're going there in Dallas, and they're like,
Yeah.
we're gonna go to Port A, we're gonna download this historic app. They get it, and then when they get here, whether they have internet or not, they can still go around the town and they can see all the different things and stops. And so they can do our 8 Wonder tour. They can see where all our 8 wonders are. They can see where all the historic properties are. They can go to the museum, probably about Works of Preserve. They can even sit outside the preserve. Say it's midnight and we're not open. They could sit outside and go through and see the exhibits and the explanations of what's
That's
inside.
So do we want to look at number 12 right now? If we're going to go through each of these, I have number 12, a historic property award.
Okay.
And that's what you're asking about right now, right? Rob?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I just didn't know what you meant.
I didn't even-
I have it.
I had the number, I didn't know what it
It's
was.
also to pay for the flats, you know, which we got some, but we are planning on, you know, awarding, you know, close to 100.
I think
When we're done.
I would be good awarding the full amount is if you just give me a 30-second, what is the gala? What is, I mean, I'm
Oh,
fine,
sure.
and then I'm okay doing the 306,000.
Okay.
And before we do that, can I ask just one question? So you guys requested
What it-
funding from the city council, how many years in a row?
Our first year we received, it was in 2021.
21,
That was 50,000.
50,
2022 was 300.
Toward the.
Then
100.
2023 was 150.
So y'all got 300 and then 150?
Yes.
Okay, gotcha.
And your ask last year was 147, 323, 61.
And but that was after we got talked down from the larger number.
And all these
Did
things
you
were,
get talked down at the council meeting or prior to?
Mhm.
all these things that we're considering now, they've always been in place these previous years, right?
So the council
wouldn't say
No,
wasn't
they said that they're
involved.
working on,
Not all of them,
There's
yeah,
a
like-
new facility.
Sure,
yes,
yeah.
Right, but,
There's,
well, when I asked that earlier, there was $150,000 of new stuff.
right, okay, gotcha.
And the fun air, you know, and with the first year we applied, we weren't doing 4 days, we were doing all time.
Right. Because
But they
what
are-
we're focusing on is the applications, like what's on this application, right?
So Darla, last year they were asking for 140 something.
147.
Was the council involved at all, or did the council get the 147? And then,
One
Payment.
forty-seven was brought to council, and then
Okay.
in the end, when the budget got approved, council approved it at 150.
okay,
the meetings previously were always done with city manager.
okay.
So we would go,
No, I just wanted to understand that because I got a good feel for who's on our council today and what they're thinking a lot of times, and I think. They find a lot of this very important to the city as well.
I agree.
So going back to number 12, so $27,200. Historic property tour, preserve historic properties, award preservations, and so forth. 27,200. But we, at this point, we don't know the actual cost of that program for 1 year. We know what's budgeted. So if you were to do a post, you could bring in what
Sure, the program we bought.
27,200 had been, how it's been expended, allocated in this program.
And the actual cost of you buy a license for the software, is it per year or is it, how's that?
But you have the initial setup.
Yep.
And then you have a yearly cost, and then you do have to pay an Apple fee and a Google fee so that everyone's phones work correctly
course.
with it. Those are not that bad, though. I think it
Yeah.
was $199 for Apple for
Oh.
the year, and Google was like 65 or something for the year.
I see that as a huge thing that, as in the hotel industry or whatever, we could actually put that out to guests that come here and say, hey, one more thing, check this out.
Mhm.
Go drive around town and look at these and get you don't need a double decker bus with somebody telling you what's going on.
Have a QR code or something within restaurants and so
Yeah.
forth, and
Oh,
I mean,
yeah.
where I work at night, I'm always constantly telling people
A lot of
about why
bang
we're
for-
called 1886, what the
Yeah.
history is of the tarpon, and
Exactly.
I'm a docent within my own right. so.
I know. I've said many times, we need to have like a docent class for all the wait staff and
It's
servers and
amazing
everything.
what,
'cause-
there's a lot of bang for your buck on that one.
I tell them, go over to the
Yeah.
office and see the tarpon skills, we didn't know.
And some of the homes.
You need to add some free box with, for those.
Yeah.
The telephone house has the original or turn of the century phone books up on the wall, when 4-day was 3 numbers. Just
Mhm.
punch 3 numbers.
And it's really great too, because we do have all these wonderful community members offering their homes for this, but we don't want our visitors to go to their homes and like invade their space. So it's a
Right.
good way for them to just kind of drive by and see inside without having to be intrusive.
And so this $27,200 number is projected. And is kind of the startup.
It's a startup, yeah. I think recurring, we're gonna stick to just that basic maintenance unless we had something big we had to put on there. We might have to hire a consultant to help us get that into the program,
So
but
this figure could decrease.
substantially, yeah.
But again, per that one, like this particular one application, that particular one, first, heads and beds, advertising, we're doing all that, right?
Yeah.
We're getting out of town people to come to the Historic Property Awards,
Yes,
and you guys are gonna be able to approve that with your software or surveys.
the geofencing that comes with the.
That's gotta be really easy to get the data, how many people
They
actually,
ping right from
Yeah.
the stuff that they're reading about.
that gives some great data, I bet.
So the new startup and the first three that we all agree on equals 221,000.
Okay.
If you want to quickly go through the other and see if we all concur. So, and I've got 1, 2, 3, and 12. There's 4. I've got still got these other for the other programs. Do y'all want to go through them? Then we've been through them and done our due diligence.
And though you can maybe just go to the Wooden Boat Festival, because that truly is an event that happens in Roberts Park.
That's number 4 for me.
And people do, if they know about it, they're here, they go through and they walk through and see the cool wooden boats and there's a few other people out there with, different wares or whatever, so.
But your amount request is 14,100. Current operating budget is 14,500. So you're seeking pretty much full.
We were it usually costs us money. It didn't cost us as much money this time because we threw the Paella Festival thing in there with it.
Right.
But usually we're at least 2,500 to 3,000 below what we raise or what we get sponsored. To put, so that's kind of where there's a. Sorry, I'm still looking for it.
Well, he's not here.
Here it is. Okay, I got it.
So usually this is a deficit.
Yeah, this is one of those heritage events, that we feel is really important. It gets a lot of visitors. We have a lot of visitors, and like I said, we have people starting to set up, and we have people that are coming to help doing the boat builds ahead of time, so they might get here Wednesday or they have to be here Thursday.
Brother-in-law from Conroe came and built a boat with his.
Yeah.
family here.
And then Sunday, so they're Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and sometimes they don't leave till Monday, so it's a nice. And we do work around the harvest moon. We're always really good about that, like we let them pick their day and then we jump to the one around it. So it's.
Yeah, we engineered a lot of our events to include an extra day like the surf festival. Really, it's 3 days because, we have the kickoff on Friday night, the surf festival. It finishes on Saturday, but then we have a dinner and dance Saturday night that we have to spend Saturday night. And then that's the reason why we added Sunday. We extended activities on Sunday, the Wooden Boat Festival, to get people to stay that extra night.
Do your vendors at the Wooden Boat Festival pay?
Yes.
See,
They pay $100 for the market. We have the coastal market that we let people, set up and they do art or crafts or whatever they sell. And then we also charge $100 food vendor. So they don't always show up. We have really bad luck with food vendors. Sometimes they'll even pay the $100 and not show up. So we have struggled with that. But other than that, yeah, everyone.
so
Yes, we have five family boat build teams. And but the boat building teams, the amount they're paying is just covering the cost of the wood and the prep and all that. So you will see on the operations side of the staff cost on the back sheet of that. There's a salaried employee that's got a high percentage in that. And the reason is because it takes him about 3 months to get prepped for that event, for those
Right.
builds.
So again, just back to my own methodology, looking at this, page 2 is showing 14,100, gives an explanation of what it is below that, and then jump to page 5. They're showing a proposed operating budget of 14,500, so a $400 difference. What is that, the $400 that your organization will be covering related to?
Well, that's why I was saying that it's usually cost us money in the past. Sometimes it costs us up to $2,500 to $3,000 that we can't even get covered from sponsors. So that's the shortfall.
we bring in a tremendous amount of support and people that, you know, that they volunteer their time, but we put them up, give them a place to stay. We provide meal tickets, you know, the people that are building boats, you get them also, but the professional boat building crews that we bring in. So it's kind of a labor intensive to build 5 boats in 3 days.
I think we've well, I mean, we have done a room block. We have gotten rooms donated before for the boat, like leaders. I think that's what you're referring to, but, they all rented a room last year.
How long has this Wooden Boat Fest been going on?
14 years. We had to
14
skip a
years.
couple
That's
with
nice.
the,
And then, so you guys, this cost has roughly been about the same this whole time? 14?
well, no,
Yeah.
yeah, it's been depending on the year. It's gone up.
How did y'all fund it in previous years
We get sponsors, we get donors.
for the 14,500?
Yeah, we've had people give us a substantial amount. We had one time we had $10,000 donors, so that was great, but we haven't seen that in a long time.
Will those donors continue to donate, you think, even though we're almost requesting 100%?
It was really hard the last 2 years to get any funding for the event. So,
Those donors have kind of
and they're kind of our same people, you know, that
kind of
they're like,
is it usually the same kind of donors for like one donor for all of these events, or just like a donor continually shows
we
up
do
for
have
each
donors that,
event?
we do have
regulars?
really good people that sponsor almost all of our events in some way, shape or form. Even
Okay.
small amounts all add up, but,
Okay,
An example would be, you know, I won't mention the name, but we had a donor that gave us money for the Wind Boat Festival and also a table at Gala about 2-3 years ago. But since then, he got involved in putting millions of dollars into another visitor center in town. And when he did that, you know, we lost him as a donor for our activities. He's still putting money into the community, but just not with us.
are a lot of these events mainly donors? Like, are y'all coming up with monies in any kind of other way?
We get some sponsors and we try to get donated materials to reduce the costs. But you know, that particular, what they pay for the wooden boat to do the actual boat build pretty much just covers materials that couldn't get covered. And we use very high quality, Occupancy plywood, marine plywood, mahogany. Some things are just really high dollar items to build with this safe. Because, you know, there's a safety factor, you know, a liability factor that self-addressed. It has to be done a certain way.
Very good. I think a lot of these things that we're asking and a lot of things that y'all are then replying to, we probably just want to see in that post-event, right, presentation. Maybe you could go back and watch the video on all this and just kind of make notes. These are some of the things we probably want to see in the follow-up. Kind of a little bit more of a breakout.
yes.
Sounds good to me.
I think the breakouts would be easier if we were able to. This might reduce the number of applications. It'd be so much easier
Right.
to do some of these line items.
And if the board agrees, I will work with them this next time around. If y'all are in agreement, we'll try to maybe, they'll come, and they did come. Try to make, I envision this, maybe here is one for the events. But we will need a budget showing
Sure.
event 1, 2, 3.
Have
We'll try
one
to make
event
that.
application, we can have
I'll try to make,
report.
it might be, we'll work on that.
Okay.
And then operations administration, I imagine y'all still want to keep that separate, or maybe,
We'll see what we could combine.
right?
Related, but it's up to y'all.
Okay.
What we're directed, but it would, I mean, this was a tremendous amount of work that.
Yeah.
You know, that Ashley and some of the board members and I have spent countless hours on it. We don't mind it, but, you know,
Right.
as Dave reminded us, it's big money, so it's a big job, but I think. Simplifying might make it more easier to understand.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, a lot of these you guys kind of put not applicable, you know, on a lot of this. And, you know, obviously, we're talking about condensing this, and we will next time, but you know, we ask these questions for a reason, so we don't, you know, this meeting particularly kind of extended more beyond than what it needed because we don't have a lot of the information. But we will, again, I said this from the very beginning. We'll have to go through this process to figure out how to get better. And so we certainly will do that the next.
Well, and Tom is our restructuring, he's restructuring our finances to where things will stand more alone. We really got to, like, we keep trying to get the information out there where some things have been kind of pulled together, you know,
Sure.
this year.
And we were able to pull a really good spreadsheet from Texas State Historical, and then we've got the budget spreadsheet from the Maritime, things that already are happening in Texas, in the grant process, and then y'all's. We're gonna try to put it all to where it's all, to where we're not having to do a bunch of different things for each organization as well.
Yeah, post-event, I think you guys can present on a lot of this.
Which one's next?
The other big one was the gala. And I was just curious, I think you mentioned earlier, how did the gala turn out for you?
We feel like it turned out well. It was, you know, we put a lot of work into it this year. I mean, we put a lot of work into it every year, but we've had good years and bad years. And let's see, we feel like we're confident in saying that we raised $142,000, which is really good. Our goal, of course, is always our whole operating budget, which is hard to get everyone to, you know, get their minds wrapped around. It's a really hard thing to do.
Yep.
You know, we understand it's hard to raise funds for our organization and comparative to other things that go on in the community. So we were very happy with that amount.
Okay. What amount are we up to now per each one we've discussed and you guys are comfortable with at this point?
Get that added in here.
So quickly, what is 48 days?
Okay, so Port Aransas Days was it was
2:35.
done whenever I was a child here. And it was an event after the end of summer for the community to come together. And so
Held outside.
it's held at Roberts Point Park. It has a chili cook-off that historically always funded EMS, so we've stuck with that. It had a champagne cruise that historically funded Latchkey or donated to Latchkey. We kept with that. Last year's attendance on that wasn't very well, so we're not sure if it's a group of alumni that's the committee, and then there's a couple board members and myself on the group. So that part we're kind of weighing on how we deal with that.
Was it a chili fest cook-off again?
There's a chili cook-off at the event. So anything that's raised with the chili cook-off goes to EMS. The whole event is there to kind of fund itself. But it's open to the community and visitors, and it's off season. It's right after Labor Day. We had to do it at different times the last 2 years because we just had to use what was open for the park. It was already booked, but this year we've gotten it back to that September date, which is right after Labor Day. So we hope that it brings in a big crowd when we normally would see that slow
Is it the food
weekend.
vendors that people want to come see, or what,
There's
some kind of?
So there's a parade that goes to the park. Then there's a chili cook-off that people they start cooking at 6 a.m. and they have to serve up by 2. I think the awards are at 4. There's live music throughout the whole day. There's anything that floats but a boat. The Coast Guard's involved. They were always involved when we were kids. They land the helicopter out there on the soccer field. You get to tour it and do all that. We have vendors. We have the bouncy house area for all the kids. There's food. And now we'll be able to use the pavilion areas. We couldn't use that the last couple of years with the construction, but.
I'm ready to vote on the whole thing, if anyone else is.
Make a motion. What is your motion?
I make a motion to approve hot tax funds for Port Aransas Preservation Historical Association, an amount of the 305 or 306.
305,034.36.
$305,000.
305,000 even?
Cover the 36.
All right. So we got a motion for 305,000 to approve Papaha.
How do you say it?
Pafa.
Papa.
PHF, got it. Papa.
Sorry, I'm just repeating how people say it. 305,000. Do we have a second? A second. Okay, should I to,
Mr. DeWitt,
Yes.
Ms. Smith,
Yes.
Ms. Clark,
Yes.
Mr. Van Orman,
Yes.
motion carried.
thank y'all very much. Thank y'all for coming in today. And again, we will work on making this process a little better, but we thank y'all for, y'all were probably like the only ones that came in a little early and gave me that application, so thank y'all. And go ahead.
My question is, are these dedicated funds? What I need to know is, from an accounting point of view, do I need to know? By the event application that they were put in, so I don't run afoul of anything. That's a big deal. So I don't know.
You're talking about for accounting on your end, or?
On my end in reporting.
Specific requests that we must use in the 12 categories that we gave you, or did you just approve a global amount? That's.
I think we approved a global amount for all the applications.
That makes them much feel good.
Okay.
He was worried about the 36 cents.
Right.
If they come back in the post part and they didn't spend all the money for one particular application, do they have to give that piece back?
Right, so
Or if they
again,
canceled an event, it got rained
I'm
out, do they need to give
imagining
that one
a
back?
post-event report, it is again per application. So we should be getting another 12. And it's gonna give a breakout of attendance to each one of these events, right?
Mhm.
And how the survey for each event and the breakout for each event and
So it's kind of not one pool, it's kind of per application.
well,
Those
they,
amounts have to be.
in
spent
there,
for
we should have a
totally.
budget that shows, expense, right? And then, yeah, a return on whichever one they didn't completely expense, right? Per. Mhm.
Are y'all gonna look to Brett and his group to provide some of that geo data?
I mean, I think that would be a community.
I think we need to talk
Plus,
to him,
but
because that,
yeah.
that would help every organization that does anything.
It really probably would. I didn't realize the amount until I saw it on that PowerPoint.
All right, well, thank
It's gotta
you.
be a great program.
Thank y'all for being here. With
Okay.
that, we will go into the Hotel Motel Tax Occupancy Tax Advisory Committee comments or items for future consideration. Basically, this is your time to say any comments you have or items you'd like to discuss, possibly at the next meeting. And there can be none, but
Still think it's a work in progress and I think it will eventually hone it in to what it needs to
Did we
be.
need a workshop?
I think at our next meeting, when we hear these follow-up reports, you're really gonna get a lot more of the
Yeah.
data, right? So I think that's when they come and prove it up, and we're hoping for a good show, right, at that time.
Commonly, the thing that we've missed through these is the big picture, right? The P&L of this organization versus just these little snippets of, well, my administration is this, well, that tells me nothing. What's your
Right.
organization? So that the P&L of the organization.
Yeah, I think
really
that's
ought to
a
be part
must.
of the.
Yeah.
That is a prerogative of the board. I think if you guys were requesting that, and we need to give them specific direction, that we want to see that in that
I
follow-up.
think it'll just eliminate a lot of questions.
Yep.
It puts things in perspective, right?
For
Now we have
sure.
No perspective.
Yeah.
Sure. Okay. Well, hopefully they bring that. And again, as they reach out to me, I'm sure they will. I'll try to remind them, not only a budget, but a P&L of the organization. Yeah. Okay, cool. Any other comments or?
To me, it doesn't
One
have
of
to be
the
that.
things that's gonna be asked on that P and L is because our fiscal year might be different than the year that they do their. P&L.
That's what I was about
That's
to say,
true.
is I don't care if you shift the schedule or just show me your.
Last
P&L.
year's
Yeah.
total budget.
Yeah.
That would
You know,
show
what-
you how
some
Cause
fiscal.
I know that I'm not.
Yeah.
I've still got things to categorize.
All right. I guess, no other comments. I move to adjournment. Adjourn this meeting.
Thank you.
Thank y'all.
Robin,
Thank you.
Thank y'all for your time. I know this is a
Yeah,
long
thank
one.
y'all.
Which organization's involved in that, do you know?
What is the